The story begins with a notebook flying straight into the face of the main character Hyun, who was once a scientist. His attempts to learn Murim's history seemed of no interest to anyone in this world, or so the influential person he reported to thought so. This person was telling Hyun that no one cared about his opinion, and all the crown prince wanted were good predictions about the situation in Rome. The majestic castle, surrounded by high walls and a deep moat, protects the main palace, a large building with golden roofs, the real heart of the continent, where all the riches of the Celestial Empire are gathered. To get here, the protagonist has attracted more than 430,000 characters, studied many commentaries and scriptures, and passed 5 imperial exams. The first task from the prince was a simple investigation about Murim. Despite the setbacks, he confidently moved forward, rewriting his works and trying to prove his excellence to everyone. 3 days later, he returned with a new job, but it was again ignored. 3 days later, the situation was repeated. His work was again ignored. And 3 days later, the story repeated itself again as before. Hyun was already tired of constantly walking here and there, feeling exhausted. He couldn't figure out what exactly to do, feeling like he was up against an insurmountable wall. However, now he couldn't rely on the stupid books from the Crown Prince's library. The only thing he could rely on was his own knowledge. In front of him appeared an incredibly beautiful building, a treasure house of books and calligraphy. The only place he could count on now. A moment later, he was inside, full of hope. He walked over to the bookshelf, trying to find what he needed. Suddenly, a voice was heard next to him. As Hyun got closer, he asked the stranger who he was, to which he replied that he had accompanied him to the Azure Dragon Palace before. The stranger introduced himself as Q and gave his surname as Park. Then Hyun remembered him and asked what he was doing here. Q replied that he came to find the person he serves. After a short conversation, they parted ways and Puck went about his business. But Hyun suddenly asked him to stop. He asked Puck what story about Murim he would most like to hear, and Prince Puck replied that sword battles between masters, because the prince once admired the stories of one of Murim's masters. Hyun jotted it down in his notebook, deciding to take note of the information. Park bowed before Hyun and apologized. He said he had to go, and with that they said goodbye. When Hyun left the building, it was already evening outside. From the very beginning, he felt something was wrong. The Azure Dragon House where he worked was located next to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and only 2 scientists worked there. He and Mr. Saul. Hyun wanted his talents to be recognized by the Crown Prince. The scholar's job was to sway the prince's interest. Suddenly, he began to sing a verse of the song. Library, bag of rice grains, library, golden house, library, girl like jade. And indeed, Hyun thought that the library could be a home, but definitely not for him. He spent days from morning to night reading books. He got so tired that he fell asleep right on the table. He held his head because it was as if it was ready to explode from exhaustion. Hyun dreamed that it would be great if he could read 1 book a day. Of the 17 books he had found in the past month, he had only managed to read 9. And at this rate, it would take him 3 years to read them all. However, the real problem wasn't just reading. He just couldn't understand what these books were about. And the more he thought about it, the worse it got. He had to remake these stories so that they would appeal to the Crown Prince. But he also understood that he could not just sit and do nothing. The only thing he could do now was to get down to business immediately. Meanwhile, the shouts of fighters who were training without stopping could be heard on the street. Their master ordered them to stand in the 5th position. They practiced it diligently, listening to every order. Hyun watched their synchronized movements from around the corner. He wondered if it was difficult for them to talk during such training, and if their coach was a beard. But suddenly, a man appeared behind him and asked if he could help with anything. Hyun was frightened and grabbed his head with his hands. The man extended his hand to him and apologized, assuring him that he had not intended to frighten him. Then the man put his hand on Hyun's shoulder, and the next moment, he lifted it with one hand, tearing it off the ground. Hyun couldn't understand what had just happened because this man didn't seem that strong. And he asked himself, how could he pick me up so easily? The man assumed Hyun was from the civil department and asked what brought him here. The main character gave his name and introduced himself, stating that he was a scholar of the Azure Dragon House, and mentioned that he would like to ask a few questions about martial arts. The man was surprised, as he did not expect to hear such a thing from a scientist. But as soon as Hyun began to speak, soldiers appeared behind him and greeted the man, saying, "Welcome to you, Vice-Chancellor." The Vice-Chancellor ordered them to focus on their training, and Hyun realized that there was a person of high standing before him. The man introduced himself as Il Qingheng, Provost of the Imperial Guard. After that, he offered to go to another place to talk. They moved to the summer gazebo, where there were more people to discuss the matter in peace. Qingheng understood the situation Hyun was in and told him directly. Hyun doubted whether it was okay to ask questions about martial arts training to the vice-chancellor of the Imperial Guard. After a short pause, Hyun dared to ask if he could learn martial arts from Il, and Il replied that he could not refuse him such a request. Hearing this, Hyun immediately stood up and began to bow, thanking Il for the opportunity. However, Il added that there is one problem. The problem was that as a guard inspector, he only knew one method of martial arts training. If a scientist wants to learn martial arts, he must train himself. But Hyun just wanted to learn at least a little about these arts. Il did not consider himself a storyteller and was not prone to detailed explanations. Now it was clear to Hyun that if he wanted to understand the contents of the books, he would have to practice, and this thought depressed him. The vice-chancellor asked if Hyun was ashamed of learning martial arts, to which he immediately objected, saying that he had been misunderstood. Because how could one be ashamed when the vice-chancellor himself would teach him? Il gets up and says he'll be here in the morning, adding that Hyun can come from tomorrow and not worry about the others. Hyun bowed again and thanked him, saying that he would do as he was told. After the conversation, Il thought that this scholar would probably get tired soon and give up martial arts training, because studying without any understanding of the process is like trying to jump over your head. Left alone, Hyun thought about their conversation and the fact that he would now have to learn martial arts. He thought that just immersing himself in books would be a better solution. However, he understood that he was not suitable for the role of a learned crown prince. Firmly determined to win the prince's recognition and get another assignment, even if it means learning martial arts. The Belvedere of literary depth opened its doors again for the main character. He dived into the books again, looking for answers to his questions. But his head could not withstand the infinity of these volumes, and from fatigue he felt himself losing concentration. It seemed that just turning the pages was not enough, and now he would have to dive even deeper. He picked up a book on the cover of which was written an account of Murim's origins, given to aristocrats related to Murim. Opening it, Hyun saw a large amount of new information for him. The book looked completely fresh. The preface spoke of the boundless mercy of His Majesty the Emperor who sat on the dragon throne, and that a special mission had been entrusted to the learned house of the White Tiger. Hyun realized that the scholar of the White Tiger House must have lived many years ago, and his legacy still affects this world. He wondered if there was anyone else who, like the Crown Prince, was researching these topics. Flipping through the book further, he tried to find something really important and useful for himself. A year passed, and Vice-Chancellors Il and Jin decided to start with the first 12 forms of the White Strike technique. In front of them, the main character trained relentlessly, honing these techniques. Il asked his colleague how he assessed the young man's skills. He replied that he had an excellent stance and technique. The hero's breathing was steady, and his movements were sure and clear, testifying to his concentration. Observing him, the vice-rectors confidently noted that the young man has great potential. He finally understood the essence of a separate movement, which is why his progress became noticeable. We should not have expected anything less from Vice-Rector Elia. Just imagine in a year, he taught an ordinary scientist to reach such a level. However, the question remained, why does the student move so slowly? The answer was simple. Because he had not yet perfected his movements. They also discussed that if the young man had continued his physical training and developed his skills, he could have become an officer rather than a scientist. By the way, Il added that Un's strongest point is not his perfect stance. When the student finished the exercise, the master ordered him to complete the last 12 forms of the white kicking technique, after which he was to spar with Vice-Chancellor Dao. Since the provost was skilled with a sword, this would allow Un to gain valuable experience. The Vice-Chancellor asked his colleague if the young man had mastered at least one sword technique, but he had only recently learned how to take the right stance. Du also asked to have questions answered from time to time during the training. After that, Il said goodbye and said that he would leave Un under Du's care. Du was left thinking that Il was able to teach an ordinary scholar martial arts, and if he moved faster, he could quickly become a high-ranking officer. Un's achievements were truly impressive, but no matter what, a scientist remains a scientist, and martial arts for them is just a kind of gymnastics. After a while, Un was already standing in front of Du with a notebook and a pen, ready for new knowledge. He thanked Du for his efforts, to which Du replied that it was a good job. After that, Un turned around, sat down on a bench, and lost himself in thought. feeling that the training seemed difficult even for him. Soon Il appeared next to him. He asked how the training went, and was sure Un was a little nervous about the scientist's question. Du replied that he had never met such a student as Un would ask unexpected questions, such as, "What kind of sword is this?" and show interest in every detail, and when Du answered, the scientist would write everything down. Since the critique is 1,000 words long, Du showed the basic stances, but the scholar then asked more, noting that he himself used the sword more often than Un. Still, Il questioned if it was fun, hinting that they had a good time in the process. Du looked at the sword lying nearby on the bench and realized that it really was fun. To be honest, he lost track of time when he started practicing with the sword. Il smiled, and even the cold-blooded vice-chancellor began to soften a little thanks to the scholar. Stepping aside, the main character opened the notebook and immediately began to read carefully, trying to understand the sword techniques demonstrated by Vice-Chancellor Du. However, he didn't find what he was looking for. The swordsmanship technique was impressive and powerful, but he felt it didn't quite suit him. The technique that Il showed seemed more appropriate. Un took the report in his hands and couldn't tell if it was real or fake. The basic essence of the martial arts was systematically laid out, but he wondered how anyone could believe it. This book was the result of his lifelong research. Closing it, Un decided that he had no choice but to figure things out himself. He went to the practice field to try again. Looking around, he made sure that no one was around. Near the wall, he saw that he needed a stick. Taking it in his hands, he swung it towards Vogue, and the feel of the stick was no match for a real sword, and his technique seemed a little clumsy. If Un could use a real sword to practice the technique, it would be much easier. But as a scholar, walking around with a sword would be strange and could be misunderstood. In this case, the stick was the ideal option, because there was no better alternative. He began to do everything exactly as it was written in the book, and just as Du had shown him during training. It turned out to be an extremely difficult task, but he did not stop. The sun was already setting, and the street was filled with evening light. He thought that maybe he was making a mistake by performing the medium technique since the staff was not a real sword. Un opened the book again and read that swordsmanship should be smooth and continuous, but the beginning and end should always be consistent. The book was written with such obsession and in such detail that it was difficult for Un to understand its content. Most of what he read seemed incomprehensible to him. Although he was a scholar, he now felt that if he showed this book to Vice-Chancellor Ili and asked him to teach from it, he would be very disappointed. According to the report, if a person fully masters these 12 seemingly boring forms, he will be able to see a world filled with chi energy. It sounded just like the Vice-Chancellor said, all skills begin with inner strength. At that moment, Un sensed someone's presence around him, as if a hurricane had swirled around him. It was Vice-Chancellor Il who, after swinging his sword around Un, asked, "How are you?" He explained that even a short training session can give exceptional leg strength and allow for easy jumping. But no matter how strong the arms are, no sword strike in the air will leave a mark like what true masters leave on the ground. This is just the beginning. Un believed that such results could be achieved by breathing alone. But Il explained that breathing was only one of the many components of mastering the inner power. He concluded that breathing can be seen as a natural exchange of chi within the body that interacts with the universe, becoming one with nature. Continuing, he explained that chi is a form of energy that flows through the entire world. It is the beginning of the universe and the very essence of existence. Then the Vice-Chancellor mentioned that now there would be position training, and Un put out his hand and, writing down every word in a notebook, he diligently memorized everything he heard. It's been 6 months since he started training the techniques from reports. Even an experienced soldier needs to repeat a position 10,000 times to even slightly master the correct movements, and 100,000 times to understand the essence of it. Now the question arose, how long does it take a scientist? Probably a lifetime. Una still has a lot to overcome. He must fully concentrate on training. 4 whole years had passed. The 2 vice-chancellors were once again watching the movements of Un, who was now practicing with his sword. They thought he had mastered the basics, even though he still looked like a toddler learning to walk. Du mentioned to his colleague that Un's questions would change for the better later. He had only asked about martial arts before, but now his interest was more in the secret records he studied in the Belvedere of literary depths. All this was probably intended for his own reports, which he painstakingly wrote. Both vice-chancellors seemed to have been satisfied with the results of their efforts. Each of them contributed greatly to Un's training. Vice Rector Il announced that he had business and would leave them for a while. Vice Chancellor Du was left alone on the training field. At that moment, they both felt the presence of another's energy penetrating the space. Du grabbed his sword, not knowing who it was. He thought that anyone who dared to appear in the Forbidden City must be either brave or insane. Blue energy began to appear on Un's hand. It grew bigger and more powerful by the moment. Could this really be Sword Cry? The Provost thought, referring to the sound a sword makes when a true master wields his weapon. They immediately turned to Un. He stopped for a moment, not understanding what was happening. The Provost asked him if that meant he was secretly learning other sword techniques. Un lowered his sword, not knowing what to say. He realized that he was in a big mess, and now he had to somehow get out. After a while, Il held the book in his hands and asked Un how long he had been practicing these techniques. The answer was, a little less than 5 years. Un secretly practiced independently during these 5 years. It turned out that he was much more reckless than Il thought. Un explained to the Vice-Chancellor that these techniques seemed quite uniform, but the positions were very neat and precise. According to the book, the world should be filled with chi energy after learning this sword technique. The Vice-Chancellor believed that this form of training was meant to strengthen the internal chi. Fortunately, these were the right techniques to help make training easier. The Vice-Chancellor asked the name of this technique described in the book. Unfortunately, the author did not come up with anything original, and the technique was simply called Sword Technique Report. It wasn't a very apt title, especially given that the author was a scholar from House White Tiger. That is why the Vice-Rector suggested that the book should be called Learning to Wield a Sword Using the White Tiger Technique. After a while, Un stood on the practice field and thought that the name was perfect. He felt much better after he told the truth, and the master even gave him a wooden sword. In order to correctly understand the text of the martial arts sources, Un now had to practice and come to his own conclusions. He closed his eyes and decided to try. It didn't matter to him how many attempts it took, 2, 4, 10, or even 100. The main thing was to concentrate on the 12-form sword technique. It was autumn in the yard, and everything around was colored in red tones. Un stood in the rack, honing his skills. In the same place, he continued to train in the winter. He could no longer remember how much time he spent each day swinging the wooden sword as he did 5 years ago. During this time, the water in the Forbidden City changed several times, as if reflecting its internal changes. The energy around him grew stronger every day. Sparring techniques that were initially incomprehensible to him now made sense, and he could picture the whole picture in his head. When there were no more books left in the library to read, Sayichion, the ruler of the Azure Dragon House, invited storytellers who had personally seen Murim masters in action. Listening to their stories, Un was able to recreate the swordsmanship techniques of these masters in his imagination. The Vice-Chancellor also explained to him the difference between a training sword and a real sword, something that hadn't crossed his mind before. Time passed incredibly quickly. 7 years had already passed since his training in the White Tiger technique. A thought shot through his mind like an arrow. White Tiger's technique training is 12 different voices leading to the same goal. The 12th form is always called the true first form. The first form is accompanied by soft steps and a light rustle. The 4th form is like a slight smile on the face, and the 9th confuses with its graceful beauty. With the 12th form, Un became the only one with the White Tiger sword technique. The findings on swordsmanship combined everything he had read in the library, from the first simple sword to the ostentatious, and even the professional swords the storytellers were talking about. In all this, there was no logic, no evidence, no reason. Everything seemed senseless, both the separation of techniques and the way of the sword. But this is what heaven and earth mean, full of chi energy, as if leaning towards infinity. He had reached such a level that even the wooden swords he trained with could not withstand his strength. They flew into small pieces during training. At times, he wondered if it was all a dream, and wondered if it was a dream what the feelings that filled his heart meant. These emotions were so strong that even a tear rolled from his eye, but he quickly calmed himself down, saying, "Pull yourself together, man. A scientist with tears is a shame." It was already late outside, and evening was slowly coming. But thoughts about the broken wooden sword did not leave him, and he did not know what to say to the Vice-Chancellor. On the way, he met the Vice-Chancellor, who greeted him with the words, "Good morning, Un has completely lost track of when it is day and when it is night." Later, in the Azure Dragon House, the scientist continued to write something down on paper. A guy approached him and asked him to tell all the news about the duels of the masters. It seemed like this guy could talk for days on end. It has been 7 years since the scholar began to collect and record the stories of master duels received from witnesses, and now he wants to finish it as soon as possible. He was looking forward to getting back to his sword training. All in all, the boy's long story ended with Shaolin deciding not to intervene in the power struggle, but to intervene to stop the ongoing factional fighting. Because of this, the two factions decided to meet in a duel where 9 students from each faction competed against each other. After that, the boy asked if he should talk about each student, to which the scientist held out his hand and replied that it was enough, offering to talk about something more important. Then the guy decided to skip all the details and talk about the main match. Regardless of how the students fought, the conclusions were drawn based on the duel between the leaders. Iron Guild family master Muwun Chiol and the head of the authoritative Murong family, officially recognized as the first Danchu Murong sword, faced off in battle. The situation was not in favor of the Murong family. The officially recognized first sword Dan Chu Murong, after losing to the absurd and numerous small factions, left them and now had to fight against the sword Mu Wun Chol. As expected, Cheol started first, delivering a decisive blow, but Dan Chu deftly dodged Mu Wun Cheol's blade. However, Dan Chu stopped the flow of attack with one precise sword movement. He also did a few different attacks between punches. It all looked extremely beautiful. Even the scientist, listening to this story, was incredibly impressed. Then the scientist decided to make his prediction. Murong would win, but the duel ended with the defeat of the first officially recognized sword, Danchu Murong. Due to this defeat, the authoritative Murong family lost its position in Henan province. It seemed impossible that the head of the Murong family had lost, and Un thought that he might have misunderstood something. But the boy assured him that he had seen everything with his own eyes. Un meant that the head of the Murong family had not used a certain form of swordsmanship, and he clearly demonstrated this by drawing a brush in the air. The boy only dodged his movements. The boy did not know what form of swordsmanship this was, but the officially recognized blade did not use it in battle. Un could not understand how the first sword could lose. How could this even happen? Belvedere of literary depth? Un continued to sit there, alone now. He kept imagining the scene where Dan Chu Murong was victorious in the duel with the final form of swordsmanship and asked himself why things turned out differently. During his thoughts, the eunuch Pak entered the room. "Have you come again for the books for the master?" asked him. Unpark replied that he heard Un's voice as he was passing by, and so decided to come in. "I know you're very worried, but don't be so depressed," Puck asked. He began to explain that the decision about this was made by senior officials after deep consideration, and also noted that Scholar Un was very close to the Vice-Chancellor. However, Park started saying something that was incomprehensible to Un, and he couldn't figure out what happened to Vice-Chancellor Il. Pak then realized that the scientist had not yet heard news about it. Il found himself in a dire situation, to say the least. Probably in even worse conditions than Un could have imagined. He was imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Un immediately ran to his teacher. He ran to the bars and looked through them at Elia, trying to understand what had happened. The Vice-Chancellor said that Unu did not belong here and asked him to leave. But Un couldn't help but come. Couldn't leave the teacher who was arrested without any good reason. Un pointed out that fortunately there were no strict rules against visiting prisoners. But Il replied that he must not be completely in his right mind. After all, it is impossible to simply come to a prisoner who is accused of treason. All actions are tracked. "Do you think this is done on purpose to expose a conspiracy?" said the university. But the Vice-Chancellor asked him to come back as he understood everything. If they were spotted, Un would also be in trouble. However, Un replied that he had nothing left to lose. These words deeply affected the Vice-Rector, penetrating his heart. His present imprisonment was the result of a bloody conspiracy, and what could be more unjust than that? The Vice-Chancellor found it difficult to find the words to respond to this student's determination. The student, standing on the other side of the bars, asked, "Why is everything like this?" The Vice-Chancellor quietly replied, "I too once thought that being a warrior was more than just having strength." However, slowly abandoning his poor father, he left Junhu and was accepted into the army. Ever since he became angry at the people of Junhu harming others for little gain, he decided to become the provost of martial arts. Even though the position was a sinecure, he continued to believe it was important and never forgot his father's advice. With great power comes great responsibility. At this story of the Vice-Chancellor, Un could not hold back his tears and listened as he continued to say that God had not allowed his path to lead to his death, and that it was fate. When Un called him Vice-Chancellor, he asked to be called just brother. The Vice-Chancellor asked Un to think about one fact. They met more than 10 years ago, and such bonds are not typical for ordinary life. Un just nodded his head with tears in his eyes. The Vice-Chancellor continued by pointing out that Un was now his younger brother and asked him not to cry and to relax. But the scientist wanted to find a way to prove his innocence. However, the Vice-Chancellor understood that either way would be unlikely. If he showed his true skills, escaping from this prison would be as easy for him as cutting a pie. He could easily escape from here, but he didn't want people bleeding, knowing how much intrigue he'd seen in the Forbidden City. After thinking, Il replied that even if the scientist is right, sometimes you need to be able to back down. The provost asked the younger brother to fulfill his last request to give what he would give him to his family. It was a small ring that Il had asked to be given to his family. He also offered to conduct a final training session for both of them. The Vice-Chancellor said it was a shame they wouldn't see the White Tiger swordsmanship anymore and asked Un to show it to him one last time. Un then admitted that he had seen the finale of this technique. Unbelievable, Il thought. Did he manage to feel the essence of the sword? Even a martial artist wouldn't be able to sense it, but how could a non-Murim scholar see it? Un was sure that he saw it for sure. He couldn't say that he had fully mastered the technique because he didn't fully understand it. It was incomprehensible to him, and it was hard for him to say that he woke up, just felt it, saw it, and that was it. Il congratulated him and explained that the reason why the technique of wielding a sword could remain unfathomable is because of the awakening itself, which cannot be explained in words. It is its natural phenomenon. And on what occasion, Il asked if Un could show him the final technique. With no wooden sword at hand, Il asked Un to stand up and strike a pose. Wiping away his tears, Un got up and listened to Ilya's instructions. Close your eyes and imagine a sword in front of you. Slowly reach out to pick it up, but first clear your mind completely. Un exactly followed the master's instructions, and the silhouette of a sword appeared before his eyes. He grabbed it with his hand, as usual, and felt a familiar wooden sword in his palm. He felt the sword as if it was really in his hand. Scholar Un and Il have both changed greatly. Il has given his life to serve the army, his country, and the people, giving up his dream of Jianhu. In a city dominated by intrigue rather than loyalty and skill, he was deprived of even prospects. He used to live as a recluse in the Forbidden City, but the questions asked by the scholar Un awakened him. Thanks to Un, he felt alive again, got rid of his disappointments, and gradually began to find a new meaning in life. At this point, Il asked for Un to show him his technique. Un spread his arms and began to demonstrate his sword skills. It was an incredibly spectacular picture. Every movement was polished, and his actions seemed to paint with a pen all over the world. The spectacle was spectacular. Un performed the technique perfectly, coordinating each stroke flawlessly. Il was surprised when he realized that his younger brother was indeed demonstrating a White Tiger-style swordsmanship technique. He knew all the ways of the sword and the moves, but for some reason they seemed unfamiliar to him, as if he was observing something completely new. At one point, Il began to ask himself the question, how is this possible? He did not understand, looking at this incredible beauty of movements. He could see individual variations in the flow of machinery, but he couldn't even recognize them. At that moment, Il realized that his student had become even more professional than himself. He couldn't believe the inner sense of strength and harmony he felt in Un when performing this technique. After the demonstration, Il said he had something else important for Un. Their meeting ended and Un left his master. Walking down the street, his body trembled with excitement. He realized that the main rival was not someone else, but himself. If you can't control your power, it will take over you and eventually lead to destruction. So be the one who controls your heart and your sword, always staying honest. These words of the teacher he repeated in his mind. Un again remembered those instructions that Il had told him just a few minutes ago. Avoid the influence of the evil Jianhu. As much as possible, just train your sword skills. Un was determined never to forget those words. And he will never forget that Il was for him not only a master but also a brother. Il was left sitting alone in the cell, feeling tired after imparting all his skills. He thought that Un had managed to create his own technique by combining all the skills he had acquired. Il hoped that Un would use these skills wisely and for the right purposes. It gradually dawned on him that the Azure Dragon Palace was indeed a place worthy of a dragon. As Un continued to walk, his name was suddenly called out. It was Vice-Chancellor Kwang Cheol-hun. The protagonist wondered what brought him here, and he replied that he was just passing by. However, Kwang asked why Un doesn't show up at the training ground anymore. Un replied that he had nothing more to do there, because there was no one to greet. Kwang noted that many people laughed at him. Everyone knows that he was the one to whom Vice-Chancellor Il left something as a memory. Kwang warned Un that if he continued to act like this, people would continue to laugh at him. Like, people will say that the one to whom Vice-Chancellor Il entrusted to cover his back turned out to be nothing more than a feeble scholar. After this conversation, Un was left alone, thinking about the words he heard. He had a ring around his neck. Holding it in his hands, he constantly remembered his brother. He promised himself again that he would change. Un didn't understand how he could ignore his brother's words. Closing his eyes, he saw the silhouette of a wooden sword in front of him. Under the rain, Un repeated the imaginary movements over and over that helped him feel the sword in his hands. These perfectly honed movements. He imagined himself holding the sword, and his every step was clear and sure. But despite this, he was constantly tormented by thoughts of the injustice his brother faced, like a fog enveloping his consciousness. Belvedere of literary depth, the scientist was sitting at his desk, writing something in a notebook. The eunuch Park came to him. Park began to look at his notebook, assuming that Un was doing something interesting. "Nothing like that, I just found some free time," replied Un. Park didn't even understand how he found some free time. Because he heard that Un visited the Imperial Guard training ground every day. It was obvious, but Un was in no hurry and continued to record, taking advantage of his free time. The eunuch added that it seems the Crown Prince has found a new hobby. And if this continues, there may be good news for Scholarin. "It's rather sad that I've been so busy. I guess that's the daily life of a scholar at the court of the Azure Dragon," Un said. After these words, they said goodbye. The eunuch bid farewell to Un to take care of himself. He hoped that the scientist would be fine. In the Forbidden City, where the real devils hide, Un hoped that someone with a pure heart like his could stay a little longer. After all, no one knows when those who framed Vice-Chancellor Ely will throw him out of this palace. To be honest, Puck's hobby was to poke his nose into other people's affairs. What a difficult life he has. Un was in his residence. He was sitting at his desk, looking intently at the same book. Not finding a place for himself, he felt that he could not calm down. He constantly remembered that battle. Un could not understand why the winner was not the one he had hoped for, or what could possibly have happened. He visualized every moment of this fight in his head. No matter how hard he tried to understand, it was not believable that the head of the Murong family could lose to Muvun Cheol. He couldn't tell if the head lost on purpose, because there was no reason for it. Un pondered if it was possible that the reason was that the head of the Murong family did not possess sword technique. But that was impossible. He had to know what even Un knew. Perhaps he was restricted by family tradition, and thus the last sword form Un knew was only an improvisation within the same family traditions. Because of this, the head of the Murong family had no choice but to surrender the final form of the sword. Unu felt calmer when he understood why the head of the Murong family had lost, but then he began to think that maybe he himself was too self-confident. And what was he thinking all this time? "One who does not know his own faults cannot be a true brother," Un said to himself, slapping his hand on the table. But I immediately thought, what if I am right? That, as the head of the family, Murong is fixated on the traditional views of his family, and does not realize what he is missing. Maybe he needs some friendly advice. Un could feel two sides competing within him, one urging him to help, and the other advising him to end these thoughts. He walked around the room, thinking that even rookies who had just joined the ranks of the Imperial Guard didn't want to listen to others' instructions. So why should someone fighting for influence in a province listen to a scholar's advice? Suddenly he had an interesting idea to write an anonymous letter. He did not expect thanks for this letter. Sitting down at the table, Un began to scribble on the paper. Soon he wrote everything he wanted to say. But, rereading it, he noticed that the letter had grown to more than a dozen pages. He was surprised that, despite what he had written himself, it turned out to be very impressive. Un realized that it would be rude to send such a long letter without a signature. He couldn't decide if he should sign up as an Azure Dragon Scholar. And will he be taken seriously if he says that it is a letter from a scientist? I was thrown into the boundless sky of the Forbidden City, Un said to himself, and he became a scholar at the court of the Azure Dragon, learning how to wield a sword. He signed the letter, Heaven Unattainable, Azure Dragon Sword Lord. That sounded pretty good, and as he wrote that, he looked out the window. Thoughtfully, Un wondered if he should ask Eunuch Pak to send this letter through the delivery service tomorrow. Henan Province, home of the Murong family. The girl stood outside and thought about the fact that it was only yesterday that it was so noisy here. Although it had been quiet for several months, it seemed wrong to her. Something was wrong, she asked herself, looking at the small summer house. How much longer are you going to sit in this house, grandfather? Suddenly, her grandfather appeared and congratulated his granddaughter on his return. He was the CEO. The girl's name was Murong. She was the granddaughter of Danchu Murong himself. She immediately asked how her grandfather was doing. She was told that he was busy reading. Grandpa was holding the letter that had been sent to the Lord and handed it to me, saying that it had arrived late at night from the delivery service. Me immediately asked if they had said who sent the letter, but was told that no one had said anything. Picking up the letter, she noticed that the sender's name was not listed and the paper looked luxurious. She wondered if it was a letter sent to taunt Muwun Chiel's defeat. Mi told the principal that she would give the letter to Grandpa. She also asked about her older brother Jin Murong. The principal replied that he was an excellent student and still occupied his previous place. Mi understood that her brother needed to get his thoughts in order as he continued to lead a debaucherous life, and still could not recover from the defeat of that day. A moment later, Mi was already standing at the entrance to her grandfather's room. She was approaching the head of the Murong household, Danchu Murong. Approaching, she asked about his well-being. After that, she put the letter that arrived from the post office on the table. Danchu said that she had better leave, leaving him alone, but Mi only asked permission to bring him a cup of tea. After that, he was left alone, and the letter was lying on his desk. Danchu held his head as he spoke. Poor girl. Considering herself not good enough, and even someone who makes her granddaughter suffer. He thought that she must be tired of supporting the family's legacy with her own hands. After his defeat, he believed that he alone should pull the family forward. But the warrior's pride did not allow him to accept this. He considered it a great shame to make his granddaughter suffer. His gaze fell on the letter lying on the table. He began to remove the contents from it. The letter was confidential, addressed to the head of the Murong family, and signed Unreachable in the Heavens Azure Dragon Sword Lord. The handwriting was correct and elegant. Opening the letter and starting to read, Danchu thought that even after his defeat the wards continued to send him letters, perhaps to encourage him. However, this letter was about a duel, and he found it interesting. It indicated the mistakes he had made during the duel, Danchu suddenly thought. Is this guy Sukin Lixing, by any chance? He couldn't shake the feeling that someone understood his mistakes even better than he did. Based on the handwriting, the person who sent this letter had certain achievements in learning and prowess, but Danchu did not understand if this letter was sent to glorify himself. When he read about the way of the Murong sword, his face darkened with anger. It seemed to him that the author of the letter was defying the very flow of the Murong sword. He found this unacceptable and decided to tear the letter into pieces, but only because the granddaughter came out. He was able to show his character by continuing to read. However, he did not tear the letter to the end because he was interested in the content and wanted to know how much more this young man would stand out with his thoughts. A bird was sitting on a branch near the house, which was surprised by the cries coming from the house. She was shocked by the energy that was raging inside and decided to fly away from the place. The energy of the head of the family exceeded all possible limits. As he read on, he kept asking himself, who the hell could have sent me this? He looked away and realized who he really was, imagining himself on top of the cliff where he was always meant to be. He felt that he was the true master of the Murong sword. Throughout his life, he was proud of himself because he understood the path of his family. But after a moment, his granddaughter returned. She brought him hot and fragrant tea. Standing in front of the door, she did not understand why no one answered her, and decided to leave the tray with tea on the floor. She started walking towards the door to open it. But when she opened the door, her impression was indescribable. She felt an incredible energy that literally radiated from her grandfather. This energy was so powerful that it seemed to fill the entire space. Grandfather held the letter in his hand and could not tear himself away from it, reading everything with greater attention. The granddaughter decided that the best option in this situation was to close the door. She could not believe what was happening before her eyes. Leaving the tea in the same place, she backed away from the door as her grandfather was having a moment of enlightenment. Such a moment happens very rarely, and it is incredibly difficult to achieve it, and if it does come, then only once in a lifetime. And she witnessed it with her own eyes. This meant that God had not abandoned the Murong family, and she prayed with all her heart for her grandfather's great achievement. After that, she approached the CEO, whose name, by the way, was Shim. She told him to lock the front entrance from now on and not let anyone in. She also ordered that all members of the family should not make noise, regardless of the time of day, and should be able to rest from work if necessary. All these measures must be strictly observed. But that wasn't all. She also ordered to gather all the students from the first to the third generation and tell them to gather at the pavilion. More precisely, she ordered everyone to gather in the evening recreation pavilion and do everything possible not to distract grandfather. She declared the place where Grandpa was staying a no-go zone. Shim didn't understand what happened and asked her. To this, she replied that the white streak was a sign of great changes and good luck. At that moment, the grandfather was sitting in a meditative position, enveloped in blue energy. He slowly inhaled and exhaled, not forcing the air, as if absorbing it in harmony with the environment. The heaven-unreachable Azure Dragon Sword Lord Dan had heard of many extraordinary heroes with special skills in Jianhu, but now this unfamiliar name really gave off a sense of greatness. With the new path of the sword open to him, Dan's heart was beating as wildly as it had when he first picked up the sword. He felt the same awe and excitement as when he first discovered the world of martial arts. He could not stand still, feeling a new power inside him. But, despite this, he realized that there are always higher peaks to reach, and that beyond the heavens, there are still heavens. Grandfather came out of the door, and in front of his house people were kneeling, bowing to him. He did not expect to see such a scene. In the foreground sat his granddaughter Mi, who congratulated him on his great achievement. After her words, everyone else repeated the same words. Grandfather started to go down the stairs towards them. He agreed with them, as it was indeed a great achievement. Approaching his granddaughter, he assumed that she had suffered a lot because of him. But now he asked her not to worry, as he was ready to take care of everything. He had more than one granddaughter, and the youngest, whose name was Sang, began to hug her grandfather. Grandfather said that she also did well in her task. After that, Dan turned to manager Shim. He ordered a letter to be sent to the Steel family, informing them that the great Murong family was officially challenging them to a duel, under the condition that if they lose, the Murong Grand family will close its gates and leave the affairs of Henan province forever. Mi immediately asked her grandfather not to go so far, but he objected and said that their opponent is the feudal chief of the province. And is it not worth making such a bet? Then they will not be able to refuse the challenge without a good reason. Only when they put the fate of their family on the line. The head of the Steel family will become a laughing stock if he refuses, thought the grandfather. The granddaughter realized that the grandfather had thought everything through. But he had a question for his granddaughter. How much time has already passed? The granddaughter replied that it had been 3 whole days since the grandfather retired to practice. Then Grandpa asked about Jean. She replied that he was still wandering without finding his way. Grandpa understood that it wasn't entirely Jean's fault, but he couldn't help but feel disappointed because he had high hopes for him. After that, the grandfather told the granddaughter that they should go and ordered the other students to rest. Then he turned again to manager Shim. They moved aside for a private conversation. Grandfather told him to choose a few reliable people and find the sender of the letter that arrived a few days ago. He understood that it would not be easy, but he still wanted them to find him. Grandfather also ordered it to be done in secret so as not to spread rumors, and reminded that the fate of their family depended on the outcome of this case. After finishing his explanation, he told the manager that he could go. Grandfather himself remained alone, breathing fresh air. He remembered how much that letter had given him and what thoughts it had evoked. Grandpa hoped they could find the Azure Dragon Sword Lord. After all, it is then that the dream of the great Murong family to enter the 5 great families of Jianhu will come true. Greenfield Arena rematch day between the great Murong family and the Steel family. Viewers gauged the situation by placing bets, most of which were that the Murong family would most likely lose. It was only assumed that the chance of their victory could increase if the Murong family mastered some rare art. But the audience doubted that something really important could be achieved in less than a year. Mu Woon Cheol, nicknamed One Punch, was sitting not far from the conversation behind him. And as he predicted, they were right about something. A man approached him and asked him to follow his words, but Muon just laughed, not understanding if he couldn't even laugh. The man reminded him that he was now the feudal lord of Henan province. It was the advisor of the Steel family, Zheng Kyung-chiu, who was explaining that Moon could only maintain his dignity as a feudal lord and make people follow him by displaying manners befitting the level of the great Murong family. Murin understood this, but it seemed to him that such an official approach did not suit him. He looked to the opposite side where Dan Chu was and asked the advisor what he thought of that side. The counselor replied that even the students were silent, and because of this it was difficult to tell what they were up to. Cheol was sure the Murong people looked like they were going to a funeral right now, and guessed they felt like they had one foot in the grave. The counselor again asked him to follow his words. After that, he said that he would invite the respected Peak Wan, who watched the previous match, to start sparring. A sly smile never left Cheol's face, and he wanted to put an end to his opponent's long history. It was today, in this battle, that he planned to end this conflict. Suddenly the enemy's sword flew out of his hands and stuck in the ground. The high priest of the Shaolin Temple, Venerable Pekwan, pointed his hand towards the great Murong family and announced that victory would be theirs today. Cheol's face wasn't so confident anymore, but his advisor tried to calm him down, saying that there was nothing to worry about, as their students still had the upper hand. They won 6 times and the opponents only 4. However, it was not this that annoyed Cheol, but the expression on the old man's face. He couldn't understand why Dan had a smile on his face when victory wasn't decided yet, but his expression didn't change. Something about this bothered Cheol deeply. And then the moment came when the advisor told him that it was his turn to go to battle. Cheol turned back to look at the audience, who held their breath. Under the influence of the audience's emotions, he rose from his chair. Watching his opponent draw his sword, Cheol noticed an incredible relaxation in his actions. No one had told him that Dan had been training in solitude and perfecting his martial arts. If he had known, he would not have agreed to this rematch. However, now it is here, and there is no way to refuse. The long-awaited battle was about to begin. One strike decided that there was no need to play tricks. Now it was all up to his long blade. He was ready to bet everything on his skill and weapons. They stood on the battlefield facing each other, each holding his sword in his hands. Before the fight, the monk expressed his hope that both rivals would give a beautiful and fair fight as the heads of their families, and asked not to go too far, reminding that this was a sparring match. He also noted that this fight was highly anticipated in Shaolin. One Punch asked his opponent if he was well rested before the fight. Dan bowed to his opponent as a sign of respect. Following Dan's movement, Cheol also bowed, although he felt a certain surprise. Dan then said that he was honored to have the opportunity to compete with the feudal lord of Henan province today. Cheol had always thought of Dan as someone who looked down on him. But today, Dan so easily recognized his importance and greeted him as a feudal lord. Cheol couldn't figure out what the trick was, and was already starting to think that Dan was just making fun of him. But at the same moment, Gale noticed a sincere smile on Dan's face. He realized that the fight would not be as easy as he expected. Cheol decided to tell his rival that he wanted to see the potential of the large Murong family because last time, it didn't live up to his expectations. But Dan, it seems, did not succumb to provocation. Finally, it was time to start the battle. Both raised their swords and crossed them at the start of the battle. A resounding sound rang out, and sparks flew in different directions from where the swords collided. Dan decided to distance himself and jump back, and Cheol was confident that he could destroy his opponent with one blow. At least that's what he told himself as he decided to release a significant amount of his power. Pushing off the ground, he lunged at his opponent, yelling and swinging his sword in the air. Dan only held his sword out to meet him, preparing to counterattack. The opponent barely had time to blink, as Dan was already on the sidelines. Cheol attempted his second strike, but Dan drew his sword under the blow. The attack was so powerful that Dan almost lost his balance. However, the blue energy around Dan was increasing. Cheol swung his sword again, but his efforts seemed to be in vain. His opponent was already standing a few steps away. Apparently, he was wrong to think that Dan was suffering alone all this time. And one couldn't help but notice that Dan's swordsmanship had greatly improved. Cheol couldn't figure out how to proceed, but he was not going to admit defeat, and hoped that the match would drag on for a long time. His fighting spirit remained high. Spectators watching this were amazed. They couldn't even imagine that Dan would show this level of fighting. This fight was radically different from the previous one, turning all expectations upside down. The audience already understood that Cheol continued to attack in vain, without much effect. His attacks seemed to have no effect, and there was no difference in how he attacked. At first, everyone thought that the Steel family would win without a doubt. But in reality, Murong looked calm, and even more relaxed during the fight, confident in his movements. With each blow, Dan threw his opponent more and more off balance. Cheol's face became more and more tense, and so the moment came when Dan stopped defending himself and decided to show his attack. He jumped high into the air, twisted, and began to fly rapidly with his sword straight at the enemy. Chol thought it was unexpected, but he dodged to the left with ease. He decided this was his chance and tried to attack Dan from behind. However, everything was not so simple. Attacking from the back, Chol encountered something he did not expect at all. Standing with his back to the enemy, Dan unexpectedly placed his sword under Chol's strike. He took a step forward, anticipating where the attack would come from. Dan's sly move left Chol confused as he clearly predicted his actions. Dan seemed to be just toying with his enemy, but he did it very beautifully, delivering lightning strikes. Chol was losing strength, realizing that his attacks were ineffective. He was aware that he was in a hopeless situation, as Dan didn't even make an effort to counterattack. Meanwhile, Chol was barely able to deal with Dan's punches. Despite the length of the fight, Dan's breathing remained as calm as it had been at the beginning. Chol was at a loss, not knowing what to do next. At that moment, Dan pointed his sword straight at the enemy. This made it clear that Dan wanted to finish the fight and was confident of his victory. Chol decided to give it his all, but suddenly he was overcome with fear. The fear came from the incredible energy coming from Dan. Dan's strength made Chol realize that he must muster all his strength. An even fiercer battle began, and the arena seemed to fly apart from the power that dominated it. Their swords collided with incredible power, and the clanging sound of their collisions carried far and wide. Even the audience covered their ears from this deafening sound. The sounds of their powerful blows hit the ears of the audience mercilessly. Dan slashed his sword at Chol's sword, creating an incredible force. Chol barely held his sword, bracing it for the enemy's blows. He was someone who never lost a fight, but the expression on his opponent's face indicated that this time things would be different. It would be Chol's first defeat. At this moment, Chol found himself in a state of anti-hypophobia, of fear of imminent defeat, although it seemed to him that it was impossible. But judging by the course of the battle, defeat was inevitable. He, one-punch Muwun Chol, decided to put everything he had on the line. Incredible strength was visible in his sword swing. The monk who judged the fight watched this and understood that such a force could cause an explosion even if Master Murong struck with the same power. The only thing left for Dan Chu was to dodge. Murong's granddaughter froze as she watched this battle, unable to look away. But Dan's face radiated incredible confidence. His blue energy radiated from his body, illuminating everything around with a blue glow. Suddenly, a sound like a helicopter buzzed through the air as Chul's sword flew out of his hands. The sword fell to the ground with a hiss, ending the battle. At that moment, smiles appeared on the faces of all the spectators. The monk announced that Dan Chun Murong's first blade was victorious. The stands erupted with loud cheers. Dan showed respect to his opponent by bowing to him and thanking him for the fight. However, Chol gritted his teeth and asked him to wait. He asked about the final form, what it was, as he had never seen anything like it, and couldn't understand how it was possible during their battle. He couldn't believe that this had happened, and he couldn't fathom the gap in skill. Dan explained that it was just one of their incompetent family's sword techniques, but he added that perhaps this time this sword art had finally seen the light of day. The audience cheered the first blade, Dan Chung Murong, with loud applause, honoring the head of Henan province. Sitting down in the arena, One Punch realized the dissonance he felt earlier. He began to understand why Dan had defended himself at first, and why he had finally won a match where Chol was sure of his victory. Why this intense fear of defeat had crept into his mind. Chol realized that there was no way he could have won this match from the start, because Dan had achieved this level of skill by being alone. In the end, he realized that he had been looking down on Dan from the top of a huge mountain all along, and hadn't noticed his true strength. After that, a tense conversation took place in the residence of the Steel family. The advisor explained to Chol that at the moment, the expansion of the Murong family's influence was a cause for concern, as they were pursuing an unprecedentedly aggressive policy, both internally and externally. Even the nearby schools, including the Shaolin Temple, were on their nerves and closely watched their actions. One Punch was incredibly annoyed at how Dan was able to increase his skills so much. He couldn't figure out exactly what Dan had done, but the advisor told him not to worry and promised to work out a general strategy, and added that if Dan was not going to tell them about his technique, they would force him. Chul asked anxiously, "Are you mean to force him to tell?" Meanwhile, at the Murong family residence, Dan, his granddaughter, and the CEO were sitting in the meeting room. The director had already announced that a letter had arrived from Hebei province. However, they couldn't say for sure if the sender lived in that province, because he could have deliberately sent the letter from there to confuse the tracks. Dan ordered the manager to tell the students in Beijing to put in more effort. At the same time, Mi thought about this letter incessantly, since she'd also read it. But she had not been able to achieve enlightenment like her grandfather, and she was amazed at how clearly and precisely everything was described. She believed that maybe it was because her level had not yet reached her grandfather's level. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the door, addressing the owner. Right in front of the door stood the representatives of the Steele family, including their head and the rest of the family members. One strike stated that they suspected the Murong family of the First Sword unfairly winning this fight. They demanded that Dan come out and explain everything in person. Dan, however, had no qualms. His granddaughter was worried about him, but he was not going to sit back and hide. He compared the situation to how a bird, spreading its wings, is not afraid of a sandstorm that might come its way. This example made her smile. Meanwhile, the scientist asked the informer how the battle went, and whether the First Sword had won. He, waving his hands with a smile to his ears, replied that Dan Chung Murong had proudly won, and explained in detail how everything happened. He added that people in the stands shouted with delight when they saw the victory. An asked him to tell in detail about the last blow of the First Sword. However, the whistleblower admitted that he was not present in person, and did not see everything with his own eyes, so he could not tell the details. He said that if there was an expert there, he would definitely tell everything in detail. This news of the victory of the First Sword brought a smile to Un's face. But this is not the end of the story. The Steele family that lost their position was definitely not going to sit idly by. Right now, the Steele family is preparing to strike. And here, the most interesting part begins. How Mi Murong from the Murong family played her important role in the subsequent events. However, Un asked to talk only about Dan, as he was ready to hear about his victory continuously. Going outside after this story, Un met the eunuch Pa. They went to the library together, and Un remembered that he wanted to ask him about another book. However, Park jokingly replied that he had recently given Un this book, and joked that he must have a very high libido. At this joke, Un asked not to joke like that again. The eunuch also asked if he needed more silver tokens, since books were expensive. However, Un assured that he has enough for now, and noted that he takes books from visiting people, so there is no need to worry about money. Eunuch Pak considered it his job, and saw no need for additional tokens. Park had also heard that Un had stopped going to the Imperial Guard training ground and asked why. At first, Un did not know what to answer. But he explained that the vice-chancellors who were on the field did not want to see the scientists there. They believed that scholars should be occupied with books, not training, and resented his presence. The vice-chancellor thought Un was inexperienced and chased him away, saying it was not a playground. Ian told Pak how it all happened, but he explained that it was thanks to this incident that he managed to gather his thoughts. Eunuch Park listened intently, realizing that this experience had helped Un grow stronger. Un also believed that the vice-chancellor was right. He could neither become a military officer nor a full-fledged scholar. And now he was out of sight of the royal court, and his future seemed uncertain. At that moment, Park asked him if he was going to stop training martial arts. Un replied that he was doing something else now. He practices the art of the sword without holding a real sword, and thinks about new approaches. After hearing this, Puck asked curiously, "And what kind of thoughts are these?" Ian explained. Mastery of the sword is not in strength. Masters start with simple movements. He thought of creating a new style of sword, a simple style that even small children could learn. Outside was a mesmerizing crimson sunset. Un was standing in the courtyard, holding a wooden sword in his hands. He felt strange, perhaps because he hadn't held a sword in his hand in months. Although he had always trained remembering the feeling of the wooden sword, now that he was holding it again, it felt completely different. He began to feel sad because his practice didn't seem to be producing any tangible results. He was aware that he was creating a new sword art with his heart, but he asked himself, what is the difference between an idler with empty hands and an idler with a wooden sword? In the end, it was still sword art in his heart. His hand gripped the hilt of the sword tighter and tighter, as if searching for answers to his doubts. He began to feel the hilt of the sword in his hand better and better. Suddenly he felt an unusual energy that seemed strange and incomprehensible. But he soon realized that it was thanks to the techniques of internal energy that his brother taught him. You can't forget about it, he thought, and decided that at least for his brother's sake, he should confidently go through life. He said this to himself as he swung his sword. The energy that surrounded him seemed to grow stronger and stronger. The whole atmosphere around him seemed to come alive, filled with new power. He could feel this energy, its pulsation in the air. After some time, he managed to complete the final third form. This form was much more powerful than the previous two. His breath merged with the energy around him, making it even more alive and larger. However, as he lowered his sword, he realized that this practice had taken too much of his strength. He couldn't tell whether to call it a true martial art or something that went wrong. He tested the White Tiger-style sword technique and created 3 of his own White Tiger sword martial art styles. However, he had no one to test with to see if they would work in real combat. He remembered his words to eunuch Pak that the new sword style was extremely simple. As the sages say, the great Tao revolves around everything, but there was nothing like that in the sword arts he had researched. The Azure Dragon Sword is a sword dance that he once saw but couldn't perfectly recreate. It was a sleepy world where the sword left behind a sense of vague nostalgia, as if you could reach for it, but at the same time it remained out of reach. Eun told himself that if there was any meaning to his training, it might be because of the Azure Dragon Sword. He understood that one day he would conquer a great mountain and walk the path of the Great Tao. Chaohu, East County of Anhui Province. On the battlefield, 2 fighters rushed at a lone warrior. With a swing of his sword, he deflected both attacks in one move. Blood splashed around, washing the ground and air. Both fighters fell to the ground with their sides pierced, bleeding. One of the wounded could barely utter, "You really deserve your name." It was the lone swordsman known as Tokkorang. He explained to the enemy that he acted recklessly. As soon as you start looking for ways to retreat, you find yourself in a dead end. This is called escape. Barely holding his breath, he asked if it was a good fight. However, this sword duel was not interesting at all for him. He expected more, but it was just empty shots. He asked himself, is there no one under heaven who can answer his sword? Suddenly, a young man standing in his way approached him. The young man congratulated him on his victory. This made him stop and listen to the boy. The guy said he worked for a delivery service and was asked to deliver this message. Bowing slightly, the young man handed over the card. He was about to leave when the lone swordsman started reading the letter and asked the boy to wait. The young man's body was trembling because he was afraid to be near him. The lone swordsman continued to read intently. The boy felt that the swordsman seemed incredibly scary to him and wondered if he would be killed today. The crowd watched as they thought, could this writing be a challenge to the lone swordsman, the greatest martial artist in Anhui Province? At that moment, a wounded man was being carried out of the battlefield, but the majority did not pay attention to him. They heard a loud laugh coming from the lone swordsman. The messenger began to fear that the swordsman would cut off his head if he did not like what was written in the letter. The lone swordsman clutched the letter and said, "I am truly like a frog at the bottom of a well. I did not know that there could be another heaven beyond the heavens." After these words, people did not understand what was being said. They asked if he had a problem with the outcome of the match. But he replied that he was no longer interested in the match. After all, now he understood the true path of the sword, which he must follow. Clutching the letter even tighter in his hand, he stood calmly. And he went forward in front of people who could not understand what had happened. They only wondered if it meant something was wrong in the battle. The messenger was finally able to exhale, thinking that he was lucky to be alive. Since then, no one in Anhui Province had seen the lone swordsman Tokkorang again. He later earned the nickname Invincible after winning 3 matches and reappeared in Murim, West Lake, Shihu District, Hangzhou, Zhejiang Province. The man was sitting at the table. His gaze was directed to the window. Suddenly someone else appeared next to him. The young man with a fan blowing his face was the great Hojin warrior known as the Flowering Blade from the Hua group. He greeted Taoist Chong, a representative of the Wudan group. Zhang invited him to sit down and noted that there was a great view of West Lake. Blooming Blade noted that this was their first meeting. This was really the first time they met to represent their groups in Murima's alliance, even though Zhang had heard a lot about him before. However, Hojin was modest and believed that all these rumors were just exaggerations. He was grateful for the compliments Chong had given him, but he was more interested in the Taoists' opinion of Murim's alliance itself. Zhang hesitated whether to mention that there were many other alliances like Murima's. After meeting with the representatives of each group, Zhang felt a great sense of responsibility as he assessed the position of the alliance leader who was rumored to have the highest status in Murima. However, Blooming Blade asked him to be quiet and asked if he knew more than he was saying. Is he really knowledgeable but only pretending? Zhang didn't understand what he was talking about. But Blooming Blade explained. If he was implying that the methods the alliance leader was using were necessary to prevent another tragedy similar to the Great War between justice and evil, then he was clearly underestimating the situation. The Great War between justice and evil that happened 30 years ago led to a lot of bloodshed. To end the war, a new coalition of various clans, families, and sects was eventually formed to support the Justice faction and defeat the evil faction. This led to the steady development of the Justice faction and the creation of the Murim alliance. However, Blooming Blade believed that the stabilization of peace between Jianghu and Murim was an illusion, as the war was only a trick for the benefit of some factions, which made the confrontation between the groups even more chaotic and bloody. Chong listened in silence to the mountain of words that Blooming Blade was telling him. He added that top officials and judges had colluded, and even a small mistake could lead to the death of the group. Smiling, Zhang asked if the Blooming Blade really wanted to hear his opinion, as there will always be a strained relationship between the Udan and Blooming Mountain groups. He noted that these groups always act together during Murima Alliance meetings, as this is the position of the Udan group. There was a short pause between them, and then Blooming Blade laughed and thanked Chong for his frankness, noting that it gave him great pleasure. After that, he asked if Zhang knew about the meeting that was going to take place in a few days at the Alliance. John hadn't heard anything about it. He asked the Blooming Blade to tell him more. "Perhaps you've heard of the elusive Azure Dragon Sword Lord?" he said. John didn't recall ever hearing that name officially. However, Blooming Blade had never heard him officially either, but he knew that some called him the Blade of the Immortal, who had come down to Earth to help those who were learning the way of the sword. He added that he was a truly fascinating and mysterious individual. Chong asked if it was important to mention the name at the Murima Alliance meeting. The Blooming Blade reminded Chona of the recent incidents, particularly the deaths associated with the name of the Azure Dragon Sword Lord. Although there was no direct evidence, Blooming Blade speculated that the two cases might be related. The people who received the letter from the Azure Dragon Sword Lord followed the path of martial arts masters, and the deaths of masters that occurred after secret battles raised suspicion. Was it not planned by someone? These words made Chan think. He assumed that anything was possible, but hoped that it wasn't. He also understood if all this is connected, the only conclusion is a challenge to the current situation in Murima. That's what the Blooming Blade wanted to hear. It's just a guess, but Murim doesn't stand still either. He changes, and all this because of a sudden storm caused by the Azure Sword Lord Dragon. The moon hung in the sky as if suspended on a hook. Two fighters stood facing each other, and so they rushed past each other. Parts of their chi energy began to scatter in the air. It seemed impossible, but the sword chi formed by the energy was broken. Sword chi is the energy that envelops an ordinary sword, while manifested sword chi is a weapon created from non-physical energy. Breaking this sword in two, he asked his opponent if he was going to surrender, but he only replied that he would like to know the name of the one who defeated him. "I am the one who rules under the dark sky," he said. "Battle Emperor of the Dark Sky." He replied to the warrior emperor that, although he had lost the battle, he did not intend to follow his order. And even after the emperor has removed him, he is not going to recognize his authority. The divine emperor asked if it was because of the 5 celestials, but the divine emperor replied that he doubted that they were stronger than him. However, he explained that he recognized the authority of the Azure Dragon Sword Lord. He then asked if the emperor had heard the name of the Sword Lord. Although he had never met him, he was sure that he was stronger than the martial emperor. He began to tell what his friend had told him about the new Sword Lord, who, after reading a letter sent by the Azure Dragon, had discovered a new way of the sword. It is because of this that he cannot recognize the martial emperor. The emperor asked if he would follow if the Azure Dragon Sword Lord also decided to follow. The answer was unequivocal, definitely. At this point, the martial emperor let him go. The girl accompanying the emperor asked why he revealed his name. The emperor explained that this warrior was a true martial artist with enormous potential. He stands out from the crowd, and it's about time he came back. However, the girl pointed out that the battle was not yet over, to which he menacingly replied that he was not going to repeat himself twice, and he made it his goal to meet the Azure Dragon Sword Lord. The girl was interested in why he, hearing this name for the first time, behaved so strangely. "Because it is not yet time to return," he answered and went on. At this time, a decree from His Majesty arrived in the Forbidden City. Una was told news that stunned him. He has been relieved of his duties effective today. The old man remarked that he was sorry, and the scientist could not understand whether it was the will of heaven. He replied that this is not dismissal. He is still a scientist of the Azure Palace. It's just that there are no suitable tasks for him at the moment. That's how it was explained to him. Belvedere of literary depth. After some time, was already in various book sections. He could not understand why, having lived an honest life, he now felt like a criminal. And if he can no longer return, then he decided to put the books in their places. Suddenly his eyes fell on one of the books. It was a report on the comprehensive method of Murim given to aristocrats involved in the affairs of Murim. He had read it so many times that he had almost memorized it, but the long name was still hard to pronounce. His posture may have been incorrect due to the fact that he was constantly holding a stick in his hands, and Il told him that his martial swordsmanship was too soft, and offered to become a sword fairy instead of a white tiger swordsman. This book made him remember his brother in prison, asking to show him the white tiger sword technique he had mastered. As he put the book back on the shelf, he thought that his mentor was better if he could guide him, even through one book. At that moment, the eunuch Pak entered. Immediately said that Park already knows about this news, but even himself could not believe that this had actually happened. Park expressed his sympathy for being treated this way, but asked not to worry, saying that there was nothing to be sorry for. However, the scientist still could not understand why such high-ranking officials put sticks in his wheels. They probably thought it was a bad idea to visit a brother who had been unjustly imprisoned. Park explained that since he came on behalf of the heir to the throne, they could not just be accepted. Even so, has not seen the prince in over 10 years, and when Park said that others see it differently, couldn't help but laugh, and asked him what will happen now. The eunuch had a hard time answering this question. He only assumed that a new job might appear that he would be assigned. But the scientist said it might be time to leave. Pak asked him to calm down and explained that you can't quit work because of such circumstances, and you shouldn't do that. For these words, thanked Park. But after his brother's death, he lost all interest in the matter. He had no reason to go before then. But this place was not where he was meant to be from the beginning. He considered himself a person who was not capable of achieving high authority. The eunuch asked again if he was really going to leave. Only nodded his head in response. After some time, he was with the senior boss and announced that he intended to leave. He thanked him for all the care he had shown him all this time. "What do you plan to do now?" asked the chief, slamming the book shut. "I want to rest for a while. I've already chosen a few places I want to visit. I'll use this time to think about what to do next." The elder acknowledged that Yoon was wise enough to leave before something irreparable happened, and asked him not to hold grudges against this job when he returned to his hometown. Listened to these words with a smile and agreed with him. After that he bowed and they both said goodbye. But remembered that there was something else he wanted to ask. "You once said that this place is a grave for scholars. Why did you stay here?" "The deep valleys of the mountains are not the only place where you can hide from the world," he answered, not taking his eyes off the book in his hands. Stepping outside, before was the northern gate of the Forbidden City, the gate of divine mastery. Most scholars at his age were preparing for the imperial exams, but he had already retired. At that moment, when he was saying goodbye, the eunuch Pak suddenly appeared. The eunuch thanked him for his care throughout and bowed. Was glad to see him at farewell, because he thought he would leave and not see him again. And with a smile on their face, they said goodbye. They asked each other to protect themselves and wished to meet better times. Waving his hand, felt very lucky to have met Pak to say goodbye, as he was one of the few sincere people in his life. And so the main character sets out to taste a new life, but he still did not know what to do, and immediately remembered his uncle, although he lived far away. He wondered if he should go to Henan, where he could see the famous Shaolin Temple and the residence of the Murong family. They didn't know that he was the one who sent them the letter, so walking there wouldn't cause any problems. If something happened, he could always leave. The decision was made, and he chose his path. It was only a small step for Hyun, but a giant leap for the Azure Dragon Sword Lord, bringing a powerful tornado to Murim. The girl sat and repeated, "No, no," I said it looked very old-fashioned. She was sitting on a stool, choosing an outfit for me, who was trying on different outfits. The girl herself was wearing a purple dress. She was very angry because she didn't understand how her older sister was going to a martial arts tournament, instead of going on a date with an old man. And after a while, Mi came out in a new red outfit. This outfit struck the girl right in the heart, and she immediately liked it. She told her sister that if she smiled in this outfit, any man would fall in love with her, and asked her to smile not just for one, but for everyone at once. Mala asked why Mi was leaving so early, because she still had time. Sister replied that she was planning to go for a walk and get ready. Little jokingly replied, "It seems that you are as busy as I am." Mai asked, "Do you have a job too?" And the girl proudly raised her head and answered, "Of course there is." She considered it her duty to take care of many people in their family, and was sure that without her help, nothing would go smoothly. These words caused a smile from the older sister. Patting her on the head, she said, "I can count on you." She asked that when the elder brother Jean returned, she should talk to him well and not forget to visit her grandfather in the morning and in the evening. Time was running out, and Mai had to go. The little one said goodbye to her, waving her hand and wishing her a good trip. A horse-drawn carriage sped through the forest. Mai was sitting in the carriage, and a man was sitting in front of her. She reflected that the invitation to the martial arts tournament had come from the Murim Union. She remembered the words of the grandfather, who spoke not as a relative, but as the head of the family, that now their Murong family was at a critical crossroads, and it was the younger generation that would decide whether they would become part of the 5 great families. That's why her grandfather asked her to attend the martial arts tournament and see the world, because everything she hears and sees will be important for every future step of the Murong family. Of course, she agreed with her grandfather, who had high hopes for her. She couldn't help but think that Grandpa had changed a lot since the Azure Dragon Sword Lord had enlightened him with just one letter. She wondered who this lord was, not realizing that their carriage had just nearly run him over. Mi looked out the window of the carriage. It was he, the Sword Lord of the Azure Dragon, who stood there. She and her husband did not understand who it was and asked him. He replied that he had not met this person before. Perhaps he was a scientist who decided to visit the province. They only warned the driver to drive more carefully next time. Shaking off the dirt that flew on him, covered his eyes from the dust that arose around him. He looked after the carriage and told himself that people were so impatient at this time. Was wondering if the Murong residence was still far away, not even knowing where it was exactly. But after some time he was already standing right in front of her gate. The watchman standing at the entrance asked him if he had come to meet the head of their family without an invitation or a letter. They explained that the head is very busy and cannot meet with everyone who wants to. Pointed out that it was basic courtesy to inform the host of a guest who had come to them. The conversation turned to elevated tones, and one of the guards even began to draw his sword, shouting that it was impossible to meet the head without a written invitation. There must be some misunderstanding. "I'm not a suspicious person at all," said Ani. He himself did not understand how to explain his situation, because even if he admits that he sent the letter, they will not recognize him because he signed with a false name. Unfroze, not knowing what to say. The guards joked among themselves that all scholars are the same. They think they have read a few hieroglyphs, and that will make them great. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the guards and asked what was happening here. He was the deputy manager, and without waiting for an answer, once again asked what was happening. It was explained to him that this boy wanted to meet the head of the family without an invitation or a letter. The deputy came closer and began to examine Un closely. It seemed to him that Un was very similar to the manager Sailchon. The deputy said Un would have to wait if he didn't have the letter with him. He asked Un to follow him, and they headed inside. On the way, a man asked Un how he earns a living and who he used to be. Un replied that although he looks young, he is already more than 30 years old. 2 whole weeks have passed since that moment. Un sat and watched the training of the fighters. He was propping his head with his hand, looking very bored. They asked him to wait, and he thought it would take 2 or 3 days, but more than 10 had passed and there had been no news. The deputy manager ordered the worker to take Un to a place where he could stay temporarily. But there were already many people there. Normally a maximum of 2 or 3 martial artists would stay in a large room, but when Un said he was a scholar, he was given a small private room. The problem was that the meeting with the head of the family wasn't on a first-come, first-served basis. Yuan had to come up with something to get his attention, but he didn't have anything special to show for it. He thought about sending one of the letters he had written earlier, but at the same time he thought that it was not worth going so far, and it seemed that no one knew about his letter. So he decided to keep quiet, thinking it was the right decision, and sometimes even thought of just leaving. Watching the fighters train, Un noticed that they were in the wrong positions, and it seemed to him that it would be difficult for them to become official disciples, let alone soldiers. Un came to the training ground for one reason only. He felt comfortable watching others train. It reminded him of the past, but at the same time he told himself that he shouldn't think too much about them. At that moment, a little girl appeared and asked, "What happened? Why does such a young man sigh so deeply, as if he had been rejected?" It was Sang, and he was glad to see her since they already knew each other's names. She didn't understand why he came here so often since most people who like to read books aren't interested in training. This girl often came to talk to him when he was sitting here for a long time, usually asking a few random questions and then leaving saying she was busy. They had too much of an age gap for her to call him Appa. but it was probably better than her calling him a Yoshi. The conversation turned to the number of books he had read, to which Un replied that he had read about 10,000. She joked that reading so many books must give him a headache. She was surprised and admitted that her head started to hurt after a few minutes of reading. But he explained that over time it becomes a habit, and reading can even be enjoyable. However, you couldn't tell from her that she had much interest in it. She assumed he had given up all pleasures in life, although that was not true. She asked if he could do anything besides study, calling him Appa, at which point he replied that he was training with a sword. This immediately aroused her great interest, and she wanted to see it with her own eyes. "Maybe we can do that next time I get a chance?" he asked. "So you say so, but as a result you don't show it?" Sang started teasing him. She was like a little thorn, she looked happy. But maybe she was really lonely, because there were no other children here, and the adults did not pay attention to her. Perhaps that is why she kept coming to Un. After thinking it over, he decided to agree to her request. He said he would bring the sword and asked her to wait a little. Walking over to the rack of swords, he began to examine them, choosing a suitable one. At that moment, one sword that he particularly liked caught his eye. He decided to take a wooden training sword, thinking that taking other people's weapons from the training ground would be unacceptable. But with a wooden sword, probably nothing bad would happen. However, as soon as his hand reached for the sword, all the students started asking what he was doing. He turned around and didn't know what to say. The disciples, as if mad, continued to question him in a rude tone about what he was doing. Of course, Un apologized to them, explaining that he wanted to borrow a wooden sword for a while. But the disciples thought it was a joke and asked him not to make them laugh and put the sword back, probably thinking he just wanted to take it away. They began to mock him, calling him a bookworm and asking if he had ever held a sword in his hands. Even though it was Un's fault, it seemed like they were chasing him too much. Sang then intervened, telling them to shut up, as this had gone too far. She said it was just a wooden sword and they didn't even use it. One of the students began to joke that this scientist was asking the girl to help him. However, another asked if they knew who this girl was. He asked not to turn in her direction again, but Sang continued to yell at them, asking how they could call themselves men if they ganged up on each other. Un turned to her. With a gesture of his hand, he showed her that it was not necessary. After that, he put the sword back. He apologized again for touching the sword without permission. Un knew that if he gave them backlash, it would only fuel their desire to continue. Sang was very angry, but Un went to her and calmed her down. Un said that next time he would definitely show her what he promised. But Sang didn't agree that everything was fine, and felt she had to speak up when someone was being treated unfairly. She added that if her Ani was here, she wouldn't let them rest even when bad guys come in. Her sister always proudly chases away such a Josie. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I despise the likes of you!" Un didn't even know what to say to her. After these words, she turned and ran in the other direction. Later, Un was sitting at lunch with a man who was telling him a very familiar story about Henan province. They underestimated the Murong family and thought that if they were pressured by the crowd, the family would easily submit, but these scoundrels were eventually captured. Lady Mi Murong said she would rather die than be humiliated. She really was impressive. And this is not some weak family those scoundrels could even imagine. Her words, "Better to die than to be humiliated," touched On. But the man said that Lady Murong's next words were even more impressive. He remembered her words. "Our Murong family is determined to give their lives if necessary because of one word from the Steele family, but the consequences will be significant." However, the same representatives of the families came in a crowd and made a big mess, saying that it looked like they were being bullied. After that, there was not a single family left in Henan province that dared to raise a hand against Murong. The people who had previously looked down on Lady Mi, saying that she was just a woman, disappeared. Of course, after that, the head of the family could no longer boast of his name in Henan province. After this story, Un understood what had happened. He thanked the man for sharing this story. Un realized that Sang was Lady Mi Murong's younger sister. Since he was also in a situation where many people made fun of him, she compared her sister's determination to his. Now he understood why Sang had been so angry. After a while, Un returned to his room. He sat on the bed, not letting the thoughts out of his head. He still believed he had done the right thing, but he couldn't figure out why it still bothered him, or if he should have just fought them like Sang suggested. At the same moment, it seemed to him that after a little training, he would feel better. It had been 2 weeks since he arrived here, and he hadn't trained for about a month. He picked up the ring that his brother had given him. He thought that it must be time to go, because he had wasted too much time on the vain desire to meet the head of the family. After that, he accelerated and fell on the bed, flying on top of it. He wondered how the rest of the people in the Forbidden City were doing. His head was filled with various thoughts. At that moment, a man entered his room holding another, and it seemed that it was evil. It seemed to be a man of high rank, for he immediately expressed his displeasure that there was anyone here. But it was explained to him that in this condition he could not go to his bedroom, so he would stay here to sleep. Could smell the strong smell of alcohol coming from this man. The person who brought him asked to stay with him because he couldn't be seen by people in this state. Suspecting what was going on, surmised that they were disciples of the Murong family and had probably been drinking, and his hubie had brought him here. Agreed, allowing them to stay as there was another bed in the room. It was difficult to put the man to sleep because he asked to bring him more alcohol. He let out loud screams, and he didn't quite know what to answer. Later the good left, and they were left alone. Turned his head to the wall and decided to try to sleep. The man said, "Sorry for making a scene while you were sleeping." When answered, he repeated the same words, but louder several times. He continued to mumble something, and it made stand up. When stood up, the man apologized. "Everything is fine, I understand. Please be quieter," answered "Are you telling me to shut up and stay out?" asked the man. Pointed out to him that he was very drunk and suggested that he calm down, explaining that tomorrow he had to get up early and go on the road. The man began to speak slurred, and felt that he was being too rude to a person he had met for the first time. "Didn't you come here to beg for something? Don't make a saint out of yourself," he said. Replied that one should look at oneself first before judging others, and asked how he could call himself a disciple of the Murong family. After that, the drunkard started calling a bastard. Calmly answered and explained that as a disciple of this family, he should behave responsibly. But he said that he was not interested in the sword or anything else. The man asked where his alcohol was. Asked what he had just said, and he repeated that he was not interested in anything. This really infuriated because he couldn't understand how a man with a sword could say such a thing. He explained to the man who he was and said that he knew what martial artists think about when they pick up a sword. Emphasized that he is a student of such a prestigious family, and, despite this, allows himself such words. It seemed that he really lost his mind due to alcohol. He felt that no one had the right to teach him, and asked if was going to teach him how to use the sword as well. "If you want, I see no reason to refuse," answered calmly. It was completely unexpected for a drunk man. He took it as a challenge and offered to go outside. Was not going to refuse this offer, even though he should have gone to bed by now. After some time, they were standing outside the yard. The drunken man had a wooden sword in his hands. Hubie didn't know what to do, whether to leave them or intervene in some way, because he was asked to bring a wooden sword to fight couldn't ignore it, because he understood that, even though he was drunk, the disciple had spoken too rudely about the sword. Even though it was first match, he wasn't going to lose just like that. The disciple thought that was looking down on him because he was a little drunk, and thought that he had chosen the wrong opponent, after which he said, "Now come on, enlighten me." Again reminded him of his manners. He said that if a student wants to be taught, he should behave with dignity. These words touched the drunkard, and he stated that he had originally planned to give a pardon, but now he would not, and asked him not to regret the outcome of this fight. Immediately the student made a movement with his sword, waving it. "Let's start!" he exclaimed. Like a star in the sky, energy shone around emitting a mesmerizing blue light. He didn't even notice when was behind him, and his attack went into the void. What just happened, he thought, unable to believe his eyes. He couldn't understand anything because he was sure that he was aiming clearly at hand. However, he decided not to give up and tried to repeat the attack. This time he was convinced that he would do everything more precisely. His sword flew straight to hand. It seemed like it would hit accurately, but suddenly everything seemed to slow down, and in his eyes hand disappeared from reach. Then, in general, the entire body of the enemy smoothly moved to the side, and again the student found himself in the same position as before, without any success. He asked himself the same question: what just happened? Then it occurred to his not very developed mind that an ordinary scientist would never accept such a challenge. He understood that the enemy had a hidden trump card. At this moment he completely sobered up, and decided that he would now approach the situation seriously. Immediately, considering the seriousness of the enemy, he rushed at him using all his strength. But Un's sword continued to move clearly along the trajectory without changing its speed. This time, without even leaving his place, dodged with ease, hooking the opponent's legs. He rolled on the ground again, asking himself, what just happened? It seemed to him that the enemy was so accurate and fast that he was able to repel the attack twice and hit him on the legs. Un only asked, "Are you really not going to try?" The student swallowed dry saliva, not understanding how everything was happening. He couldn't understand, because Un seemed like an ordinary scholar, open from all sides. Any swing of the sword could hit him. Besides, he seemed slow to react. Then why is he able to block my sword? The student could not understand. He decided to try again, this time using his professional swordsmanship skills. He rushed at Un with a completely different speed. It seemed as though he was capable of destroying anyone in his path, but once again, Un stood motionless. Un did not do anything until the sword came within a few centimeters of him, and then he placed his sword under the opponent's strike. This is exactly what the enemy expected. Everything went according to his plan. He was ready for a counterattack, and decided to strike another blow after it. But the same thing happened again. Un repulsed the attack with ease. This time Un punched him, putting more of his energy into it. The opponent's hand trembled like a straw, and he could barely hold the sword in it. It was then that he finally asked, "Who are you?" Un calmly replied, "I am just a scholar teaching you how to wield a sword." "Are you trying to humiliate me?" asked the opponent. Un explained that this was no humiliation at all, compared to how he himself humiliated other sword-wielding martial artists. The disciple stood up again, declaring that he would make no further concessions, and asked Un to blame him for it. "So you think I won only because of your indulgences?" asked Un in a calm voice, adding that although he wasn't an expert swordsman, he was capable of training a third-rate bully like his opponent. Tom was advised not to worry and to continue the fight. The opponent gritted his teeth even harder in anger. He decided to start his attack again. Un's face showed that he was not making any effort. He parried the attack easily by simply changing the position of his sword. As the student screamed from the strain, Un saw that perhaps he was not a third-rate bully, but a young man who was serious about learning the art of the sword. He was on par with an Imperial Guard in terms of strength. However, he had a critical flaw. He did not know how to direct the sword with the flow, and his movements were only a mechanical execution of the techniques he had learned. During the match, Un clearly assessed his opponent. Alkash continued to attack, but never once did he see Un lost for even a moment. Uno didn't even seem to have to block his shots. Un began to explain what the problem was. He had a good stance but no energy flow. He said that he had potential, but it would be difficult to hold his position as an official disciple. He also added that he has something unique, something that belongs only to him. Then the student finally realized that it was time to admit that he was weaker than his opponent. But he tried again to prove that no one would allow him to be humiliated, and pointed his sword at Un. With a smile, Un said that he is a wonderful person, who does not tolerate humiliation and ridicule from others, even when he was drunk. He could not argue with these words. He realized that the reason he turned to alcohol and women was to try to protect his pride, and it was this choice that made him miserable. Realizing this, he began to apply more power to his sword. Unu felt like he was trying to end this sparring with one punch and decided to try harder himself. With a more confident look, Un watched the enemy approaching him. It was actually Murong family grand disciple Jin Murong, who was eager to regain his pride as the family's top disciple. He was convinced that he had put everything into his best technique, but his attack missed again, and he ended up sitting behind Un's back. Un again began to explain to him the rules of wielding a sword, but Jin held a broken sword in his hands. He heard the words of a scientist. "You have potential, so you need to stop drinking and learn to control your thoughts first. If you don't want to be a slave, you must become a master." Un felt that perhaps he had unleashed his anger on the wrong person who deserved it. Even though Un himself couldn't always control his thoughts either, he told others this. Pondering his words, he decided to leave when the sun went down. The great disciple held the broken sword in his hands, thinking that his single sword technique was successful and more perfect than ever before. But he couldn't understand how the scholar demonstrated the art of fencing with a wooden sword against his best technique. He realized that this technique was not part of the Murong family's heritage, but it seemed as if it belonged to him more than anyone else. As if it was his own sword, his own flow, something truly native. And these words are like a blow to the very heart. If I don't want to become a slave, I must become a master. Morning came, and as Dan stepped outside, he felt how fresh the air was this morning. He heard strange sounds coming from very close. These were the sounds of training, and he wondered who had decided to train so early in the training hall. As headmaster, he was pleased to have students start training in the morning. He became curious as to who exactly was training today, so he decided to take a look. Looking around the corner, what he saw shocked him. It was the great apprentice, honing his strokes after the lesson the scholar had given him. A serious guy, thought the head, looking at his practiced shots. When the Murong family sheltered him, he had nothing of his own, not even the name Jin. Murong was a name given to him by the head of the family. Everything he ever had belonged to someone else. He tried his best to improve and earn the title of family grand disciple, but there was always an empty place in his heart. Perhaps this is why he gave up after losing his honor in a duel against the great disciple of the Steel family. The head of the family went through the bitterness of defeat and defeated the Steel family in a rematch after a while. While the great disciple could not succeed and continued to search for a way out, he remained trapped in a shell of futility. But yesterday the scientist brought him out of that trap. Now, he was confident that he could achieve his own goals. The head watched as he honed his skills before he was a one-sided child who simply followed the established path of the sword. But now he was swinging his sword in a way he couldn't even imagine before. Although his technique was still crude, the tip of the sword seemed alive. The head had no idea what had been the impetus. But he understood that the great disciple had finally admitted his mistake. And that pleased him. It seemed that the time of wandering had not been wasted, and now the whole world would know that the Murong family had more than one Tangchun first sword. Such were the thoughts of the head, while the scholar collected his books. Suddenly he heard someone appear at the door. "Are you awake, sir?" asked the voice. The scientist opened the door and saw the great disciple. He bowed and apologized for the trouble and for coming so early. "What brought you here?" asked the scientist. The great disciple apologized for his rudeness last night. He thanked the scientist for bringing him to his senses, but most of all for the lesson he taught him. After that, he asked the scholar what brought him to the Murong family. The scientist replied that he wanted to visit the head of the family for a while, but he seemed to be busy, so it was time to go. The great disciple asked if they knew each other, to which the scholar replied that he had simply heard many rumors and stories about the great Murong family. So he had come. The great disciple thought and asked for some time, promising to do his best to arrange a meeting with the head of the family. Although the scientist explained that he did not have a specific case for the chapter, therefore it is not necessary. The great disciple folded his hands in front of Un and asked how their family could feel confident if they didn't pay attention to their guests, asking them not to refuse his offer. He asked to wait a little and left. The problem that the scientist could not solve in 2 weeks could be solved thanks to the words of one of the students. Perhaps this is why people are so eager to establish connections. However, Ung still continued to think that he shouldn't have come here in the first place. And only now did he realize how foolish his thoughts were when the Murong family recognized him. He did not know what to say when meeting with the head of the family. Soon the head of the family greeted him and thanked him for his visit, introducing himself. Un bowed to the head, gave his name, and also introduced himself. "Did you say you were a scientist?" asked the head. "Yes, that's right," answered Ani. After that, they started talking about how hard it was to prepare for the imperial exam, to which Un replied that it wasn't too hard. This brought a smile to the head's face. In general, their conversation was not progressing, and the situation was becoming a little awkward. Ian hated being loud, but being silent was just as uncomfortable, until suddenly the head asked what brought him to their family. "I was passing by, but since the Murong family name is so famous, I decided to stop by to say hello," replied Un. The chief thanked Un for visiting them. Then the head turned to the manager. He asked the manager to see the guest. After some time, they were already standing on the street. The scientist was saying goodbye to the great disciple. The great disciple said that he was very sorry. Un just smiled and replied that everything is fine. This conversation was very short, and the student felt that something was wrong. The Murong family's first sword looked exactly as the scholar had imagined, and it must have been his main purpose to see it. The head was at the head of a prestigious family, while Un was just a scholar who had nothing. Un realized that he couldn't impose his will on others, and thought it best to leave after saying hello. At this point, the great disciple asked the scholar to come to them again, to which Un replied that he would certainly come if he could. The great disciple was displeased with this answer and asked what it meant if he succeeded, believing that Un must return no matter what. The scholar laughed and asked, "Are you Jin Murong?" To which he replied, "Yes." "If I come to this province again, I will definitely stop and visit you," the scientist promised. These words made the great disciple smile. At this moment, Un was already climbing into the wagon. He was to be escorted to the city of Kaifeng, and the great disciple wished him the best, and told him to take care until they next met. Un thanked him, and the chariot set off. When the scholar lived in the Forbidden City, he knew little of what was going on in the world. He reflected that the 2 weeks spent in the Murong family had been quite meaningful. He looked out the window of the carriage. There he saw the great disciple, who waved him goodbye. In fact, he was a nice person. Although the first impression of him was terrible, Un understood very well that any person can make a mistake in a short time. He asked himself where to go this time. The great disciple, watching the chariot with his eyes, also thought that if he had explained everything to the head, he would not have let Un go so easily, and he still felt ashamed for standing proudly in front of his grandfather. He had no other choice because Un was hiding his true nature. At first he thought of him as a pathetic scholar, but now he realized that if he wasn't a disciple of the Murong family, he would serve Un as his master. At that moment, little Sang ran, shouting, "Brother!" addressing the great disciple. She was looking for him, and when she ran up, she said she knew he was here. She ran over to give him a message from her grandfather, who told him to be at home, which was why she was looking for him. Sang even began to worry if he was okay. Sang noticed that the grand disciple continued to sigh and asked if anything was bothering him. He replied that he was fine, but in fact it was clear that something was bothering him. It was the fact that a person like Un had left them. He decided to tell her what had happened last night and told her the whole long story. He also thought that Grandpa might be able to connect with Un, but he doubted it. Sang ran Sir Wung's name over in her head, then asked if his name was Wung Yun. "Do you know him?" Jin asked after hearing this question. She said that he came to the training hall every day and watched the others train. He called himself a scholar, but he seemed to like swords. In a whisper, she added to her brother that yesterday Un had promised to show her his swordsmanship technique. Sang came to the gym the next day to find him gone, and added that he seemed like a good person. Now it became clear to Jin what had happened. Sang asked her brother again, "Is Un really that great?" To which he answered without hesitation, "Yes, he is big." She wondered why Un was silent when he was being humiliated, and Jin explained that great people usually don't draw their sword unnecessarily. "A swordsman's responsibility is as heavy as this world," he explained. By the way, Jin asked her who those novices were who were rude to the scientist. After learning about this, after a while, those students did not know where to go. When they received a kind scolding from the great disciple. Already in the morning, the great disciple continued his training, extremely highly motivated. The head noticed that his sword tip movements were improving day by day, and now there were only a few things he could teach him. He also realized that the great disciple did not need anyone else to find his own way of the sword. The head noticed that Jin was probably thinking about something seriously. He remembered that since his senses had become so piercing, he should not be disturbed, and decided to leave. Barely turning around and taking a few steps, he heard an incredibly beautiful sound as the sword cut through the air in the apprentice's hands. This caught his attention, and he immediately turned his head. He saw the incredible art of swordsmanship. At this moment, Jin was looking at the sword and wondering if he repeated the movements correctly. Suddenly, his grandfather appeared behind him. Jin greeted and bowed before him, asking if he was well. The chief approached and placed his hands on his shoulders, asking who had taught him this art of swordsmanship. Jin felt uneasy and didn't know what to say. He fell to his knees before the head of the family and admitted that he had made an unforgivable mistake. In fact, Jin was just trying to copy the swordsmanship that Sir Wang had shown him, and he didn't expect Grandpa to see it. The head of the family asked again in a loud voice who had taught him this. In a martial arts family, learning swordsmanship from others is considered treason. Looking at Grandpa's anger, it seemed that Jin might be kicked out of the family. Standing on his knees, Jin explained that he had learned it from Sir Ung, who had been staying a few days ago their residence. But the head of the family did not even know that Un was staying in their residence. Jin went on to explain that Sir Un calls himself a scholar, but he seems to be an incredible craftsman. The head remembered that one of the guests was indeed a scientist. He immediately understood who it was about. The head immediately asked where Un was now and where he had gone. Jin explained that Un was escorted to Kaifeng City, but he didn't know where he went next. The head thought about how to track him. He ordered the chief steward to be called at once, but then said that it did not matter, he would go himself. Jin was afraid that his grandfather would blame him for learning the technique, and asked the head to blame him instead of Un. Jin added that Un was only showing off his swordsmanship. Grandfather exhaled, asked Jin to get up, and explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He said that the reason he wants to find Un is important. It does not consist in bringing charges against him. "Grandpa, who is this man?" Jin asked. "Perhaps he was the Azure Swordmaster," the head suggested, though his age and past made him doubt it. The head told Jin that perhaps Un was the disciple of one of his acquaintances that he was looking for. Grandfather did not even expect that such a person was sitting right in front of him. Moreover, he was not even treated with respect, and the head thought that Un must have had a bad first impression of their family. Jin had never seen such a reaction from his grandfather, and the mystery of who Sir Wong really was grew even bigger. The head again ordered Jin to stand up and explained that there was something important that he should know about. That day, the Murong family began to search for a scholar, and Dan personally inspected Kaifeng City with other disciples. But all they learned was that Un, who had stayed in Kaifeng for the day, had left the city early in the morning. Eventually, after Jin's assurances, Murong had to return, for he had promised. Dan surrendered in search of the Azure Dragon Swordmaster's apprentice. At that time, Un continued his journey, walking further. He didn't even know where he was or whether he was going the right way to Hangzhou. However, he was more or less familiar with the place, and had heard that a coach passed through it every day, headed exactly where he was going, from a nearby village. He wondered if he had missed her, or if he had lost his way altogether. He understood almost nothing, but he liked this place because of the silence. He decided to enjoy the view, making it part of his journey. Step by step, he continued to walk until suddenly a strange feeling came over him. It seemed that someone was following him, so he stopped. This road was no different from the others. So why did this feeling tell him not to go any further? He asked himself. Suddenly he heard a strange sound nearby. He asked loudly, "Who was that?" Armed men came out from behind the bushes, some with swords and others with giant clubs. They came out and said, "Failure? Why does it have to be some scholar?" They ordered him to give up his bag and run while he was still good. The armed men began to threaten him, surrounding him with weapons, and ordered him to put the bag on the ground and not to move. Un shouted, "What is this incongruity in broad daylight?" He asked if they were afraid of the law, but they evidently knew little of the law and replied that they were not afraid of anything, telling them to stop carrying nonsense and just hand over the bag. He held onto his bag and said he would not give it back. And all these thugs thought that the scientist looked down on them just because he could read a few words. But the robbers wanted to see if he would continue to look down on the sword they now held in their hands. As soon as the bald man began to lick his sword, the scientist instantly ran. Of course, the robbers wanted to capture him and began to blame each other for allowing him to escape. They shouted after him to stop, but Un had no such plans. Did he look like an idiot? He knew that if he was robbed, he wouldn't even be able to show himself to his mentor Il, who was watching him from heaven. The robbers tried to catch up with him, but he was extremely fast, and this amazed them. However, Un had not been running for a long time, and he could already feel himself starting to get short of breath, and his legs felt heavy, which didn't even happen when he had been training continuously for 2 hours. Maybe he was short of breath due to fear. He felt a weapon rise behind him, energy from it filling the air. The only option was to jump to the side. But after jumping, he lost his balance, and his body rolled towards the river. Turning around, Un noticed that all the robbers were right behind him. They looked furious because he made them run. The scientist raised his hand and asked them to stop, promising to give all the silver coins he had, just so that they would not take his bag, begging them to. He even explained that this bag is a memory of his mentor who died. Although they were bandits, they began to ask each other if it would not be too cruel to take away a memento as well. But they also found no reason for this, and asked him why they should comply with his request. They saw this request as an attempt to deceive them. The bald man came closer to him, raising his sledgehammer above the scholar's head and said, "I will be gentle, so don't move, Mr. Scholar." Un quickly sidestepped the blow. His head was boiling with the anger that the robbers were radiating towards him. They started mocking each other because they couldn't hit him. This only increased their rage. The bald man gripped the stick in his hands even tighter and was ready to strike. He swung so fast it looked like he was about to hit, but Un predicted everything in advance. It was even easy for him to dodge this attack as the trajectory was quite obvious. He saw which way the enemy's attack would go. The robbers wondered what kind of scientist he was. They surrounded him, 2 with swords, 2 with wooden clubs. Well, things are bad, Un thought, even considering letting them hit him once or twice, just to calm them down a bit. Because they are too excited and constantly brandish their weapons. For now, Un decided to continue dodging the attacks, as a sword strike could be fatal. Un noticed that both enemies were aiming for his legs. Looking at his hand, he thought, "I wish I had at least a wooden sword." It was difficult to dodge this fast attack. He allowed his enemies to strike at his feet. The robbers thought that they had already become the kings of the land and told him that he should have listened to them sooner. Although one of them never managed to hit Un, he still threatened to kill him now. As he approached, he said he would beat him to death. Un was just waiting for him to take a step closer. Although Un had no experience, his knowledge was enough. If the attack succeeds, he can get hold of the sword and get out of this situation. The bald man swung and began to hit. It was the very moment when it was necessary to act. Suddenly the bell rang, and the bald man no longer had a weapon in his hands. The sword flew to the side, reflecting the rays of the sun. Blood flowed from the bald man's hand. He grabbed it and began to scream loudly. The robbers immediately began to blame Un for this, although he did not do it. Un did not even understand what happened and where this piercing energy that flew in his direction came from. Suddenly this energy began to knock down all the robbers. A man appeared right in front of the scientist. He looked imposing, with a sword in his hand, and his face was blindfolded. The speed of his movements was incredible. Un asked him to stop. He saw that the sword was right at the bald man's throat. The bald man, sitting on his knees with a sword at his neck, trembled like a frightened girl. The scientist thanked for the help, but asked not to take the robbers' lives. This was a surprise to the man with the sword. At that moment, another voice rang out from the other side and said, "Stop!" The man disappeared right before their eyes, moving like lightning. They only saw him fly through the air, bouncing away from them. He flew up to the carriage, which drove up and stopped next to them. "Oh my God, he just flew!" said the bandits. Un remembered that he had often seen such jumps from Imperial guards. The chariot drove up to him, and from inside he was asked, "Are you not wounded?" Un got up and explained that he was fine. He said it didn't look like the bandits were going to attack again, and suggested they just let them go. A voice came from the chariot, addressing the robbers, ordering them to get away. Un waved his hand, signaling them to run faster. The robbers ran forward like mice, making soft sounds. Un approached the chariot and thanked him for saving his life. "No problem," a female voice rang out. This was said by an incredibly beautiful girl in clothes similar to the feathers of a white dove. Her beauty left Un speechless. She noticed that he was a scientist and wondered what he was doing in such a remote place. Looking at her, Un thought she was beautiful and wondered if it was because of her white clothes, because she looked like a snowflower blooming in the snow. However, the man next to her caused him only fear. Afterwards, Un explained that he was on his way to Hangzhou, but got lost on the way. The girl immediately said that it was a strange coincidence. After all, she was also on her way to Hangzhou. The chariot was moving and Un was sitting inside. He introduced himself by giving his name and apologized for inconveniencing them. The girl asked not to worry, as they had the same endpoint, and he had lost his way, so she decided to help. The maid brought her tea, which she calmly sipped, which was strange. She was drinking tea while on the move. The chariot was moving very fast, but surprisingly, Un felt any hesitation. He called his name, but he didn't hear her back, and it confused him, because he couldn't figure out if there was any reason for it. That incredibly strong man still continued to look at him with a grim look. Then the beautiful girl said that the water in this place was quite rough. This made him realize that she had come from a distant city, and he asked if she could say where they came from. The man's gaze became even more stern. It seems that Un should not have asked this question, but the girl replied that they were from the North Sea. More precisely, from the ice palace of the North Sea. Un admitted that he had heard about the place, but the only thing he knew was that it was very cold there. "It's not so cold there that the grass doesn't grow," added the girl, "but it's not as hot as here in the summer. It's quite warm." However, he was interested in something else, and he decided to contact her. He pointed to the man sitting next to him and said, "This man helped me recently, but I didn't get a chance to thank him properly." She nicknamed him Ice Ghost, and the Ghost of Ice calmly replied that he did not need thanks. "Is there anything else you wanted to say?" she asked, looking at him. "To be honest, during my work as a scientist, I had to learn martial arts." He noticed that his swordsmanship was quite unusual. "Can I ask to see it again?" he asked with interest. She explained that the Ice Ghost only draws his sword in life and death situations, and added that it was best not to continue talking about it. The Ice Ghost's gaze became even more piercing. After some time they arrived, and he calmly got out of the wagon. The village that appeared before them looked extremely quiet, and despite its size, it was quite large for a small village. He once again thanked the girl for helping him in his time of need, and she replied that his words helped them a lot. In the end, he never learned her real name, and was sure that even Ice Ghost wasn't a real nickname. Un understood that their outlooks on life were different, so he assumed that if they continued their journey together, there might be trouble. "It's time for me to go," he said, turned around and started walking in the other direction. However, she stopped him by calling out, "Wait!" she asked, and he turned to look at her. An incredibly beautiful smile shone on her face, as if she was radiating light, and suddenly he had a disturbing premonition. She explained that they had actually been invited by the Murim Alliance, and were on their way to Hangzhou to participate in a martial arts tournament, but they were unfamiliar with the place, causing great difficulties. She turned to him for help, expecting that it would not be difficult for him. They are not local, and they are simply asking for help. It seemed that there was no point in refusing, but the feeling that he was falling into yet another trap did not leave him. The girl added that if he helped them, the ice ghost would no longer treat him coldly, and besides, they had enough silver coins with them. After that, she thought the scientist was confused by something, so she explained that it was considered an insult to the North Sea not to offer a proper reward. And that was why she said that she must have thought his vacillation was about money, and given that they were from different cultures, the scientist understood why they had trouble getting along. He replied that in this place it was considered rude to openly talk about compensation. She gave him advice that made it impossible for him to refuse her request, and, having nothing else to do, he decided he might as well agree. He told her that he would help, but added, "I am not such a good guide, but I will try my best." She smiled like a flower and thanked him. "I am glad that you agreed to my request," she said. And these words even made the scientist blush a little. However, his gaze fell on the ice ghost again, and the blush on his face immediately disappeared. She decided to introduce them again, and revealed the secret, saying that she is actually a young lady of the Ice Palace. The scientist was even more surprised to hear this, but she explained that there were many young ladies in the North Sea Ice Palace, and she was one of them. She allowed him to talk to her without shame. Now it became clear why the ice ghost behaves the way he does, because she is a young lady, and to him she may be more important than his own life. The lady looked forward to their return to the carriage again, and invited him to enter. Soon robbers appeared on their way again. Today, probably, these robbers had the worst day of their lives. As soon as the ice ghost stepped out of the carriage, the situation changed. He immediately showed the robbers their place, leaving them no chance. The scientist, sitting next to the charioteer, remembered her words. When the ghost of ice draws his sword, the opponent must die. He explained this to the robbers, adding that only thanks to him will they remain alive today. However, the robbers could not realize this, believing that the numerical advantage was on their side. Un thought that they had better escape as soon as possible. He did not understand how people with such weak abilities could become bandits. The ice ghost dealt with them incredibly quickly. Even if there were strong opponents in front of him, he would probably deal with them just as easily. His eyes radiated icy coldness. A single look froze the hearts of enemies and sent shivers through their bodies. As the ice ghost swung in for the final blow, Un stopped him, saying that was enough. The ice ghost turned at the words, "It's time to go. They must move on before more enemies arrive." However, the ice ghost replied that he was not afraid of the number of enemies. Although the scientist understood this, he explained that one cannot deviate from the schedule. Finally, these words made him sheath his sword. The ice ghost got back into the carriage. They set off again, continuing their journey, and the robbers, with tears in their eyes, hid in the bushes. During the trip, the scientist jotted down new observations in his notebook, including one of the stands of the ice ghost. And this activity brought him a lot of joy. Bandits seemed to appear on every road they passed. It was because of the luxury of the young lady's carriage that attracted attention. The ice ghost turned to the lady, wanting to tell her something important about the scientist. This scientist, named Unhyun, "I have a bad feeling about him," he said. But, after her question, it became clear that this was due to the fact that the scientist stopped him from murder. The ice ghost explained that Un knew the exact moment he was about to deliver the killing blow. Even last time, it couldn't be a mere coincidence, he believed. It was hard to believe that Un was just pretending to be a scientist. She meant that he was a little different, but still believed that he was a real scientist. She reassured the ice ghost, explaining that they still needed someone to show them the way. This is a place where literature, art, reputation, and morals are valued above martial arts, and so the scholar is important to them. After her words, the ice ghost asked if she planned to take him to the martial arts tournament. She thought that was the reason for taking him with her, and they were really lucky to meet him on the way. Also, he is a scholar, which is good for them. However, she said, he was completely useless as a guide. Regardless, the ice ghost said he would follow him. After that, she asked how the Snow Shadow Squad was doing. The ghost replied that it was watching them from afar, as she had ordered, avoiding conflict. The lady asked the ghost to convey to everyone the words that the scholar Un had told them. She reminded that they should not forget that they are on someone else's territory. They were on their way to the headquarters of the Murim Union, where the Dragon and Phoenix Conference in Hangzhou was about to take place. And finally, they arrived, a city with a long history, rich resources, and incredible scenery, including 10 views of the West Lake and convenient transportation through the Grand Canal. This city is considered the cultural and economic center of Jiangnan. Although they often lost their way and were attacked by bandits, they somehow managed to reach here in 7 days. Looking out the window, the lady was struck by the beauty of this city. Of course, it's because of the Dragon and Phoenix Conference. Usually, there are many people here. But due to the approach of the conference, there are even more than usual, the man explained, leading them to the room. He led them upstairs to the best room in the hotel. But as soon as they arrived, the scientist announced that he had to leave. The lady immediately began to thank him for a safe journey. However, she couldn't help but invite him to watch the Dragon and Phoenix Conference with them. "I will only cause you inconvenience," said the scientist, although it was clear on his face that he really wanted it. She assured him that it wasn't, and explained that they needed the help of the scholars if they didn't want to be rude during their battles with the students of the famous families. "In that case, I agree," Un said, and she thanked him again for agreeing to her request. She invited him to go with them, but he refused. He explained that it would be inconvenient for him to stay with them, and added that he would try to book accommodation elsewhere. She respected his decision, and they said goodbye until tomorrow. The ice ghost offered to follow him, but she replied that there was no need. To begin with, she ordered to explore the surroundings. It was already night outside. The young lady was standing by the window, with Pingsol staring into the darkness. "Yes, this is the place of the Murim Union," she said enthusiastically. Her thoughts were occupied by the dark sky martial emperor. "I wonder how the one who reigns under the dark sky will shake the Murim Union." Meanwhile, the scientist decided to practice with a sword. He found the perfect spot where he was comfortable, and there wasn't a soul around. His training was quite intense, and the silence that reigned around only added romance to the training atmosphere. He noticed that it was getting very dark, realizing that he had lost track of time. Missing training like this. Un decided to find light on the shores of the West Lake. He went in that direction. On the way, he tried to figure out if the man he saw was Jin Murong, from the Murong family. He tried to calm himself down, thinking that maybe he had lost his mind. After that, he began to remember the moment with the robbers. But the most important words for him were the mentor's words, which he remembered. He who knows how to control his emotions can control his sword. He wondered, would he have the same problems if he had at least a wooden sword in his hands? But when he approached the lake, all thoughts left him, enchanted by the beauty of the water surface. The island within the lake and the lake that surrounded the island created a picture where the 3 bodies of water reflected the light of the moon. The location was perfect for taking in the scenery. However, after a little admiring the view, he went to the hotel. The view was even more beautiful from there. Sitting down at the table, he ordered a light dinner and a drink. The wind was so pleasant that he couldn't help but smile. The beauty of the western lake was incomparable and could be compared to the mythical beauty. The sight of the lake was mesmerizing and even intoxicating. But suddenly a loud cry disturbed his peace, breaking his mood to read poetry. He instantly turned his head in the direction of the noise. There were people sitting at the next table discussing Mr. Nam Gun, and one of them praised his strength, while another replied, "Why should I use my hand on someone like him? That's the difference between a real man and a frivolous one," he added, and laughed, leaving the scientist wondering who these people were. The waiter, seeing the scholar's surprise, came over and explained that they were students from different schools with high reputations who would be competing in the Dragon and Phoenix Conference. At night, these disciples often visit their hotel and courtyard to enjoy the atmosphere of the West Lake. Many visitors come here to see them. The waiter reminded that if you need more help, you can call him. Pouring himself a drink, the scientist thought about the fact that among them, no one stood out as something special. Then he looked to his left and realized that he shouldn't pay attention to these people just because they were making noise. The beauty of the Western Lake had not disappeared. However, they continued to discuss Mr. Nam Gun. They talked about how he punished the 3 criminal brothers from Huangshan Mountain. The girls wondered if there were people at all who hadn't heard of his good deeds. But among them sat Mi, who didn't believe that these people were future representatives of famous families. She didn't expect much, but she didn't even feel the mannerisms of martial artists in them, and she didn't want to be around them. She was asked to express her opinion so that she would not be left out. However, she had the same opinion about the other girls. At one point, she noticed the scientist Un, not far from her, sitting at a table. Her gaze landed on him, and she noticed that he was completely uninterested in the Dragon and Phoenix conference. He looked familiar to her, and she wondered if she had met him before. At that moment, she looked at the boys at her table and couldn't understand why they had suddenly gone quiet. They just sat there with bated breath and said nothing but, "Wow!" A young lady entered the establishment, and with her the spirit of ice and salt. At first, Un understood what she was doing here. He thought she had already gone to rest and wondered if she might have been drawn to the peaceful lights of West Lake. The waiter invited them to sit at the table. They sat down at the table, right in Un's field of vision, and he couldn't get used to their presence. He didn't know if she really didn't notice him, or if she was ignoring him on purpose, but they didn't pay any attention to the fact that he was sitting next to her. After that, Un turned his head to the side where Mi was sitting. The students at the table with Mi were discussing the girl of incredible beauty, arguing about who liked her better, and blaming each other. The girls immediately noticed how the men suddenly showed interest when a beautiful girl entered the room, and it seemed childish to them. But Mi understood that she was really incredibly attractive. One of the men got up and began to approach the girl. Un, watching this, immediately thought that he should not take this step. That man approached the girl and stood right next to her table. Approaching her, he began to cough, trying to get her attention. Although she noticed his presence, she paid absolutely no attention. At that moment, the ice ghost turned to him and asked, "Who are you?" He introduced himself as Sa Ma Kon and explained that he was one of the candidates for the Phoenix Dragon Conference. He tried to invite her to him, but the girl only said, "Ghost of Ice." She explained that it was too noisy here. At that moment, Kon's companions laughed as they saw him being sent away. This made him incredibly angry. He started yelling at the young lady, asking why she was so rude and how dare they behave like that. However, he did not seem to understand the seriousness of the situation in which he found himself. The eerie look of the ice ghost spoke for itself, hinting that it was time for him to go. The heroic expression on the boy's face instantly changed to a cowardly one. His companions encouraged him, telling him not to be afraid. He looked back at his friends and wondered who he would be in their eyes if he just left now. Believing himself to be the future pride of Manhua, he decided not to back down and shouted, "How dare you, Ice Ghost! How dare you point your sword at a student of Manhua School!" he exclaimed, reaching for his sword. The Ice Ghost seemed ready to burst out laughing as he watched this. However, the apprentice had already begun to draw his sword from its sheath. With the bell, the Ice Ghost's sword also began to bear. At that moment, the scientist sitting at his desk stood up and turned to the ghost. This made him pause for a moment. The scientist understood that the situation could lead to trouble, because just a moment before, the Ice Ghost's gaze was filled with a murderous aura. He could see the aura in everyone who was in this facility. At that moment, everyone started paying attention to him, staring, and it made him uncomfortable. People began to discuss who he was and from what moment he appeared here, but their attention was distracted by the appearance of two more characters, a boy and a girl who came in hugging and joking with each other. She called him an asshole, and he assured her not to worry, promising that he wouldn't get drunk until her clothes were gone. He had already suggested that she go to a quieter place, but then he noticed Khan in front of him. It was his younger brother, and he asked, "What are you doing here?" Everyone present immediately stood up, and shouting his name, Warrior of the Blooming Plum Sword, bowed before him. However, he only waved his hand and asked them to relax. He wondered what they were all doing here. The young lady, of course, paid attention to him. He began to understand the absurdity of this situation. "Do you hate me already?" said the girl with a smile. "Isn't our relationship like a flower floating in the wind? The air nearby is filled with your fragrance, so don't say such cruel words," he asked in a gentle tone. "Seriously? Are you so gallant?" said the girl in a thin voice. It seemed that they were saying goodbye in this way. She said she had to go and started to leave. Observing this, the scholar realized that both of these men were from Manhua, and he wondered, could a sword warrior be stronger than an ice ghost? The sword warrior approached his younger brother and told him that this place was more suitable for women, asking him to put away his sword. He tried to explain the situation, but the sword warrior once again insisted on his point. He also asked, "Why are you standing there with such a frightened expression on your face?" It was only the sword warrior's energy that made him realize that he needed to put the sword away immediately. He obeyed as he saw the incredible aura emanating from the sword warrior. However, the smile never left his face when the situation was finally under control. "Sorry for the trouble, my lady," he addressed the young girl. Looking at her, he guessed that she had come from the North Sea Ice Palace to attend the Phoenix Dragon Conference. She remained silent, but he continued, "I guess I'm right? After that, he introduced himself, giving his name as Yong Ho-jung from Manhwa School. If you would join Murim's alliance, he said, we would make you comfortable and resolve this misunderstanding. But she protested. That is not true at all. She explained that she just wanted to admire the view of Westlake. Would you give me the honor of watching the beauty of Westlake with you? There are many legends about this place, he said. A slight smile lit up her face. She replied that they would get to know each other officially later in Murim's union. However, that piercing look of the ice ghost appeared again. They turned and started to leave. On her way out, she glanced at the scientist who continued to watch her. The scientist stood, not even understanding what to say to him. After the girl left, the ice ghost's gaze pierced his eyes. Everyone began to wonder why the people from the North Sea were interested in the Phoenix Dragon Conference. This left many topics for discussion. The students from Manhua seemed very sharp to the scientist. They not only chased away people who came to enjoy the view, but also discussed them behind their backs. This spoiled his mood and made him lose the desire to enjoy the beauty. Even the sword warrior, rejected by the girl, looked upset. Although the girl at their table invited him to join them, he declined. He explained the reason, waved his hand, and declined the offer. After saying goodbye, he said that they would see each other again next time. The other girls, except Mai, caused a lot of discussion about him, because they found him very attractive and an example for all men. However, Mi had other thoughts. She had heard that the senior student of Manhwa School, the Plum Blossom Sword Warrior, was a simpleton and liked to flirt with beautiful girls. But his aura made her think that he was not what he seemed. Still, the North Sea Ice Palace had never accepted invitations from the Murim Alliance before. But now they had decided to participate in the Phoenix Dragon Conference. What could this mean? Mi had a feeling that the Phoenix Dragon Conference would not end well. After a long journey, the young lady was sailing in a boat on calm water. She asked the ghost what he thought of the warrior with the plum blossom sword. He is not a simpleton at all. If he were to become my opponent, it would not be easy for me to defeat him, answered the ghostly voice. However, it wasn't his fighting skills that scared her more, but his intentions. She hoped that he would justify her determination to come to such distant lands. But the ghost's silence made her wonder if he was thinking about what had just happened. After his affirmative answer, she said that he did the right thing, and she didn't care even if he didn't destroy his opponent. However, the ghost replied that he did not decide to kill him then. He was still worried about that person. The young lady explained that even if he was hiding his intentions, it wouldn't be a big problem. The ice ghost bowed before her and said he understood. He hadn't drawn his sword before, but no one understood if it was because he couldn't do it. They looked at the lake from a completely different angle. The view was amazingly beautiful. Meanwhile, the scientist was also sailing in his boat, wondering if his answer was too reckless, since the ice ghost had no intention of killing him. He said he would never draw his sword unless he intended to kill. But that was before meeting him. Now he thought about how he had made himself a laughing stock to the crowd. But he comforted himself with the thought that the road was still long. The water here is not so deep, and the lake is beautiful. There are always those who seek beauty. Perhaps that is why this place is always so lively and noisy. 4 days passed, and Murim's union was preparing to meet the guests. A chariot drove up to the main entrance. The door opened, and they were greeted warmly. "Welcome to the Murim Alliance." The man called himself Buguan and stepped forward. The young lady, introducing herself as a representative of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, said that she had received an invitation to the Phoenix Dragon Conference and came here for a visit. It was the first time the scientist found himself in Murim's alliance. He gazed with admiration at the massive gates, imagining that real martial arts masters were hiding behind them. It was the perfect opportunity for him. He brought ink and paper with him to write down martial arts techniques. At that moment, Bu asked the young lady who the man was, pointing to the scholar. She explained that he was the scholar who had helped them on their journey, and she wanted him to accompany them. When she said that, Bu just nodded, seeing no problem with it, and motioned for them to enter. The gate was already open, and they moved straight ahead. The guards associated the scientist with uniformed guards. Murim's union was large and powerful, but no match for the Forbidden City. The scholar felt tense, while everyone around him seemed calm. Bu glanced at them and thought that these people do not know how to appreciate hospitality. Do they not know the importance of meeting at the main gate? He remembered how the Plum Blossom Sword Warrior had advised him to treat the people of the Northern Palace with special respect and show them the full glory of Murim's alliance. Meanwhile, the thought flashed through the young lady's mind that he was just trying to win the heart of this beauty. Bu led them through the main gate and pointed out where their rooms were. At this moment, everyone around held their breath. A man appeared who immediately attracted attention. His gray beard, long hair, and unusual energy swirling around caused fear in everyone present. No one even noticed him until he got closer. He raised his head, looked at the sign above the gate, and said quietly to himself, "This place is still the same as before." The guards asked him, "Why did you come here?" "Where do you think you are?" Their voices sounded suspicious. His energy alone brought everyone around to their knees. Their teeth clenched in pain they felt but couldn't express. Their bodies remained motionless, but continued to tremble with tension. This energy made the guards understand that it was better to remain silent. They thought this man was heading straight for the Murim Union. The guards couldn't even draw their swords, paralyzed by his power. They watched the golden energy pouring out of him, unable to do anything. At that moment, he turned to one of the guards and calmly said, "I completely forgot about you." The old man apologized and asked if everything was okay with him. The guard just nodded, because he no longer felt any of the energy that used to emanate from this mysterious old man. The guard, having gathered his strength, was finally able to stand up and stood in a fighting stance, explaining that this was the Murim Union. The old man calmly replied that he knew perfectly well where he was. Trembling with fear, the guard asked him to state his name. Stroking his beard, the old man said thoughtfully, "I don't even know how to answer that question." It was Li Geum-hak, a holy sword, one of the 5 heavenly warriors. Meanwhile, the scientist and his companions were invited to the table, but there were fewer people than he expected. Was he a bit disappointed that no one was paying much attention to him? Or maybe they were just trying not to stand out. However, his gaze settled on those he had met a few days ago, sitting at the table across from him. These people seemed to be studying the group sitting across from them carefully. The young lady explained that it was the Justice faction and the Evil faction. When she mentioned them, he asked if she had heard of them before. She added that the tragic war that happened 30 years ago left a deep mark in their past. The war between the faction of Justice and the faction of Evil, which took place about 30 years ago, left its mark in history. This battle, which became known as the Great War, resulted in countless casualties and endless sacrifices. 3 years after the start of the war, the Murim alliance was formed to end it. One man is said to have ended the war in the midst of utter chaos by founding this alliance. It was a divine monk. The scholar didn't know all the details of this war, but even if they were from different factions, didn't they now belong to the same Murim Union? Shouldn't delegates from different schools respect each other? He had read in stories about battles between martial artists that even during the most intense confrontations, the masters had a deep respect for each other, but now he could not understand their actions. At this point, the young lady said that she also did not understand the situation. The scientist thought that she must have the same thoughts as him, but she continued, "If they are going to openly show their distaste, it would be better just to clash swords." And then the scientist realized that he was wrong. At that moment, the great warrior appeared, and everyone rose from their seats to greet him. He asked to refrain from excessive greetings. Then, standing at the table, he introduced himself and explained that he would be observing the Phoenix Dragon Conference. Before starting, he wanted to say something. "The Phoenix Dragon Conference begins now. You must all consider yourselves members of the Murim Union and behave responsibly." And he added, "If anyone does not follow the rules, they will be punished, and even their school will not escape punishment." The great swordsman's words sounded extremely serious. He spoke as the true leader of the Phoenix Dragon Conference. He then invited the audience to relax and enjoy the events. Jokingly, he noted that they still won't be able to have fun at home, thus relieving the tension, but emphasized that they can only bear their sword in the arena during the battle. Otherwise, it will be a big problem. "You are right, sir," answered the disciples of MANHUA, sitting at the table and laughing non-stop. The scientist observed all this, noting that the great swordsman was undoubtedly a unique individual. On the surface, he seemed carefree, but he had some special feature that attracted the attention of everyone present. A little later, he suggested an open martial arts match to warm up. He believed that there was nothing better to gain fame than to demonstrate his skills in the arena. He was now standing in the center of the arena. Everyone was looking forward to what he would say next. The great swordsman invited everyone to sit down and not be nervous, stressing that this match was only a symbolic greeting. He added that there was no reason to worry, because if the situation became dangerous, he himself would stop the fight and even personally intervene if necessary. However, he expressed the hope that it would not come to that, and asked, "Who wants to fight first?" The first to raise his hand was his brother Kon, of the Mgun Sang-hyuk family. The great swordsman announced that he was giving young Master San a chance to perform and invited him to the arena. San walked out confidently, holding his sword, and introduced himself to the crowd. "Who dares to stand against me?" he asked, fixing his gaze on one of the fighters in the crowd. It was a young man with a scar on his face who accepted the challenge without hesitation. And so they stood facing each other, holding their swords at the ready. Dam Wuzhong of the evil faction looked straight into the eyes of his opponent. His face was full of confidence. Both warriors simultaneously drew their weapons and rushed at each other. At this moment, Bu explained that the divine monk was not there at the moment and asked him to wait for a while. These words surprised the holy sword, as the monk had become divine during his absence. As he sipped the tea, he complimented its taste, calling it exquisite tea. Meanwhile, Bu was lost in his own thoughts. He mused that even though the sword saint respected the divine monk, calling him self-centered and putting him on the same level as the leader of the Union was a bit unpleasant to hear. The holy sword informed that the divine monk had asked them to lead a guest to the Stealing Dragon Pavilion, to which Bu only replied, "Fine." Bu invited him to come forward and said he would personally escort him. Taking a step forward, he looked at the people standing behind him, and immediately asked, "Who are these people?" He explained that these are soldiers guarding him, as he is an honored guest. It seemed funny to Holy Sword that the guards were useless to him, and he realized that they were just watching him. Meanwhile, the fierce battle in the arena continued. Swords clanged, clashing against each other. Their movements seemed so effortless, as if they were holding sticks rather than swords. The scientist watched the battle with amazement, since it had been going on for a long time and was still not nearing its end. The Plum Blossom Sword Warrior said it was just a welcome fight, so their movements were bright but without much strain. This disappointed the scientist, as he had hoped to see something more exciting. But there was something he could not understand. "Why do all martial arts seem the same?" he asked aloud. "And what did you think?" the young lady asked with a smile. She explained that all martial artists strive to become stronger, so they choose the best path, and naturally their results become similar. But in the end, it's just a matter of who will master the strongest martial art and build up more inner strength, she added. After hearing this, the scholar asked, "Don't the Justice faction and the Evil faction have different ways of achieving martial arts?"
"You are right," she replied. "But not everyone who is called the Evil faction is truly evil."
This was a completely unexpected discovery for him. She went on to explain that during the Great War they collaborated with the mountain bandits, and because of that they were considered evil. However, the Murim Union no longer officially uses the terms Justice faction and Evil faction. However, these words are still used informally. Her explanation made it clear that she was well versed in the history of the Murim Union. The scientist, however, could not agree with the idea that the strength of martial artists depends only on the martial art they choose. He began to explain that martial arts were only one factor, and he was right about that. She agreed, and added that not only martial arts should be considered, but also authority, wealth, family background, and knowledge. In fact, he meant something different than what he expressed. In response, she said with a smile that she knew what he meant, and just wanted to tease him a little because of his seriousness. She then added that in reality, everyone is trying their best to outdo others. This was a fact they could not deny, and this fact was obvious right in front of them in the arena. The battle testified to it. Everyone wanted to be better than others. The guards also took a serious part in the battles, but after the end of the battle, they became allies again. Master Il was a great martial artist, but instead of competing with others, he helped his student train without asking for anything in return. It was really interesting to see people try their best to outdo others. And now the scientist became interested in what martial arts meant to the people of Murim, whom he respected so much. After him, Hanpa from the South Sea School entered the arena. Standing across from him was Pai from the Namgun family. There is no gender difference in sparring, but Pa understood that the comments would be the same whether he won or lost. In both victory and defeat, it always caused discussion. She didn't share these thoughts and considered it a fair duel, pointing her sword at him. In response, he said that he would be a worthy opponent for her. With a swing of his sword, he motioned for her to begin. She asked if he was sure of his decision and if he would not regret it. And so they met in battle. It happened very quickly. The scientist watching them enthusiastically said, "Oh, wow." It really looked incredible. The way they wielded their swords resembled a battle dance. It was as if two high-flying birds were circling opposite each other. Their movements were accompanied by sounds similar to the screams of an eagle. It was a really impressive sight from the outside. It was a fair fight between two fighters who were not ready to back down even a step. It was very different from the previous fights, which were spectacular, but predictable and calculated. It was a true swordsman's duel, and the scientist admitted as he watched with interest. He analyzed every movement and noticed that if the young man had relaxed even a little at that moment, then the victory would undoubtedly go to Namgun. Naeumgun's swordsmanship was incredible, and her technique was exquisite and refined. On the other hand, the young man lacked a bit of knowledge in his swordsmanship. It was quick and sharp, but too fixated on those aspects, losing its depth and authenticity. The worst part was that his sword lacked the will to win. At first, his technique was good enough to compete with Namagun. The scientist estimated that this fight would end in about 12 punches, analyzing each step forward just by watching the fight. At this time, the Holy Sword was advancing, but he was haunted by the thought of the so-called guards who were around him. He noticed that the younger generation looked well-trained. However, he suddenly stopped. This caught the attention of Bu, who was walking ahead. He asked the Sword Saint, "What happened?" "Does anything make you uncomfortable?" he clarified suspiciously. Holy Sword asked if the duel was still going on, to which Bu replied, "Yes." He turned his attention to the battle taking place in the arena. Bu explained that it was members of the Dragon Phoenix Conference competing. The Sword Saint didn't even seem to have heard of this event until now. Bu explained that this is a meeting where young students from reputable schools compete in their skills. He asked the Sword Saint if he wanted to watch the duel. Bu also added that it would be a great honor for the participants if the Holy Sword saw their battle. However, the Holy Sword replied that he was not interested. He only had to see them from afar. Bu asked the Holy Sword to continue following him. To the sound of swords in the arena, they continued on their way. Meanwhile, the battle in the arena became more and more fierce, the tension rising with each passing moment. The young man realized that he had underestimated her only because she was a woman, and now he realized that he had to be much more careful. Her sword strikes were quick and precise, and they contained incredible power. Without a doubt, the Namgun family was famous for its high level of swordsmanship. Understanding all this, the young man realized that he was in serious trouble. He tried to gather all his strength and invest them completely in your decisive blow. However, something did not go as he planned. The girl's attack prevented him from completing his plan. He had to dodge, but he succeeded. A glow appeared near his hands. It instantly accelerated the movement of the sword towards the girl. But when the sword was already at her neck, she made a leap and found herself facing him with her legs in the air. After performing an impressive somersault, she finished off by driving her sword straight into his head. He was only inches away from impaling her, but the girl ended the match with a question. "Do you still want to continue?" He answered, giving up and sitting on his knees. "I don't think so." The boy, watching from the side, just smiled and pointed a finger at him, declaring that he had lost even after a quick roll across the floor. Everyone around turned their attention to him and those words that were truly mocking, causing loud shouts and laughter. Their behavior was inappropriate. This began to greatly annoy the scientist who was standing nearby. Meanwhile, they continued to laugh at the boy who was defeated by the girl. They even called his coup a donkey, mocking his movements. Even Namgun chimed in, shouting that it wasn't a donkey coup at all. However, the scientist began to understand why they were simply jealous that this duel had attracted the attention of a large number of people. It looked very childish. But at that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a feeling of incredibly strong energy. She made him turn his head back and think about what it could be. There were no clear signs, and he could not understand exactly what he was feeling. Maybe it's a premonition, he thought. However, the obvious hostility that filled his body did not give him peace. At this moment, the Holy Sword was standing at a great distance from the arena, but was still watching what was happening. Bu motioned for him to come closer. He believed that if they stood so far away, no one would even know that the Holy Sword had arrived, let alone greet him. Bu thought about how to tell the others about this meeting. Meanwhile, Holy Sword reasoned that no one around had even sensed his hostile intentions. Like the other masters, they looked great, but they lacked determination. He thought that warriors with talent should have felt the chills and already grabbed their weapons. Maybe he just expected too much from them. But at the same moment, he felt something. This made him turn his head quickly. A scientist was standing before him, who was enveloped in a blue veil. This energy surprised the Saint's sword. A blade from this energy flew straight at him, and everything around shone with golden light. The Holy Sword was indignant that the scholar dared to point his sword at him. And at the same moment, the energy became so strong that everyone around began to fly away from its power. "What kind of grandfather is this?" said the scientist about himself, not understanding what was happening. He didn't want to do it and couldn't understand why the sword came out of his chest. In the distance, he saw a figure illuminated by a golden glow. This incredible silhouette made him understand that his strength exceeded all expectations. And then something began to happen to the scientist that he could not control. The sword was in his hands, but it was not a physical weapon. It was created from blue energy. Meanwhile, the golden energy turned into a loud explosion. The explosion alerted everyone around, and no one could understand what was happening. Even the sword warrior was confused, not knowing whose energy it was. He couldn't determine who released such incredible power. He could only guess who this man was, but the energy became so strong that nothing could be seen except for the golden glow. And suddenly the energy disappeared, leaving everyone in awe. Only the guards near the holy sword saw all this with their own eyes. Bu even fell from the force of the explosion. And at the same moment, the holy sword ordered everyone to follow him. Bu realized that the rumors that the holy sword could kill a person with just a glance were no exaggeration. In his eyes, the holy sword looked like a real monster. He immediately rose to his feet and ran after the holy sword, saying that he would follow. He meant that he had to make sure that nothing would get in the way of this person. The sword warrior stood in the arena and saw the people around him turn the other way. He lowered his head and addressed the audience. "Today's match is over," he said. People did not understand why everything ended so unexpectedly. But at the same moment, the sword warrior disappeared. Mai noticed the direction in which he was moving. She wondered who this person was, if he could release so much energy and make the Plum Blossom sword warrior leave so quickly. It was only a guess, but she was certain that it was one of the 5 heavenly honorable ones. Who it was and why he released such energy remained a mystery to her. And was that energy directed at anyone in particular in the crowd? Why would someone from the Heavenly 5 do such a thing? Even the Plum Blossom sword warrior, the strongest here, looked like a child compared to this power. She wasn't sure if she should stay here and watch the events a little longer. At that moment, the young lady asked the ghost, "Who was that?" He replied that he does not know yet, but without a doubt, this is a terrible person. His reaction made the young lady realize that even the ice ghost, who was always calm and cold, was reacting to this with anxiety. Without a doubt, he was an incredible man. She couldn't tell if he was the person she suspected. At the same moment, she noticed that the scientist was standing right next to her, and something was wrong with him. She immediately asked him if he was all right, and she tried to calm him down, saying that now everything is fine. However, she also noted that he seemed quite calm for someone who only read books. He continued to stare at his hand, which was glowing with blue light. The scientist couldn't figure out who the man was, but he understood that it was, without a doubt, the true power of a martial artist. Even the leaves around them began to fall from the trees under the wave of this power. This energy spread around, leaving a feeling of incredible power. Meanwhile, they finally reached the sneaking dragon pavilion. The holy sword was sitting across from the monk, and they were having a tea ceremony. Slowly sipping tea, the monk enjoyed the taste of pours. He finished his tea to the last drop. Then, the monk asked the holy sword where he had wandered for so long. The sword saint replied that he had been to Jianshan Mountain. He also asked if the rumors about a martial artist that people said lived there were true. The holy sword explained that he had come to meet him, but found no such person. However, judging by the heavenly records, he was sure that such a man definitely existed. But no matter how much he wandered on the mountain, he never managed to meet this master. After hearing this, the monk said that perhaps the saint's sword had wasted his time searching for some rumor or heavenly record, and the heavens should not be blamed for this. However, this continued to worry the holy sword. He asked the monk how much longer he planned to stay here. At this moment, the holy sword directly addressed the Buddhist messenger, the divine monk, one of the 5 heavenly venerables, saying, "Monk, don't you think it's time for you to leave Jianhu?" However, the monk did not understand why he had to leave, as he was in the center of the Murim Union, which controlled the entire Jianhu. He saw no reason why he should leave this place at all. He explained that it was better for a fake monk like him to live a quiet and comfortable life. The holy sword asked him if he really thought that the Shaolin Temple would drop its claims just because he did so. He added that that world is far from here. But as long as he is alive, the Shaolin Temple will not back down from him, and his debt has not yet been paid. However, the monk believed that he did not want to complicate his life. He said he would continue to live like this until the end of his days. After that, the holy sword noticed that the monk was growing herbs and flowers. The monk explained that in this world people do not often cultivate herbs, and he simply learns to live in harmony with them, because in nature there are more herbs than flowers. He advised Holy Sword to empty his mind and find peace, If there is more grass in nature, shouldn't we look for flowers among it? Holy Sword asked. However, the monk believed that his real job was to preach. It doesn't matter if you grow grass or flowers. Don't give up on the dragon that has come to your doorstep, said the Holy Sword. The monk asked if he had accidentally scared the children with his actions, and said that the Holy Sword was old enough to learn to control his emotions. The Holy Sword replied that it was the monk who pointed his sword at him. This was an unexpected discovery for the monk, and he could not understand who could have done this. The monk had no idea who it could be. He could not even remember whether a reckless young man had come to them. The Holy Sword explained that it was not his intention to kill or intimidate him. His hidden energy was pure and righteous. He was neither a Taoist nor a Buddhist monk. His appearance showed that he had studied a lot, but the thing he pointed at, the Holy Sword, was definitely identified as a sword, he explained to the monk. The monk asked him, "So what? Do you want to face this guy in battle?" The Holy Sword replied that not yet, but it would happen soon enough, as this young man had caused his weapon to react. It even made the monk laugh a little, because that young man was able to cause the Holy Sword to react. He thought it was interesting information. The Holy Sword asked the monk not to act recklessly. "You want me to just sit back after being so intrigued?" The monk was indignant, probably not wanting to die from unbearable curiosity. "Do you think this young man will have a peaceful future after meeting me?" Holy Sword asked. He explained that the situation in the Murim Union is already heated to the limit, because different factions are closely watching each other. The Holy Sword was convinced that if a divine monk showed interest in someone, it would lead to serious consequences. He also remembered that there was one capable youth from the Northern Sea Ice Palace, and believed that they had arrived here together. The monk came to life when he heard about the Ice Palace of the North Sea. He asked if the dragon the Holy Sword mentioned was with the children from the North Sea Ice Palace. As the monk laughed, the Sword Saint said that the Northern Sea Ice Palace was not something that could be ignored right now. The monk, continuing to laugh, added, "Even heaven does not want to see my death from curiosity." This was not clear to the Holy Sword, and he asked what he meant. The monk explained that it was a coincidence that the child came here, and the Holy Sword recognized him as a sign from above. However, Saint Sword still couldn't understand what this old fox sitting across from him was really thinking about. The day is over, and night has already fallen on the street. The scientist was left alone thinking about the fact that it was already midnight. He couldn't fall asleep, and the master of martial arts couldn't get out of his head. His energy was undoubtedly hostile, and the scientist was sure of it. But he couldn't ignore the fact that maybe it was because he raised his sword as well. Although he remembered that it happened when he already felt the energy. After he left the Forbidden City, most of the people he met didn't meet his expectations, but piqued his interest. However, the look and presence that the master displayed was like a storm that shifted his interest from others to himself. He was incredibly curious about what kind of sword technique this person could display. He couldn't even imagine it. Still, he couldn't understand why Ping Seol kept bothering him. Maybe he likes women like that, but he decided to stop at these thoughts. What am I thinking about? Looking around, he mused that the people in the Murim Union should be constantly training. Are they all tired or practicing in their rooms? He thought, and decided that he himself should find a place to train. After a recent meeting, he couldn't sit back. After all, he had come here and had no idea that it would be so difficult to find a place to train in the Murim Union. However, he liked this place the most because there was no one here. He went up to the arena, and it was already dawning. He felt this special feeling that he had never experienced before. This is what it's like to stand in the arena, he thought. He began to concentrate, awakening energy in himself. A sword appeared right in the center of his body. The sword released from his body and hovered right in front of his head. At that moment, he felt someone's presence to his left. It was the same young man who was fighting when the Holy Sword appeared. The scientist immediately recognized the young man when he began to approach. Approaching the arena, he stopped in front of her. Un thought maybe he should get out of here. He began to descend from the arena. However, coming closer, he greeted saying, "Good morning!" Han also greeted, gave his name, and recognized the scholar as he was with the people of the North Sea Ice Palace. "My name is Hyun," he said, and assumed that Han had come here to practice, which turned out to be true. He himself thought that he would have to say goodbye to his morning training. At this point, Khan was already in the arena, honing his punches. After another attack, he noticed that the scientist still hadn't left. The scientist was standing right next to the arena watching him, and Han couldn't understand what he was doing. Doesn't he know that in Murima, it is forbidden to watch others train? He decided not to say anything, since the scientist was not a martial artist, but just a scientist. However, the scientist still disturbed him, so Khan decided to end the training. As soon as he put down his sword, Un turned to him, asking for forgiveness. Khan turned his head and asked, "What happened?" Un asked if he could ask a question. He dared to ask the question, even though it sounded quite incredible. I understood that it might be better not to ask, but I still took the risk. This person's training reminded him of the sword movement he had seen in yesterday's duel, so he instinctively turned to him. The person in front of him did not look particularly friendly, but despite this he had to satisfy his curiosity, because he had already ignited sparks of curiosity in his own eyes. He took note of this swordsman's accomplishments, which seemed quite unusual, and decided to find out if it was related to the Sea Warrior technique. His words caused nervous surprise in the man standing opposite. He apologized for his question and asked not to worry, because he just wanted to confirm his suspicions. To this, the man replied that he was not like an ordinary scientist if he was able to recognize the technique of the swordsman of the South Sea. The man encouraged him to speak up without hesitation if he had any guesses, and offered his help. When asked if Mr. Un had any guesses, he confirmed that he did. He didn't know how to put it properly, but he knew in his head that after yesterday's duel, he wanted to comment on the sword's movements, even though he didn't think now was the best time to do so. Un decided to put it bluntly that the movement of his sword resembled the raging waves of the sea was all he wanted to add. Hearing these words, the man turned and walked in an unknown direction without saying a word. He didn't answer anything and didn't even turn his head as he walked away. Mr. Un understood that it would be difficult to establish a relationship with this young man. He could understand his feelings, having lost a duel in disgrace yesterday, and now being tutored by a scholar. He was probably feeling insecure. Once on the training ground, Un began to hone his techniques. He watched the technique, admiring its impressive combination of two parts, and realized that a small maneuver could improve his own sharpness. But even if he shows it to a young man, he probably won't accept it from him, and it may prove useless to the scientist. The movements of this young man were indeed unique and beautiful, but he was wasting them, and this upset the scientist. The next day, at the Phoenix Dragon Conference, everyone gathered in a large building. The deputy commander said that the Murim Union pays a lot of attention to meetings between factions, and all important decisions go through the resolutions of the Council of Representatives, and units are formed according to these resolutions. If a problem arises involving Murim's issues, the Alliance slowly comes to the rescue, ensuring that the dreaded Great War between justice and evil is prevented. All this was rather boring, and the young gentleman was not at all interested in listening to this story. All the issues mentioned earlier were either the result of Murim's actions or the vileness of corrupt officials. Moreover, these miserable students were watching each other so intently that it was even uncomfortable to watch. It seemed that Hanpan Jin of the Bed South Sea and the Northern Sea Ice Palace Group did not participate, but they really had outstanding stars who would rule Murim in the future. The master thought that they were only invited to find a real talent replacement, because there was no expert. This is a general Murim union that works together. If anyone has questions, the deputy invited them to ask, but the students sat as quiet as mice and had no questions at all. Then the deputy commander announced a short break, after which everything would continue according to the schedule. On this note, he left the students, who immediately began to discuss among themselves. They were talking about the event that happened yesterday with Makon himself. Many did not know the details, especially about this warrior. Everyone was eager to hear about him, but they couldn't understand why it wasn't discussed, since they all belonged to the same union. Soon the young master came to the table where important matters were being discussed and asked how they were doing. It was the older brother who emphasized that the conference was not held for entertainment, which was why it was so boring. He added that there's no need to worry because today will be a little more fun. An informal party for acquaintances is planned, but you still need to dress decently. When the participants heard about the party, they immediately imagined a lot of entertainment. Then the young man noticed very important guests from the distant ice palace of the North Sea. He cast his careful gaze upon them, and suddenly he realized that he did not even know their names until this moment. He wondered if anyone knew the name of this beauty who was sitting at the table. The girl paid attention to him, but did not answer anything for a long time. She found it funny because she is a young lady from the ice palace of the North Sea, and that is the only way to address her. The older brother thought it was too high-minded to address the lady so formally, but she warned that there are only two reasons to reveal the name of a person from the North Sea. Either he is a lifelong companion, or his worst enemy. She added that it is possible to find out a name in this way only for one of these reasons. Her words sounded quite rude and caused a stormy reaction in the hall. The girl's words did not carry any inner strength or threatening energy, but for a moment everyone was silent. People born taller than others radiated a special aura, and the young lady was surrounded by it. Un realized that the people of the North Sea only reveal their names to a select few, while they usually address each other without names. The young master smiled. He liked this approach, although it was not very easy for those who were already married. At least they weren't going to become sworn enemies, so to speak. Therefore, he decided to address her by her official title. Because they are all companions of the young lady, you need to be ready to meet the divine monk. You should prepare in advance. How they address each other without official titles but know the names of their family members remained a mystery. No one understood how to respond to this, but to defuse the situation, the host congratulated them. He accepted their request and assured them that they could not worry as it was not his business to decide. However, the lady emphasized why they are companions at all. The fact is that the divine monk asked to invite everyone who visited the Murim union together with the young lady to him. Un understood that parents make exceptions when naming their children, especially if the family is revealed. Suddenly he noticed that everyone was staring at him, and he felt uncomfortable. He asked himself if he had made some mistake, as everyone began to look at him closely. He felt sick, and his face turned green, although it was due to some problems. Returning to the Stealing Dragon Pavilion, the representatives approached the gate. They were reminded that the monk had a guest, and warned to watch their words and actions. Since they came as guests, they had to wait for the guest to leave. It was important, so they were ordered to stand and wait. If the lady did not want the guest to be revealed, it was forbidden to reveal who it was. But why did the divine monk invite these people here for sure? He was up to something important. When their delegation went inside, they walked down a beautiful path that led to the main building. The place looked extremely luxurious, but it had one problem. Of course, people are an important factor, even more important than architecture, but why is architecture itself in such a state of disrepair here? The emperor's residence in the Forbidden City was grand and under constant guard. So why did the residence of the divine monk, the true leader of the union, look so shabby? These thoughts did not give him peace. Soon they came to the table where the patriarch was sitting. When they looked closely, they could not believe their eyes. But it really was so. This person was familiar to them. They had already met him once in their lives. They had seen him yesterday and well remembered that they had encountered him. A man who looked like a monk asked them why they were standing still, as if frozen. He happily invited them to come in and sit down, greeting them with the words, "Welcome to my domain." A young lady from the Northern Sea Ice Palace greeted a divine monk from the Murim Union. The monk noticed this bright creature, and remembered the rumors that had reached him, that the seventh son of a commoner king was so intelligent and handsome, that much was expected of him. Surely it was him. She emphasized that she now manages one of the 3 palaces. It seemed to the monk that this meant that she was not just a pretty flower. She certainly has a chance and a lot of thorns too, which is not surprising since she inherited the traits of her mother, who is called the most beautiful woman in the North Sea. The monk asked them to pass further and not to stand still, but to sit down. A certain incomprehensible atmosphere reigned between them. However, everyone quickly organized themselves and took their places. The monk began the dialogue by noting that there were still disputes in the Ice Palace regarding the Southern Expedition Theory and the Southern Kinship Theory. The young gentleman sitting next to him understood that the theory of the Southern Expedition indicated that the Ice Palace should attack the South, while the theory of the Southern Kinship suggested becoming friendly neighbors. He continued, noting that as long as the Ice Palace had a border with this place, it would not be possible to lose interest in it. The lady emphasized that they are very grateful to the monk for organizing this meeting. The monk suddenly remembered that they had brought a celebratory tea, and felt rather ashamed that he had forgotten about it. He called his servant, and casually addressed the young man who was standing behind the lady. At first, Un did not even understand what was being said to him, and began to worry. But the monk was not going to mess with him. If he said, "Come here, then you must go." The young man was not related to these people, so he did not understand why he was being asked questions. However, judging by the monk's red face, he had no choice. He approached the monk and, at his command, began to listen to his instructions. Un fully understood what exactly they wanted from him, but the monk ordered him to go and make a cup of tea. Un understood what an unpleasant situation he got into, because he is not a local here and does not know how to make normal tea. It was obvious that he was confused, but the monk didn't like it. Didn't he want to make them tea? The old man began to complain, saying that this young man was ignoring him, and it made him feel sorry. Where is this world going? Probably soon it will completely collapse. Had no choice left, so with an angry sigh, he was forced to follow the old man's order. The monk continued to joke that he would have to go around and come in from the back, and most importantly, remember to boil the water. He also added that the water had run out and enough should be brought to last everyone. This meant that the boy would have to exert himself even more to find and bring water. It was simply unbelievable. After this incident, the lady did not answer for a long time, and the old man paid attention to her, asking her if she did not like that he was ordering the person she liked. The mistress replied that the old man was wrong, that he and the scientist had no relationship. He was just helping her. But the cunning old man suspected that everything was not so. The woman tried hard to hide her aura, but her energy was still very strong. The tension seemed to have reached its peak, and the old man decided to change the subject of the conversation. The young lady realized that the old man must have sent her assistant for a reason. He was up to something, and they should not take their eyes off him. She decided to ask what the person sitting nearby was doing next to them. The monk allowed her to ask it in person. She rose from the pillar and, introducing herself as a lady from the Ice Palace of the North Sea, was happy to meet this person. She wanted to know his name. The old man, looking somewhat tired but respectful, said his name was Lycom Huck. As soon as he said that name, everyone was stunned. After all, Lycom Huck is a real holy sword, a legendary personality. The girl was extremely grateful for this meeting. It was a great honor for her. The old man just dryly answered yes, without adding anything else. As a result, they decided that they would have to discuss some issues. The lady had already heard rumors about the holy sword, and its name was known even in the North Sea. The monk emphasized that this is natural. Why should the city forget its friend when the wounds from past tragedies have not yet healed? He laughed. The girl remembered this old story, but for her it was just a rumor. There are few people left who remember those events. But as long as these people are alive, references to the events of the past will not be forgotten, added the monk, emphasizing the importance of the past. His friend had grown up since then, although before, when he was in those parts, he had been young and a real rebel. And until these events are not forgotten, the North Sea Ice Palace cannot make a decision easily. However, the new generation wants new evidence, the young lady said. There was a pause between them, and the wind blew the summer leaves around the district. She wondered if the North Sea would have the strength to demonstrate its superiority. The mysterious lady pointed out that very soon everyone will see it. The monk suspected something interesting, although not completely clear to him. The holy sword was so old that it didn't seem to bother him at all. If a monk heard the word evidence, then there will be evidence. But what can be proved by saying that peace and harmony are better than bloodshed? This is the real stupidity of people who know no bounds. The lady, it seems, did not consider these words foolish, because the fate of the North Sea depended on it. The holy sword looked at his tea and realized that the place and the people did not change, and the lady was trying to protect her honor and strength by avoiding bloodshed. As before, when the holy sword arrived in the North Sea at the request of an eccentric monk, he saw a huge battlefield, infinite in scale, where the bloodshed did not stop. The battle had no end and the blood flowed unceasingly. Then the holy sword, holding his noble weapon, said that if they needed proof, let them fight him. Back then, it was rumored that in the southern lands known as Murim, there lived an invincible martial artist named the Five Heavenly Honorable Ones, and his martial arts were legendary. All the proponents of the Southern Expedition theory were killed by his sword. However, the people he killed were inhabitants of the North Sea, and even so, they had to forgive him, or else their pride would be humbled. Even using the full power of the Ice Palace, they had to protect their honor, and the commander ordered his soldiers to do so immediately. At that moment, the holy sword was greatly weakened and felt that it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat all these warriors. He even thought that it could be his death. However, suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. It was a woman who had come to finish the battle. She appeared for a reason. Her goal was to put an end to this fight. Back in the present, the monk felt that if they wanted proof, he can provide them. But what exactly do they want to prove? An incredible aura began to radiate from the place where the monk was sitting. Red power filled the air, showing that it was better not to contact him. Meanwhile, our hero Unhyun, who was dealing with tea, was angry with the monk for forcing him to mess with this matter, as if in a cauldron. This incredibly powerful energy was felt by the naked eye, but the holy sword emphasized that he wanted to follow the laws of the North Sea, which meant using the commandments of the North Sea. The very point of using commandments is that the one who has the will must demonstrate his power. She laughed, noting that they could really start with the Phoenix Conference and that such a thing would decide the future of the North Sea. And now, starting today, dragons and phoenixes will be considered the future alliance in Murim. People who lived in the past will soon disappear. The young lady understood that for the sake of victory over her enemies, the North Sea is ready to withstand even a snowstorm. There was a certain truth in her words, and the monk sank into thought. Judging by this, it was necessary to understand and give a decent answer. It seemed to the monk that she just wanted someone to solve her problem for her. Even if he was threatened for it, he wouldn't agree. But the lady had something else in mind. The monk was stubborn and upset that, with only an old house, so much was expected of him. But since he was a monk and had once left the temple, he had no choice but to do what this woman suggested, so he agreed. The young lady, along with her colleagues, was shocked by his decision. However, the monk gave them the proof they so longed for. It was a real surprise. No one expected such generosity from a monk. However, the monk warned that his friend, like himself, could not do anything without the appropriate conditions. He suggested that the new generation does not want it either, talking about change. The lady asked permission to express her opinion in place of these two elders. She promised that she would take her time and give a final answer on the last day of the Dragon Conference, assuring that their answer would not disappoint. But there is another factor that depends on whether she will receive proof, and it concerns the person she is talking about. The monk meant that she could recognize him, but the Holy Sword would not recognize her. This sounded quite rude from the monk, but the girl accepted this answer. The monk believed that she was combative and would do anything to find a way. That was enough for her, and now she could return to the North Sea, not empty-handed. The old man did not expect anything difficult for himself, because he understood that there would be no negative reaction from the sea if they received an answer. But the girl wanted to share another thought. When two swords meet in her homeland, it always leads to a deadly risk. The old man didn't care about that. He didn't care what she did. He let her do whatever she was capable of, even if it meant fighting to the death. It was undoubtedly part of the commandments of the North Sea, but the question remained as to whether she had the ability to do so. Then the girl got up from her seat and headed for the exit. The girl expressed her respect to the monk and informed them that they were already leaving. At that moment, the old men looked at each other and exchanged glances. Meanwhile, the young scientist prepared tea and approached them. But he saw that the guests were already leaving, and it became clear that he also needed to go with them. The lady gave him a quick glance, hinting that it was time to go with her. He felt somewhat humiliated standing there with the tea, as if he didn't know what to do. He had nothing left but to stand still, as if buried. However, he decided to bring this tea to the old man, let them at least drink it. The monk asked him why he wanted to go too, and added that if he didn't bring them a cup, he would at least pour tea to show his respect. The young scientist saw that his men were already leaving without him, and, despite his displeasure, fulfilled the request. He, of course, did not like these strange old men, but it was clear that the monk liked all this. Holy Sword also wanted to drink tea, because he was not indifferent to aromatic herbs. When the young scholar looked into the Holy Sword's eyes, he saw the silhouette of an incredible power that simply radiated from this old man. The energy was so powerful that it became clear to him that this man was truly incredible. The boy did not realize that it was the Holy Sword, because just then he was sent to get tea, and the monk turned his attention to the field behind the house. The monk said that this is the best place in Hangzhou, and it has clean water that is second to none. Exhaling with a certain heaviness in his voice, the scientist noted that the water there is undoubtedly clean, but he remembered that there were a lot of weeds in the field, and he doubted if anyone looked after the place at all, because the smell of manure was terrible. He went in there. It was very difficult for him to even find the bowls, and they were so dirty that he had to wash them. He brought water from another place, boiled it, and in the meantime the young lady had already left, and he missed all the most interesting. The sword saint opened his mouth and said that this girl who was here just now reminded him a lot of a woman. The monk, however, did not even want to talk about it. He just wanted to forget about it. But the old man understood that this woman won the heart of not only the Ice King. The scientist stood and listened to these conversations, realizing that they were talking about the young lady, and something significant must have happened. However, he missed everything, and now he had no idea what was happening. Then the old man told the boy to sit down and not stand still. The boy slowly sat down, and the old man began to shout that if the elders order to sit down, then you must answer yes, sir, and not complain. Why does he always complain that he is tired of living, and does he not want to sleep on his lap? It is clear that such threats did not sit well with Un, so he sat down for his own good. The monk asked the boy who he was and what school he was from. He ordered him to stop acting like a fool and answer normally, because if he had eyes to see with, he should know who he really was. The monk also warned him not to say that it was all just a joke or a trick, but it was unclear why a bright light of energy began to emanate from the holy sword. The tension between the elders became more and more palpable. The boy began to understand that the lady was telling the truth about what happened yesterday. This created even more tension between them. The boy decided to admit that he was not related to Murim and apologized. The holy sword stared at him, analyzing him, and almost incinerated him with its power. The monk did not like the young man's answers. He considered them too complicated and inappropriate. The monk, although not from Murim himself, said that he was just a fake monk who happened to be here and would always be just a simple monk. Holy Sword stated that he was not related to Murim either, and never had any desire to follow that path. He always wanted to follow the path of the sword and was not associated with either evil or justice, not even the Murim alliance. The Holy Sword asked the monk if he knew the history of his sword, and how could he speak like that? Maybe he should ask the world if he knows someone who thinks like him. The boy interrupted their conversation because he did not understand what was being said, but he would like to continue his usual scientific work. He tried to explain what happened yesterday, but words were not enough. Then the monk asked for his hand. This seemed suspicious to the boy, because the old monk is asking for his hand in marriage. At this time in the neighboring room, the young lady left the monk's residence with her companions. She turned to the ice ghost with a certain request. She asked if the preparations were over, to which the ice ghost said yes. This was important information to be ready for the final day of the Phoenix Dragon Conference. Accepting this answer, Primara was ready to do anything for his mistress. But she felt that this man could not admit it, although the possibility existed, but he would not be obliged to answer them. Because of this, if he doesn't give an answer, on the last day of the Dragon Conference, the Murima union may be drowned in blood. Therefore, the monk cannot ask the boy for his hand in marriage. The boy did not really want to give his hand to the old man, but his piercing gaze made him do it. He holds out his hand to the old man, although he does not understand why he does it. At that moment, the old man suddenly grabbed his hand. He began to examine her carefully, but he did so without bad intentions. The monk said that it didn't mean anything bad, but he needed the hand to do some checking. The old man quickly checked what he wanted to know and called the boy a real liar. It was obvious that the Holy Sword had confirmed. The boy had been training with the sword. It was true, but the boy replied that he couldn't do anything else. But the monk did not believe the boy. He claimed that he knew how to use not only a sword, but also knew the 100 steps of the Divine Fist and the technique of the finger jar. The monk was sure that the boy had gone through the basics, such as conjuring the body and perfecting the mind. He asked how he could know the still body technique in Ajara and the perfect mind technique, but not admit it. The guy insisted that he was not familiar with any of these techniques, and if it was a basic stance, he only knew a little about the basics of the 18 moves. The monk refused to believe that the boy was not familiar with the technique of improving the mind. He definitely saw the movement of spiritual energy on the boy's wrist, and as soon as he caught it, he immediately released it. The boy's voice was calm, and he seemed more like a monk than a monk himself, but Un continued to insist that swordsmanship was the only thing he knew. The Holy Sword did not believe him, and asked if he could name the art of swordsmanship he was learning. Un answered that he knew the technique of the White Tiger training sword. Saint Sword noted that the technique of the White Tiger training sword was unknown even to him. He asked the boy to demonstrate this technique. The monk was indignant. How can you ask such a thing from this young man? He called him a real scoundrel and added that it could lead to the destruction of the house. The monk emphasized that it is not for nothing that people accuse old men of being fanatical about the sword. Because of this, they fight without thinking about others and behave excessively according to their age. But the young master did not object and was ready to show his skills, which surprised the monk. Dov Un thought it didn't matter, and he didn't need a special sword to show off. After that, there was a short pause between them. The Holy Sword began to laugh so loudly and harshly that it was unbearable. His laughter echoed throughout the perimeter and sounded quite strange. The boy did not understand why he was laughing, as the laughter seemed suspicious. But then the Holy Sword said that it was true. Un was right. It didn't matter if the sword was there or not. He just wanted to see his sword, but decided now was not the time. The old man would never forget his answer. Young Master Un didn't understand what had happened at all, but it looked like a misunderstanding. The monk hoped that this young man was the only person obsessed with swords, and thought that there was no need to behave so strangely in this house. Was annoyed by the elders. They had already tired him out, and he wanted to leave. But he was stopped and was not allowed to leave so easily. Then the holy sword turned to the monk to finally give him what he asked for. Previously he came from an unknown place, asked to remove this object, and now he began to demand it. He told the boy that he would see a wooden box in the corner and asked him to bring it. Once again, found himself on the run. The old man again sent him to fetch something, and he also joked that he would not break anything. When the boy left, the monk asked the holy sword if he really wanted this young man to take that item, since he already had enough things with him. But the holy sword was certain that this was what was needed, and keeping this item was not easy. The monk partially agreed with this. After a while, returned with a wooden box. The holy sword opened it and saw something shining from within. He checked its contents and told the boy to take the item with him. The guy asked what it was and started to open the box. The monk watched his reaction closely. When opened the box, he saw a beautiful sword wrapped in an inexplicable cloth. He began to unwind it, unable to contain his curiosity. Finally, unspooling the sword, he saw a beautiful object that looked stunning. The holy sword asked him to draw this sword. As Un's hand began to draw the sword, he felt an incredible power radiating from him. Holding this sword in his hands, felt goosebumps running down his skin. He hadn't seen many swords in his life, but judging by the beauty of the aura around the blade, he could definitely tell that it was no ordinary sword. The sword saint said that this sword was called the West Sun. In order to obtain it, the holy sword sacrificed many things. Understood why the old man would give him such a prestigious sword. But for the old man, it was a symbol of their meeting, and a memory of the answer he would never forget. The boy did not understand why this man would give him such a valuable sword for no apparent reason, but it seems that the old man was not joking at all. There was an uncomfortable feeling between them. Exhaled all the negativity that had accumulated in him. He hid the sword back because he felt he couldn't take it. He apologized to the old man, explaining that he could not just take this sword. The monk, in turn, asked the boy not to refuse and to take the sword, because they can quickly change their minds. Not everyone has a chance to get such a sword in their hands. However, believed that there was no good reason to accept this gift, and he did not deserve it. In his opinion, this is a very dangerous object that can injure someone because it is very sharp. A simple wooden sword is enough for him. The holy sword heard his answer about the wooden sword, but he emphasized that he had already given this sword to him, and his decision had not changed. The boy insisted on returning the sword to its place. He did not want to take it. After thanking them, he just wanted to leave, leaving everything behind. But he was stopped again and his attention was drawn. The sword saint asked to retrieve the cylindrical sharp blade from his memory. If he simply leaves without a sword, it will disappoint him greatly, and this cannot be allowed. The boy felt as if he was at a dead end. Finally, he agreed, saying, "Well," and left. The monk noted that the holy sword had really cheered up, and now things would finally get more interesting. The old man asked what the monk was talking about. The monk emphasized that the old man probably did not understand anything, and just sat and watched. The next midnight, young Master found himself at the training ground. He stood opposite one of the boys and told him a phrase that he could not believe. The way he said it, it sounded like it was just a joke. The boy couldn't believe that martial artists were talking with swords. He asked to prove it, and demonstrate exactly what he meant with his sword. The following dark night we are transported to a time when a young scientist was walking through the evening city. During the walk, he pondered over what he had been told, and could not understand exactly what was meant. He was especially troubled by the words of the holy sword, which said that the boy should turn to his memory. The boy was sure that the great martial artist could not say something stupid, but he did not understand the meaning of these words at all. In his head he imagined that world, which wants to achieve and see through the art of the white tiger training sword. But since this sword has no value in memory or retention, he thought he could learn something new if he continued his training today. Arriving at the place of training, the scientist saw that boy. Last time the young master came much earlier, and this guy trained as if he hadn't slept at all. This guy's enthusiasm is unstoppable. He never misses a workout. It was obvious. But during this duel, he used an attack that definitely indicated that something was up. Watching him, the young master noticed that the boy was too distracted by extraneous thoughts, because of which he did not fully explain himself and did not concentrate on his sword. His movements were good, but not perfect. Scientist unanalyzed his every move, noting that he was impatient and focused on speed, as if chasing the wind instead of paying attention to proper technique. Undecided to tell him that being fast doesn't mean being in a hurry. The guy on the court reacted to these words, not understanding who was interfering with his training and what exactly was said. Un realized that he had accidentally said it out loud and felt uncomfortable. At that moment, the warrior hid his cold sword and repeated the words he heard yesterday. If the scientist has any comments, let him express them directly to his face. Gathering courage, Un said that his sword art was too focused on speed. There is always a calm before the storm, and even a great wave stops when it rises very high. The boy on the training ground calmly but carefully reacted to these words. Then he asked the martial artist who talks to his sword, can he prove his words in practice with the help of a sword? It was smart, because someone who teaches someone should be able to show their skills. The young scientist confidently answered that he could prove it, and did not notice the girl on the side, who quietly watched everything that was happening. This lady was felt at a distance, and the scientist noticed her presence. She came not just because she was in excellent shape, greeted young Master Park Jin, who in turn was glad to see Lady Murong new. Not too glad, but still. And now the scientist learned her name is Lady Murong. She also happily met the young master, and introduced herself as a representative of the Murong family. The guy realized that he was right in his guesses, and also introduced himself as Un Hyung, saying that he was happy to meet. The girl asked what he was doing here so early in the morning. To this, the boy who was training replied that he was just trying to learn from this scientist, because he couldn't do it on his own. Regardless of the circumstances, swordsmen from the South Sea will never turn down an opportunity to learn something new. If they forgive the young warrior, he will calmly go about his business. The atmosphere between them became even more tense, and the feeling was strange. The scientist thought that maybe this guy hated him. The lady asked not to worry about what the young Master Park Jin said, since he must not have seen them since last night. Maybe it happened during the opening match, and it happened again. The lady also realized that it was child's play. She wondered how it was possible to say something like that to someone who always supported the Murim Union. The lady then asked if the scholar who came with the people from the North Sea Ice Palace was really the one she saw in Westlake. Was it true? Remembering this in his thoughts, the scientist also confirmed the importance of this detail. The girl agreed with what the boy said earlier. Young Master Park Jin really only focused on speed. Un thought, damn, they can hear him. Because he thought he was saying it in his mind. But they could hear him from a long distance away. Then the lady decided to ask if he would mind if she heard what the young master meant by the swift sword. Un began to explain that it meant nothing because he was just a scholar who read books. But if that's the case, why is he trying to teach young Master Park Jin? The lady caught Un's attention with her cute smile so much that he didn't know how to refuse her. He tried to wave his hands and wanted to somehow distance himself from the situation. He understood that there was no way back. That was his conviction. In no way did Wung try to judge young Master Park Jin. He explained that it doesn't matter to him whether the sword is fast or slow. The most important thing is the purpose of fencing. He constantly talks about the flow of the sword. The right moment and place where the sword should strike a fast sword is just one way to facilitate the flow of the sword. The lady listened carefully to his words, although his remarks seemed somewhat vague. But somehow she found them surprising when the scholar spoke about the importance of enlightenment in swordsmanship. It wasn't exactly what he wanted to say, but his spirit was enlightened, and then he was interrupted by the lady. The scientist noticed that she reminded him of Sang. Their smiles were very similar. The girl thought that these words reminded her of another person, although the scientist expressed himself completely differently. The scholar suggested that she thought of some confidential letter from the head of the Murong family. And if she read it, she would definitely get it right. However, the girl still couldn't understand one thing as she passed by. She went to the training ground after hearing Un's opinion, and now wanted to hear his assessment of her swordsmanship. Although the scientist wanted no part of it, she noticed that he wasn't really speaking, and wondered if he was just going to watch young Master Park Jin. The lady was impressed by the scholar's innocence, because usually people from big schools are very high-minded. She understood that training in front of strangers was usually forbidden, but if it was basic fencing, then there was nothing wrong with it. She drew her sword and began swinging it. She assumed the battle stance she usually uses during duels. She swung her sword and spun like a lotus. Her techniques and training results were impressive. The young master stared at her in fascination, unable to tear his eyes away. It was incredible for him. He was fascinated by her beauty and skill. As a result, he returned to dinner, sat down at the table and took off his hat. Realizing that he never practiced, The girl, in his opinion, was like a flower. Her stance resembled a silent Luna, and it was the first time he had seen a girl who wielded a sword so skillfully. Meanwhile, the young man trained mostly at night, and Un wondered how much he resented him. Although he didn't quite understand his behavior that he didn't like, he couldn't just sit back. However, the agreement they mentioned was important. At night, under the moon, they agreed to meet on neutral territory. The young warrior arrived at the appointed place. He immediately felt that the scientist was hiding somewhere nearby, unhid behind a tree holding his swords. Then Park Jin, from the South Sea School, started shouting for the scientist to finally come out. He responded to his letter and was looking forward to this meeting. Park Jin was very concerned about the content of the letter and demanded to be shown who this person was, whoever she was. As it was now dark, and he couldn't recognize him, the boy soon sensed his energy and told him he better get out before he attacked him. Soon the young master came out of the shadows, sword in hand. He pointed his blade towards Park Jin. Both came to the conclusion that talking in this situation is useless. An incredibly glowing sword flew towards Park Jin, but he did not understand where such speed and power that was directed at him came from. The shining sword had an unusual power that he had never seen before. Park Jin couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible, because his opponent was standing very far away. He couldn't understand where this guy had such a strong and incredible aura that kept him restless, and with such a bloodthirsty desire. It felt like he was about to take his head off his shoulders. So Park Jin quickly draws his sword. If this person is able to show such an intense aura, then perhaps this is the Saint's sword. He was interested. During all this time, Park Jin was looking at the boy carefully and could not understand who he really was. He squinted, trying to get a better look, and realized that it wasn't a holy sword. But why doesn't the guy answer? If he isn't a holy sword, then that's bad. If he knows his name, then he might be a great martial artist who has a grudge against his school. And then echoed the words that his sword art, although belonging to the South Sea School, was not like what was taught in this school. And because of this, according to the master, there is no spirit of the Great Sea in his possession of the sword. Those harsh words penetrated Park Jin like a sharp blade. He understood that even though he was far away from Hangzhou, the South Sea sword art, which was based on the stormy waves washing over the islands, was different from those of other schools. The South Sea School is based on movements similar to the tides, and this makes its sword art unique among other schools. A swift sword strikes like a raging wave. But most important aspects of the school's swordsmanship differ, in that they are sometimes calm and sometimes rowdy, like a great sea that belongs to only one island. But this guy standing opposite has a deep understanding of sword technique, yet he is not one to hold a grudge against them. On the contrary, he recognizes the art of swordsmanship of the South Sea School. Sensing the power of this master, Park Jin fell to his knees and asked to be taught by him. Then, the sword came down right in front of him, and Park Jin, with great respect, wanted to become a disciple of this master who had summoned him. And then a message sounded that he would receive a letter tomorrow. That's all this guy can give him. The rest is up to him. The boy left, leaving Park Jin with many questions. Park Jin tried to stop him, but he didn't hear him. The sword aura only lightly touched Park Jin's chin, making him fall silent. The boy did not expect any reward and did not want to stay long. He just wanted to follow the path of the sword, like any warrior. Park Jin couldn't understand those words. They sounded too wise. He thought he had a holy sword in front of him, but no. However, no one can reach the heavens beyond their own enlightenment. Those words sounded like thunder in the clear sky for Park Jin. The young scientist left, causing Park Jin to think deeply about his life. The scientist himself, coming out of the shadows, exhaled. It really wasn't easy. But luckily Park Jin didn't attack him because that would have been absurd, and he didn't even chase him. It was probably because he belonged to Murim, and the scientist felt that Park Jin was very sensitive. The scholar wasn't sure if the boy realized this, but he understood that this sword, even though it didn't exist in reality, had significance as a symbol. From now on, the scientist vowed not to behave so lightly anymore. He had too many responsibilities. On the third day of the Dragon Conference, Park Jin received a letter. After that, he began to train day and night using only one sword, and met a mysterious master. On the night of the fourth day, when Unhyun decided to watch his training, he had to find a new place because he saw Park Jin at the old one. In the end, only one person appeared on the stage, Lady Murong. On the morning of the seventh day, the final day of the Phoenix Dragon Conference, which everyone had been waiting for, arrived. Today was the official stage that the warriors were looking forward to. They had to give it their all and show everyone what they are capable of. If they are lucky, they might even win the heart of a beauty. And, of course, not only the heart of a beauty, but also the heart of a handsome man, whom they could desire. The warriors looked at the beautiful girl, trying to win her heart by any means. The representative emphasized that this is only a match and you should not be obsessed with the victory, but the result will be recorded in Murim. Then he left, leaving everyone alone. His words were contradictory. On the one hand, he emphasized that everyone belonged to the Murim Union, but at the same time, he made people compete with each other. But according to the scientist, healthy competition is not bad, even if it is true. However, the lady wondered if he had something else on his mind. However, what exactly these other thoughts mean, the scientist did not understand. Meanwhile, the swords of the warriors clashed in a duel. The dance moves of battle filled the space. The training ground came to life and looked quite dynamic. The lady watched the battle of the boys and saw that one of them had an advantage, but still there was a chance to completely change the situation. It was difficult to say whether the fight would end with the victory of this guy. However, he tried very hard, making maximum efforts, but there was one thing that betrayed him. His sword trembled. It meant he might be starting to give up, but this might be his chance. The lady asked the scientist who he thought attracted more attention. The scholar didn't know, but it only showed his modesty, and the lady knew he had a burning look in his eyes. Behind him stood one of Ping Hong's representatives, watching him intently. Nevertheless, the scientist dared to say that there is one thing that attracts attention. These are those people. Or rather, a young man from the Udar school, who seemed incredibly talented, and also the man from Chagall was hiding his true potential. Another talented lady turned out to be a lady from the Murong family and the Namgun family. At that moment, when the scientist looked at the girl, she smiled at him. His heart beat faster at that smile. The guy unconsciously looked at her, and she answered him with a mutual look. Then the scientist decided to give the lady some advice. He advised to pay attention to one young man. He was the one who lost on the first day. Although he stood silently, showing no emotion, the scientist noticed that his determination today was completely different from before. When a person is filled with determination, he appears completely different in the eyes of those around him. It was a wise thought that the lady took note of. And of course, if you choose who is more attention-grabbing. The scientist felt someone's watchful gaze on him, which made him feel uncomfortable. He decided to finish his thought, and the lady was glad that he appreciated the ghost of the ride. The lady recognized that the scientist was different from the others. Suddenly, an event took place on the battlefield that attracted the attention of everyone present. The battle ended, and the cold sword was at the neck of one of the lords. The sword stopped, although the warrior could kill the opponent, but it would be against the rules. Everything was over. The warrior turned and without saying a word left. In the end, he won that fight, and it was incredible. But for some reason, several people applauded both the winner and the loser, because it didn't matter. Everyone tried their best. The lady turned her attention to another man. She watched as he climbed onto the training ground. Now it's his turn, and he rushes forward, leaving everyone waiting to see what he will show. This warrior waited a long time for his turn. Opposite him stood a rather strong opponent. It was the same boy who had once laughed at him. He insulted his school, calling his practices donkey rolls. The lady standing on the side couldn't believe that it was just a coincidence. Or maybe it was a big plan. She was sure that this fight was not just a competition, but a planned incident. The scientist also assumed that this could be fate. However, the people standing nearby could not understand what he meant by fate. As befits, the warrior from the South Sea showed respect and eagerly awaited the start of the duel with his opponent's sword. However, a boy named Rem or Chagall, he wasn't sure who he had in front of him. He didn't know what his opponent expected from him. He didn't know how to show anything to match his donkey rolls. Some of the audience laughed, but Park Jin remained serious and angry. He hoped that the Chehal family's sword would be as sharp as his tongue. The boy from the Chagall family said that he hoped that his opponent's mind was at least that of a donkey if he dodged his sword even once. Drawing his sword, the boy warned him that everyone would see everything now. The lady, standing to the side, realized that the Chagall family is one of the largest Murim families. They are known for their sharp tongues, which they use very skillfully. She also knew that Chagall representatives often verbally abused others, as they prided themselves not only on their formations and tactics, but also on the art of swordsmanship. Now it became clear why Park Jin's student was so angry about these stupid insults. There is a proverb. You hear good words from other people only when you say good words yourself, and the battle has begun. The boys faced each other in an incredibly exciting match. Their light maneuvers resembled the dance of the wind. They moved with incredible grace. Every power move was honed, and the counterattacks proved extremely powerful. The boy from the Chehal family was even impressed by the strength of his opponent. After all, he was not inferior to him in strength. And when their swords clashed, they felt an incredible tension that caused the swords to tremble in their hands. Pushing each other aside, they moved to a safe distance. People, impressed by their equipment, watched the fighters' maneuvers with amazement. The scientist carefully followed and analyzed the battle. He was worried about the boy he wanted to teach. The representative of the Chehal family noted that his opponent made significant progress during 4 days of training. Park Jin considered his opponent to be an annoying guy. He thought that the boy from the Chagall family should stop insulting others, as he was clearly getting nervous. But the guy from the Chagall family said mockingly, "The losing dog still knows how to bark, but the result will still be the same." He vowed to defeat him no matter what. A powerful blow flew towards his opponent. Everyone watched the battle with interest, trying to understand whether the young Master Chegel would be able to gain the upper hand. But none of them lost their temper, and the outcome of the battle was unpredictable. The Chegel family's technique proved to be better than Park Jin could have imagined. He realized that their powers were about equal. The lady, in turn, noted that the young man from the South Sea School was very impressive, even though he lost his cool on the first day. She agreed that the scientist was right when he said that it is important to pay attention to human desire and views. But all this time the scientist felt embarrassed, although his words turned out to be true. The South Sea sword lived up to their expectations. She thought that it had been hiding its true power from the beginning. Such changes in 4 days seemed impossible, according to the girl, but the scientist believed that this was enough. He said that 4 days was quite enough, but no one understood him. He said it out loud, and the lady was amazed that he started talking again. Chehal was already getting nervous, as his attacks were proving unsuccessful. The representative of the South Sea stood and deflected all the blows directed at him. At one point, the initiative changed, and the attacks took a different direction. Park Jin slowly and uncertainly gained the upper hand. After a few minutes, both warriors were exhausted. A boy from the Chehal family was especially tired. It seemed that he would remain with a cold and stern look until the end. The boy from the South Sea mentioned that there was no threat that could match the sword chi. And that moonlit night, he realized how powerful it was. It seemed that the representative of the Chehal family was defending his honor, and his sword was dangerously close to his body. The scientist noticed that this boy worked hard for all 4 days, and did not lag behind the others in terms of skill. He lost his temper after being insulted, as he was still young and lacked understanding of sword techniques. However, the small wave quickly disappears after the small boats begin to rock, and a big wave always comes quietly and sweeps away everything in its path. The scholar felt the spirit of the great South Sea blossoming in his sword. It was visible and palpable that this match would end soon. Soon, the boy stopped his sword near the face of a rival from the Chehal family. He took revenge for all the insults, and now he was on his knees in front of him. People were shocked by such an incredible result, because it seemed impossible. The boy told his opponent that he hoped Chagall's sword would be sharper than his tongue next time. Putting his sword in its scabbard, he moved away from the vanquished. People who supported Chagall were simply amazed by what happened. The scientist felt proud of the boy, as if his own efforts and training had been rewarded. Park Jin noticed something important while walking. He looked back at the scientist and turned his attention to him. Their eyes met, and Park Jin smiled at him, and it seemed that the boy revealed some secret or accused him of something. People in the crowd began to get angry, saying that this could not happen. The guy introduced himself as Songhyun Namgun and said he wanted to file an official protest against the match result. However, the representative who had just recorded the results did not understand what he was talking about. Sang Hung then began to object, claiming that everyone knew what kind of sword art the Chagall family practiced. He emphasized that young Master Chagall had a good reputation for his deeds, and also mentioned his younger sister from the Namgun family. He implied that the boy from the South Sea had deliberately made him lose by making him roll on the floor. If he had hidden his strength, he would not have shown such a humiliating performance that day. It was just a shock for everyone, and the scientist could not understand what was happening. The representative stood and tried to explain that everyone had just seen the match, and what Song Hyun was saying was complete nonsense. However, the boy from the Namgun family continued to claim that dishonest methods were used here. No one in these competitions agrees that the results are unfair, and this has fueled the conflict. The representative asked for evidence of what he was implying, or to end the discussion if there was no such evidence. The boy had no evidence, but his words sounded like suspicion of a conspiracy. If he believes that he knows about the violation of Murim's rules, then he must take responsibility for his words. He declared that he was a representative of a school that could not be despised because it was closely associated with the Association of the Seas. Even in a conference where friendship is prioritized, there are two difficult things to do: oppose the Murim Union or sow enmity between people. The representative felt that Sang Hyun's speech was more like nonsense than an actual complaint, as he could not have foreseen this outcome. He continued to deny the possibility of defeating Rep Chigal, and it looked absurd, so the rep wasn't going to waste any more time on the fool. He offered to either provide evidence or leave the arena, but Sang Hyun proposed a new duel in front of all the senior schools. It sounded rather impudent, but the situation had to be resolved somehow. The representative asked if he was making a formal request, to which the answer was yes, and he added that the outcome of the tournament should be reviewed. It was clear that the situation could turn into a political problem, since the Chigal family has a certain advantage over the South Sea School. And despite one duel, they can declare the match void, citing rumors of dishonesty. The representative stated that he had no complaints and would not demand more, but would inform the Murim Union of the situation. The scientist could no longer remain silent and, indignant, shouted loudly that this was unfair. Everyone heard his words and paid attention to him. He once again emphasized that it was dishonest, drawing a lot of attention to himself. This boy's cry echoed throughout the space. "This is impossible!" Everyone turned their attention to him and began to ask who this weirdo was who decided to speak here. He is not just a weirdo, but a scholar on Hyun who intends to defend his point of view. People were not too impressed with the fact that a scientist was present here, and asked why the world of Murim needed scientists at all. The Namgun guy looked at Hyung and noted that he was clearly not in the lab. How dare he interfere in such matters? But according to many, even a fool knows about pride and honor in the world of martial arts. How can they take themselves seriously when they say such words? Those words deeply affected the boy from Namgun. He even reached for his sword. The representative, noticing this, firmly ordered it to stop, saying that it should not be done. The Namgun boy looked angry, but the representative repeated that he shouldn't do that. He should have obeyed. With a look of displeasure on his face, the boy hid his dagger. The representative then approached Hung, addressing him. He asked if the scientist could accept the formal hypothesis that the North Sea Ice Palace required. It sounded quite rude and alarmed everyone from the ice court. The lady who was leading this delegation said that of course not, but she was also interested in how a fair duel might not be counted just because of the words of an observer. The scientist's words reflected his opinion about the situation. "But isn't that just a coincidence?" she said. The situation changed. Now it was clear to everyone that the lady was ready to protect the scientist. If everyone is interested and they ask about the official verification, then it is worth conducting it properly. However, the lady clarified her point of view, stating that it was just curiosity. And to preserve her honor, she suggested not to go too far in this situation. In his thoughts, the scientist could not understand that nothing would change, because he was not even invited here. His appearance here was unofficial because he was not a participant in the competition. It turned out that he was nobody here, and although he felt sorry for his student, it didn't matter. The Namgun boy then vowed that the day he would step onto the Namgun family's land would come, and it would be his last day. It sounded very rude to the scientist, and if he says so, then it is an insult. Then the scientist replied that if he is so sure, let him act now, without waiting for the future. He declared that he was not afraid of the sword of a man without pride, and offered to act immediately. It was a harsh statement, and the Namgun boys simply sent him away and exploded with hatred. The scientist turned to the lady for support. He was grateful to her, but it was only a small thing for him as he had brought them here. It disgusted the lady to see someone who had lost a fight show such a desire to dominate. She suggested that since there was tension between everyone present, it is better for the scientist to leave this place for a while, to reduce the degree of conflict. As he started to leave, he felt an incredible anger inside him. His disciple, to whom he gave advice, "I was in deep despair because of this situation and very angry." At this point, the next match is announced as the tension has already subsided. And this time, this match was planned in advance. The young lady of the North Sea Ice Palace and Sanghyun Namgun enter the arena. This rascal from Namgun is laughing. He is very happy about this match. Lady warned in advance that another person will fight for her. But if this is the case, then the official result will not be counted. It's okay though, they don't belong to the Union of the Seas, but she wouldn't want anyone not being able to test her abilities. In the North Sea, drawing a sword is a sacred act. She believed that the last match was wrong due to a misunderstanding and would not want the same result to happen again. Lady would like to know exactly the standards by which the winner is determined. For example, in the North Sea, it is beheading. But in the Union of the Seas, this act is not considered permissible and unacceptable. So she believed, since the only way to win is to force the opponent to admit defeat, if the duel is held without the goal of killing. The lady turned to the ice ghost to find out how long the match would last. If her rival, the young master Namgun, does not admit defeat, she may have to kill him. Namgun was upset because how dare these people from the Ice Palace treat him so defiantly. Scoundrels! Soon his opponent appeared on the training ground. The look on his face showed that he was incredibly angry. It turned out that this was indeed his level. The lady was intrigued as to what answer they would prepare for them tomorrow. She remembered the conversation between the monk and the sword saint during the final days of the Dragon Conference. Many people will be looking forward to the official match between the martial artists, which will take place on the day they hit the streets in the early hours of the morning. Official sword matches for young martial artists draw crowds to see who will claim the title of conference winner. Everyone gathers early for the duel. But not everyone was equally interested in it. It so happened that the lady received a letter, which contained very important information. She turned to the ice ghost, who was impressed by the young mistress's order to prepare the Snow Shadow squad. They would proceed as planned, but she would not give the order until it was time for the final stage. Ice Ghost replied that he understood her instructions, but deep down he knew that the squad had been prepared in case the letter didn't arrive, and he couldn't see why. The lady sensed his doubts and seemed to know that he wanted to ask the reason. It seemed strange on her part, like she was reading his mind. When the young lady of the North Sea smiles like that, at least one person loses their life, and he understands that it is better to say that it is not a problem. The lady starts to laugh, but the laugh was fake. Approaching the window, she says that it is common for martial artists to clash with each other, but when it comes to youth, it is not surprising to see them draw their swords through various stupid conflicts and lose their stupid lives. And it does not scare if it happens to the members of the Phoenix Dragon Conference. But we have to understand whether she has changed her mind. The Snow Squad must be ready for an epic hard show. Since her time has come, she must prepare. This girl was not only incredibly beautiful, but she also possessed great strength, and she had a trump card up her sleeve. When he returned to his room, he asked himself what he should do next. He bought this wooden sword, and couldn't just throw it away even though it seemed useless. If it wasn't to be used, it was still better to keep it. The North Sea Development Palace decided to give up the duel. Even if victory was on his side, the young master would have no reason to stay. He had better find a hotel and start preparing for the exam. Suddenly, memories flashed through his mind of the sneaking dragon pavilion on the 6th day when the monk asked his name. The boy then introduced himself, although the monk had already asked him about it before. The monk said that in a few days the Murim Union will select scholars to keep records. And why should he not take advantage of this opportunity? The monk believed that the boy could not live far from Murim. And indeed it was. He was here because of his interest in martial arts. And although he did not expect to work at the Murong residence after leaving the Forbidden City, everything depended on the results of the exam to understand what the job would be. Since the exam is coming up, if he passes it well, he will be able to show what he is capable of, and he will definitely be accepted. They won't hire people without an honest exam, so this is a good offer. He just hoped that the exam this time wouldn't be as difficult as last time. Suddenly he was disturbed. Someone knocked on the door, asking if Mr. Was there. The voice was very familiar to him. It was a young lady, but why did she come? She stared at him and turned to Scholar It was harsh. He understood that she wanted something from him, and this was not just a random visit. He had seen her smile several times, but it had never been so bright. He didn't even want to look at her because she was so beautiful. The lady noticed that he was about to leave, but the scientist apologized for not warning her. She noted that the conference was already over, and she didn't seem to need him anymore. But why does he think so? She would like to ask one more thing. After the conference, there would be an informal meeting of the participants, and she hoped that the scientist could come with them. The offer sounded good, so he agreed, hoping it wouldn't be a difficult task. The girl thanked him in a strange way, and was incredibly smiling and beautiful. The scientist was shocked to the core, because he was not used to women and their beauty. She said she would wait for him, and they would see each other later. Probably if he is late, or if they are late. She asked him to find a place for them on the promenade on the northern shore of the western lake. It sounded a little strange, but he decided to agree. He locked the door. Then it will be in the northwest of the lake. Does she want him to come and look for her? Soon, at an informal meeting in the Great Hall, loud sounds of laughter and discussion could be heard, all bragging about their skill. The scientist felt insecure with such conversations. It was a familiar scene. Nothing had changed in the young people who would become Murim's future. But the young lady is really late. Why does she do that? Sitting nearby was Lady Murong, as well as a lady from the Namgun family. He looked at them all and noticed another important person. Han Park Jin was also there, and luckily he wasn't alone. Not everyone was as rude as expected, and the young lady and her entourage still haven't appeared. Maybe it's really worth going to look for them. And then the scientist goes down the stairs and goes to look for her. He reaches the lake and thinks about working in the Murim Union. Maybe it's not such a bad idea. He can enjoy the scenery of the western lake as much as he wants. But suddenly, an ice ghost appears behind him. He didn't expect to see him there. The ghost informs that a young lady wants to meet him. This was quite surprising, as the ice ghost was always polite. But now he rudely replies that the young lady is waiting for him on the north side of the western lake. So from the beginning, they wanted him to come to her there. And when he was going to this place, he saw a squad of soldiers. They were martial artists, and their presence made a strong impression. There were too many of them to say it was just a company of friends. Since even scientists do not pass here alone, perhaps they are school students. But why do these guys have such a strong aura? Soon these people burst into motion in the building and attract the attention of those present. They run inside and start pushing. After they pushed one guy, they started tying his hands. They are told that they should not behave like that, and they say that there are no free seats. So it is better for them to go eat outside. The man who was probably their leader did not understand the words about the lack of free seats. Looking around, they saw that there were actually enough free seats. But young people did not understand the situation. Do they know who these people are? But the leader of these robbers, it seems, is not obliged to know them at all. He punches this guy, knocking him to the side. The guy flies away to an incredible distance, as if from a powerful blow. These people will just go eat. They don't care about anything else. The students and representatives of this informal gathering of Murima do not understand what is happening. But the rudeness of these robbers clearly went beyond what was allowed. Someone could not stand it and turned to them, asking who they were. Then the leader of these robbers noticed this brave boy with a long tongue. It was quite rude and completely unacceptable for high-ranking members. But the leader began to approach this boy, and he warned everyone that if they continued to call them bastards, he would rip out their tongues. The Namgun family representative commented that this is very brave. Do they understand that they are talking to a student from the Hua school? But the leader didn't care if it was Hua's school or some kind of garbage in general. It didn't matter to him. Tall children could not bear such offensive words. Meanwhile, the young scientist was walking by the lake and did not see what was happening. At last, he found a lady standing on a hill. She looked incredibly beautiful, as if she was part of a beautiful painting. As he approached her, she turned to Scholar Un. She asked if he also thought the place was beautiful enough, though there was no doubt. But now, in her opinion, it is not necessary to meet, the lady noted. Her gaze focused on the scholar's mistress, as if enveloping him in her coldness. He could not hide his embarrassment, because her look made him more and more embarrassed. His nerves began to fail, and he lost his self-control as he felt sweat begin to pour down his body. And the girl, only slowly, almost inaudibly moving her lips, said, "Even if we go there now, we will only be disappointed, because only corpses remained in that place." This confused him, and not understanding her words, he asked again, "What?" At this point, the lady turns her back on the master scientist and says that he cheated on her, and it had to happen, because if it didn't happen, he would have continued to cheat on her until the very end. She added that only he could prevent the terrible outcome, but to do so he would have to overcome one important test. Snow Ice will stand in his way, and he will have to go through it. The scientist stood in front of Snow Ice and felt a familiar sensation. It turns out that the martial artists he had seen before were her subordinates. He didn't understand why they all kept him alive and were telling him this. But the lady did not expect that he would still pretend that he did not know anything. "Aren't you ashamed, as the owner of the setting sun, to say such a thing?" she added. The scientist realized that the descending sun was the sword he had seen in the Stalking Dragon's pavilion. He thought that there had been some misunderstanding because the scholar swore that he had returned that sword of the descending sun, but the lady said that only 2 people in this land can pronounce the name of this sword. Her words stunned him when he heard the former owner was the Holy Sword, and he was the new owner. And today the North Sea will take away the sun that has set. It turns out that the guy who gave him the sword was the Holy Sword himself. And now everything fell into place. When he had impressed all the martial artists with just his aura from a long distance, and the reason why the sword was given to such a respected young lady. He thought about it, but the girl started to laugh, noting that in this situation he was no different from the scientist she once knew. He really surprised her. She also added that he never realized that he had cheated on her, and most of all, he didn't know anything. But that didn't change the fact that the life of the martial arts masters in the tavern now depended on him alone. The scientist was shocked by this turn of events. At that moment, the girl approaches him. The lady greets the wielder of the descending sun sword, accepting him as her rival. She admitted that she had been waiting for a fight against this legendary sword for a long time. The scientist was in despair because he does not have a sword and does not know how to fight. But he understands that if he cares about the lives of others, he will have to accept the challenge of Snow Ice. He wondered how he was going to face all of this and just stand by and not interfere. The wind of change blew over the field, as if hinting that a new phase in his life was beginning. The determined look of the girl showed that she was ready to carry out all the orders of the young lady. The scientist could not explain that they had misunderstood everything, and that the problem could be solved with words. He tossed the scroll from his shoulder and began to unfold the cloth, displaying his weapon. When the rag fell, everyone saw the brilliant aura emanating from the sword. The lady noted that the descending sun sword had changed a lot. The scientist kept repeating that he did not have this sword. He gave it up and was confident in his wooden weapon for battle. However, Snow Ice's incredible aura began to stir around him. The girl, Snowy Ice, was terribly angry. The lady barely noticed the storm of emotions, realizing that she was not joking. She informed him that the Snow Ice was a secret weapon that had been trained in the North Sea. And even if the scientist possessed the descending sun, he had better not disrespect it. At that moment, the scientist realized that it was not a mistake. Snow Ice is so strong that even the Ice Ghost is no match for her, and the girl told him that out of respect she would start first. She rushes into the fight, quickly starting to act. Her movements are so fast that she instantly moves around the perimeter around the young scientist. Her lightning attacks made the situation even more heated with every passing second. The boy realizes that he has no other choice but to defend himself to at least save his life. He expertly deflects an incredibly powerful blow from the Snow Ice side. The energy that fills the space clouds his mind, giving him no time to think. But Snow Ice continues to spin in the air without stopping his attacks. She stops at a distance of 2 meters from the young scientist, ready for new actions. Her movements indicate that she really is going to kill him, and the boy has no illusions about that. This wasn't just the sparring he was used to. This was a duel to the death, and him missing her previous move was a fatal mistake. Without a doubt, the lady can see that the scholar has the incredible potential of the owner of the descending sun, because he managed to block Snow Ice's attack with a wooden sword, something she could not even imagine. However, everyone is sure that the boy will not last long. Snow Ice is one of the 12 swordsmen of the North Sea, trained specifically for battles against the Holy Sword. The scientist thinks it's just crazy to train a young girl to fight with a holy sword. This is true madness, which in his head seems more and more incomprehensible.
The lady declares that now everything is clear. He deceived her, and now he will be punished, deprived of his life for this crime.
Snowy Ice, without hesitation, launches another attack. Realizing that he will not be able to escape, the boy pulls out his wooden sword and is ready to fight. Snow Ice covers the arena with its aura, hitting everything around. Her attacks continue to hit the boy's defenses, breaking his barriers. Something flew past her face, and she knew it was something unusual. Her doubts recede for a moment, but she still hasn't hit the nail on the head. Snow Ice, filled with demonic energy, wants to finish the fight as soon as possible and kill him. The scientist exhaled heavily, feeling a burden on his heart, because he still does not understand how to correct this misunderstanding. He understands that he may not be able to anymore, but he can say 2 things for sure. First of all, he never tried to deceive the young lady, and he never deceived anyone at all. And my friend, the girl who calls herself Snow Ice, not strong enough to match the holy sword, and now he turns his gaze to her. An incredible light of pure aura fills the space around them. The scientist realizes that although this girl is strong, she's actually just creating an imaginary sword, and doesn't control him completely, so he needs to buy time. The lady tensed up from such a statement, because she did not expect such a development of events. Snowy Ice, in turn, is going to finish this match. She bursts with lightning speed that could blind anyone who was not prepared. The young master fires the energy of his sword as he prepares to move just as fast. With a quick movement, he dodges a slashing blow and sweeps like the wind, deflecting all her attacks. Lady watches this and cannot believe what she sees. How could such a quiet scientist dodge attacks with a wooden sword so easily? She tensed up, seeing how flawlessly he handled each blow. It blocks all snow ice attacks with incredible speed and accuracy. His movements are endless like a river. His sword flows like water, repelling the snow ice sword. The lady had never seen such flawless swordsmanship. The young master realizes that Snow Ice's sword actually poses no threat to him. From the very beginning, this fight was not dangerous for him. He remains calm and in full control of the situation. Then a bright light emanating from his sword causes shock and fear in everyone present. How could such a simple wooden sword create such a strong aura and perform movements that seemed magical? And when the boy makes this incredible move, his energy changes. A red flame appears in his eyes, showing the true martial art of the White Tiger Sword Heavy Sword of the third technique. And the bloodshed is the witness. A fierce fight suddenly breaks out at the meeting. Blood begins to appear on the bodies of the highest disciples participating in the battle. An ice ghost rushes into battle, stops in front of one of the leaders, and shouts for everyone to stop. Some participants are only now noticing his presence. They knew exactly who he really was, but were surprised by his actions. A ghost approaches the opponents and asks what's going on here. They say that they came here right after they heard about his arrival at the Dragon Conference, and then they happened to meet their brothers to enjoy time together in the refectory. Rough opponents decided to fight at dawn, which caused a small conflict. Hearing this lie, the high-ranking sons began to shout indignantly that the little skirmish of the North Sea soldier could not be the reason for such a serious action, but they would take responsibility for it. Responsibility can mean different things to everyone, and the Ice Ghost has yet to figure out who is really to blame in this situation. He asks one of the leaders of the group, "Did you kill anyone? Could any of the warriors have left the conference members without arms, legs, or even eyes? Or maybe they lost their fingers?" Harsh words come out of his mouth. No one can understand. But the tension in the room grows. Nothing of the sort happened, so it was really just a minor skirmish, and it was time for him to go. The members of the conference try to stop him, warning of possible problems if he turns a blind eye to this incident. How could these barbarians afford such a thing? The Ice Ghost heard these words and realized that the members of the conference were real ruffians. He lets them do whatever they want. A warrior from the North Sea won't run or hide. If they want revenge, let them do it now. Best to end it here and now. If they have the courage, the tension between them reaches an incredible level. Every moment can become explosive. The girl jumped forward, stood in the middle, and began to calm everyone down to avoid further escalation. Before continuing, they should heal their wounds and not take the fight to an end. It's the right move, regardless of who's at fault. "It is better to calm down, if only for the sake of the young mistress from Manhua," said the young man from Dan's school. "The conference members give the scoundrels a chance to leave, but they will definitely take revenge for the humiliation." At this moment, the Ice Ghost can be seen smiling along with his warriors. As they exit and almost reach the exit of the valley, everyone expects the conflict to end peacefully. They go outside and the Ghost of Ice gives the command. The battle begins. All must return immediately. Those who stand in their way must be destroyed. The soldiers of this organization are happy to perform this task. For them it is real entertainment. The members of the conference are furious at this disrespect for them. The fact that they allowed this to happen does not give him peace. The man who before could not say a word to the scoundrels now behaves confidently, like a bull in the arena. One guy approaches the girl, thanking her for the wise decision she saved everyone from a bad situation. The girl looks confident, but from her behavior it is clear that she is looking for someone. She makes an important statement. She worries about someone who doesn't know martial arts and wants to find one. One of the young owners replies that everything will be fine with him because it is him. The boy smiles and adds, "Scholar Un would never hurt someone of his own free will." Meanwhile, our hero uses an incredibly powerful technique. An explosive roar is heard where his sword fell. The blizzard that arose from the impact begins to subside after a few moments. It is noticeable that the lady is starting to worry about her ward. The scientist surpasses her in martial arts and strength, which is alarming. The girl coughs after being hit, looking exhausted and weak. She kneels before the young master and admits her defeat. He points out that her swordsmanship is at a high level, but he wouldn't do it for real. The fight was great for her, though, and she starts coughing again. Her cough grows stronger, indicating severe injuries. The lady approaches the scientist, and he regretfully apologizes for the damage caused. She moves closer, not knowing how to start the conversation. Meanwhile, the boy does not leave the thought of helping his enemy. Lady can't stand it and asks him to stop. The battle is over, and there is no point in talking about it anymore. She is ready to end the conflict. She wants the owner of the fallen sun to be reborn, completing this cycle. She believes that if Snow Ice dies at his hand, she will have no regrets. However, the young master has no intention of doing this and urges him to forget about it. He admits that he doesn't know what the previous owner wanted, but he is sure that he is not a murderer and does not possess the setting sun. But when he mentioned the divine monarch, an important detail surfaced. What did he mean? He thought, and the scientist understood everything. The thing the two were trying to convey to him was about war and how the setting sun was connected to the holy sword. The divine monk wanted him to solve the situation at hand, and only for that reason. He was framed, and the holy sword did not allow him to possess the setting sun, the lady thinks. He wonders why he doesn't answer the question, even though he gave the sword. But the boy returned it, and seems to refuse to take it again. For the lady, the fact that he owns the setting sun remains unchanged. But there was no sword in the hands of the scientist, and he does not fully understand the situation, because the perception of this event changes. For the lady, it doesn't matter if he has a down sun. The main thing is that the holy sword recognized him as its owner, and the divine monk approved this decision. The boy recalls the same decisive dialogue, when the holy sword emphasized that he should receive this sword, and even if they recognized him, perhaps he himself did not recognize them. Now standing in front of Snow Ice, the lady watches her with only a wooden sword despite all her holy sword training. But the young master looked at his wooden sword and does not understand why she criticizes him. The lady informs him that the North Sea will keep a close eye on him, his martial arts, his character, and even his enemies and friends. After all, now he is the owner of the setting sun, she assures, and urges him to finish the fight quickly, like a true master of martial arts, the one who came to the North Sea 30 years ago. The scholar does not want to be a martial artist, in the sense that others see it. He likes the sword itself and believes that he can achieve the great Tao of the sword without killing. The woman does not fully understand him. He is very different from all the masters she knows. How can a person have such an unusual approach? He's not going to take Snow Ice's life, and he doesn't even want to hurt her. But then why would he do it all? Did he hear that they were suddenly surrounded by numerous people? However, the girl decides that if the guy made such a decision, she is grateful to him for it. The plan they had worked so hard to create proved useless, and at that moment, a multitude of warriors appeared from all sides. They surround the young master, and the question arises, what is really happening? And even the Ghost of Ice came to this important event. Come to think of it, they warned that the lives of the conference attendees were in danger if the Ice Ghost appeared here. So they stopped their plan, and are now waiting for the order for the next step. The ghost, realizing this, accepted the situation as it was. Suddenly, the soldiers began to disperse in different directions. The lady said that these people are here to ensure her safety. If something goes wrong, they will at least buy some time, even if they can't hurt you. But if the fight is over, it will lose its meaning. Fortunately, the young conference participants were saved. The Snow Lady, although defeated, understands that she should rise. She feels shame because of her defeat. If the boy gave her life and another chance, she thinks the North Sea should thank him. She takes his hand, comes closer, and looks into his eyes. Martial Emperor of the Dark Sky and ruler of the Azure Dragon, she says. Guy thinks, damn, what is this woman trying to tell me anyway? He does not understand what is happening at all. Only one question remained. How did she know these names? But the lady said that these two could turn out to be the same person, so the Marina Union should focus on those names. And only one person is behind all this. He is absolute. If a guy wants to know more about him, he has no choice but to come to the North Sea. The girl came very close to him, and suddenly she hugged him, which quite confused the young scientist. The strange gesture caused him real surprise, but the lady didn't do it just for hugs. She seemed to say some kind of spell. The scientist was stunned by what happened. After that, she sharply pushes away from him. She goes to her ward and tells important news. Since they didn't end the battle without taking this girl's life, it is considered unfinished. And when he arrives at the North Sea, Snow Ice will meet him. However, the fact is that the young scientist is not going to go there. He asks himself, why should he do this? The woman jumps up and starts flying with her assistant. She goes there and can't wait for them to meet again. At this point, she leaves the stage with Snow Ice, leaving many questions behind. The lady flew, holding Snow Ice in her arms, and watched her. She asked to stop because there was an important dialogue ahead. They stopped away from that young man and decided to talk. The lady wondered if Snow Ice knew about this and what she thought about it. In general, she did not recognize him as the owner of the setting sun, but he is one of those she would like to face in battle. She reported that from the moment they met and saw that sword, her thoughts began to change. It was shocking news for the lady, as well as for the entire North Sea, for he is the owner of the setting sun, but managed to defeat a man he did not even know. He perfectly resisted all his blows, made him kneel before her after the decisive blow. After that, the girl felt very ashamed. However, nothing bad happened, and it will be a good lesson for the southern faction, who have become too relaxed in their peace theories. Only one question remains. Whose side will the mistress end up on after her defeat? One of the 12 swordsmen of the North Sea. She follows orders only from the North Sea. The lady knew very well that she would say that, but now they face a new obstacle, the new owner of the setting sun. She did not expect to show such mercy, although she should have understood what could happen to him. The fight could end in peace, but we will not forget today's humiliation, said the girl, looking at the moon. We return to the young scientist, who, holding a sword in his hands, notices that even the ground where he fought has burned up. He exhales and inhales, not believing that he really defeated Snow Ice. Suddenly he feels sick, his body begins to tremble, and he falls. Falling to the ground, he felt cold and heaviness in his body. The long-forgotten feeling of pressure from the battle returned to him. First it was an ordinary stick, then a wooden sword, and now what? Nameless training sword is just ridiculous. And yet, all the days spent training were not in vain. North Sea St. Divine Monk and Murim Alliance. He thought he would appear as an ordinary person not connected to such things, but today he had to fight for his life. He cannot believe that now he has stopped putting the opinions of other people above his own vision of himself. These moments remind him of the Forbidden City, which was like a real pandemonium. He remembers the time when he was still called Henan and marvels at how quickly time flies. A few days later, he already sailed on a ship. He gazed at the beautiful wide river they were sailing on. It was the Yangtze River, which stretched straight through the mountains of the broad river of the Stebet Plateau area. It flows across continents, connecting east and west, creating a convenient route for many traders and travelers. However, even here there are significant risks of being attacked by an emperor on this river, one can only imagine. After the duel with Snow Ice, he couldn't sleep, so he left Hangzhou and hurried to Dongtung Lake without stopping. When he was about to go home, he suddenly felt something important in his hand. He was holding an object that looked like a sign. This sign belonged to his mentor, Il Jong-yoon, whom he only remembered for this subject. But the mentor is long gone. From the moment he left this place, thoughts began to appear in his head about the position he could get in the Union of the Seas. To be honest, this kind of chance only comes once in a lifetime. The people on the ship, who were resting, looked at the young scientist rather strangely because he was constantly sighing deeply. They invited him to come and drink with them so that he would not be so thoughtful. When he asked if they wanted to have a drink together, they immediately said yes and invited him to join. They still had a long way to go, a lot of time to spend, so they decided that there was no reason not to have a drink together. The scientist was tempted by one cup, deciding that one wouldn't hurt. After being poured a large cup of alcohol, he immediately drank it in one gulp. The men pointed out that he was a heavy drinker and seemed to handle booze better than most. When asked if he came from the north, the boy did not understand why they asked this. He wondered why he was so concerned because this had happened to him several times before. This wasn't the last exam he could pass, and there was no reason to worry. One of the men told him that he had every chance of passing the exam, even if someone failed it several times. A man who failed the exams at the district and regional levels 3 times, and had been trying to pass them for 9 years, admitted that he himself understood. Not everyone can do it. He began to get angry when people mentioned his past failures, but the young scientist was not cheerful. It was difficult for him to explain that this was not the point. He did not consider himself in such a situation as some other scientists who failed. Then they gave him a small bowl. More alcohol was poured into her, and one of the men introduced himself, saying he was taking a diploma exam. They said that they all had experience in the imperial exams, and invited him to join so that he could relax as they were going through the same thing. At that moment, the young scientist looked aside and noticed an important detail. This detail turned out to be a girl who was surprisingly beautiful. "And what does a martial arts master do on this ship?" he asked. They noticed the boy's look and emphasized that he was surprised to see people from Murim on the ship. "Did the young scientist fall in love with the lady who laughed and was so beautiful?" they asked jokingly. To this, the scientist replied that not at all, but he was quickly reassured. "Everything is fine. She is extraordinary, although people like us do not even dare to speak to her. But we are allowed to observe, because she is really beautiful. However, he was advised to stop so that she would not take offense and present her weapon to his neck, stressing that one must be careful with such people. After that, a question was asked. What school are you from? One of the men said he was from the Nam family. If this is the Namgung family, then you should explain why people from that family are on this ship now, they asked. It was obvious that the boy had already had a little to drink, and his old habits were beginning to show. But nothing interesting seemed to be going on apart from gossip. The man began to tell that he had received news about a military clan he was working with, and everything had gone awry. He could count most of the news on the fingers of his hand. It all started with one very important letter. The boy immediately paid attention when he heard that it was about a letter. A few years ago, there was a union of river pirates who operated under the leadership of a gang from the village. Because of the small harbor, they could not attack large ships, so they could only rob smaller vessels. One day, a mysterious letter arrived in their harbor. But the leader of the gang could not read, so he asked a subordinate to read it. A subordinate, venal monk from the Shaolin Temple named Heartless, who had been hiding in the gang under the guise of a pirate captain to avoid persecution by the officials, immediately fled after reading the letter. After that, the whole crew was frightened, thinking that the letter warned of an attack on their base. So the pirates temporarily left it, but nothing happened. After 4 months, this monk returned and became a great martial artist. His blows were so strong that everyone flew away from one blow. In the end, he took over the pirate base and became its new leader, which no one expected. After that, they changed the name of the gang to the Heartless Gang and began to increase their power. They began to attack all ships, regardless of their size. And travelers said that these raids were so terrible that it is difficult to describe them in words. After this incident, everyone began to wonder how this fake monk became such a strong martial artist. One day, when he was drunk, he revealed a secret to an ally. The letter contained a long-lost martial arts secret. But who would send a martial arts secret to pirates anyway? Surely this person should feel ashamed. The scholar, hearing this story, was glad that it was not the letter he had sent, for his letter was not so significant as to cause such talk. The problem was that one of the ships that fell victim to the Heartless Gang belonged to Tigerstone traders. And if they guessed correctly, this ship did indeed belong to the Tigerstone merchants. Yes, this particular ship belonged to the Tigerstone merchants, and everyone knows that this merchant organization has ties to the Namgun family. No one forbade them to trade with other schools. Because of this, according to the family, the stone traders will have to deal with their problems on their own, and it looks like they are at risk of being involved in even worse cases, suffering heavy losses. The worst thing is that this pirate gang is not the only one along the river, and if it is true, then this route is really dangerous. All this happened because of a strange letter. The boy from the ship had heard that even the Murong family had received a similar letter. After finishing his cup, he felt that he had had enough, because the wine was beginning to spoil. If they continued this depressing dialogue on the ship, the mood would be completely spoiled. The guy who started this story apologized to everyone. He asked not to worry, because they are under the protection of the Murim Union, and no one will sit idly by while this river is under threat. As punishment for his depressed mood, he was tasked with feeding everyone dinner. The young master began to wonder about the letter he had sent to the Murong family, and whether it could have caused so much trouble. I remembered the lady's words about the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor and the Azure Dragon Swordmaster. No one knows who these people in Murema are, and they cannot be ignored. But there is only one person behind all of this absolute. The young lady's warning was not meant for him, but for Union Murim, and he has a bad feeling about the whole thing. He assumes that he should still inform the Murim Union about this. The ship sailed without portending any problems. The young scientist could not take his eyes off the people who practiced martial arts. One of the ship's commanders warned him to stay away from martial artists, as they were dangerous, even if they were beautiful. He did not notice that this guy was familiar with the Murong family, and wanted to know the reason for this. It all started when he failed the regional exam for the 3rd time, and, being in a depressed state, found a job that was related to the family. At that time, the Iron family was insignificant, and the head of the family worked with him until everything did not change in one day. After some time, the Murong family requested a rematch to rule the Iron family. The chairman happily agreed, but lost. After that, the head of the Iron family found himself in an awkward position, refusing to admit defeat. and even began to spread rumors that the Murong family had taken possession of the treasure. Using this as leverage, he gathered small and middle schools, hoping that even the family Murong will buckle under his pressure. However, he was wrong. The head of the Murong family remained steadfast, even when faced with opposition. The responsibility of foreign affairs passed to this girl, who managed to shut up anyone who tried to disparage her just because she was a girl. That was the day he realized Murim's true nature and realized that he could never defeat this girl. After that, he packed up his things, quit his job, met his benefactor, and became a merchant. He sees no future for the Iron family and has lost all hope. However, the important question is that the Murong family received the letter, and now the entire fighting faction of Henan knows about this news, which surprised the young master. The man asked him not to take it too seriously, saying that it was just a common rumor, and even if the Murong family was no exception, it was nothing to worry about. He also told the young master not to be upset about failing the imperial exam. After all, he has already proven that he is quite capable, and it is better to open his own business than to pass all these exams again. And suddenly, the chief steward turned to the commander with the news that an unknown ship was standing in front of them. They sailed to Mount Stuchaska, and an unknown ship appeared opposite them. This caused quite a commotion, and everyone was frightened by the incident. To the question, "What is happening?" the deputy commander replied that by the screams, it was possible to understand that something unusual was approaching. Soon they noticed that the ships had come even closer, and something strange was happening on their sides. A large number of warriors could be seen on these ships, and it seemed that they were preparing for something. The worst part was that there were no identifying flags on the ships. Important conversations were taking place on board. The pirates wondered if this ship was really so strange, but the commander did not want to spoil his mood and asked, "What is strange here?" The problem was that martial artists had been spotted on the ship, and that was already bad news. The captain warned about them but decided to ignore this ship and sail past, but suddenly silenced his advisor. "They must take up arms, because there is no going back. You can't come back empty-handed." He joined the team with the intention of sending the traitors straight to hell. The situation looked bad, and everyone on the ship began to worry. It turned out that there were no members of the Namgun family on board. The ship's commander and benefactor could only pray that they would leave peacefully after the merchants paid for their protection. The young master held a sword in his hands and understood that he could use it, but did not dare. Suddenly, a nearby ship docked alongside them. The martial artists asked the pirates what they needed. The pirates inquired as to where this group of merchants was headed, though it was merely a formality to cause conflict. One of the masters said that this ship belonged to the stone merchants, and assured them that they were under protection. However, even the merchants themselves did not know under whose protection they were. The pirates said they probably knew the rules of the waterways and urged them to pay for protection. One of the craftsmen categorically replied that they would not be paid a single penny, because from this moment on, the stone merchants would no longer pay the pirates. This infuriated the pirate, because some scoundrel decided to spoil their plan. The martial artist asked indignantly who he had called a puppy, warning him to take back his words, or Min Namgun himself would not forgive him. However, the pirate began to mock him, calling him a puppy, and added that his fellow pirates would punish him. This infuriated the martial artist, especially when jokes about his masculinity began. The master entered into a true rage, believing that his dignity was greater than that of the pirate himself. And so they drew their swords, beginning a skirmish. Though the pirates were not daunted by this show of force, the pirate commander ordered to attack and show the puppies where they belong. However, the martial artists were ready and prepared to repel the attack. The leader of the ship, on which the young master was, decided to hide because he was already too old for such battles. The scientist tried to help him, but the old man was so drunk that he could not even get up. Soon the pirates surrounded their ship and began to approach them. The pirates shouted that it was better to give them all their things, and then they would stay alive. The young master understood that this was absurd, because his crew could not even stand straight. And these pirates wanted to kill them because of some treasures. He unrolls his paper sword and realizes that there are only two enemies in front of him. These scoundrels are nothing compared to Snow Ice, the previous enemy he defeated. The pirates, seeing the guy with the wooden sword, thought he was out of his mind. We return to the other side of the ship, where the pirates' blood begins to flood the sides. Martial arts masters demonstrated their sword skills. They did not give any chance to those who attacked them. Their main task was to watch the back and not allow anyone to enter from the back. They trusted each other because they were from the same family. The worst thing for them was that the blood of the pirates got on their clothes, and they thought they would have to throw them away now. The daughter of the leader of the Tigerstone merchants, Seo and Lee, told her colleagues that she became polluted because of the cursed pirates. The young master did not pay attention to this and saw how the scoundrel attacked him. He destroys the enemy with a masterful movement of his sword. The Namgun family ruthlessly destroyed the pirates on board, but despite their numbers, these pirates were no match for them. It was unfortunate that they lost some of the cargo, but getting rid of the Heartless gang was worth the loss. Suddenly, the leader of the pirates rushes into the battle, trying to attack the impudent young man. He was convinced that he could easily destroy this guy and continue to brag about his strength. The girl noticed that the pirates were losing their advantage. She turned her attention to the other side of the ship. There, one of the crew, a young scientist, stood with a wooden sword in front of two armed pirates. His actions were more like madness. He seriously believed that he could fight with a wooden sword. The girl couldn't let him die because she would have nightmares if she did. She decided to step in and show him where he belonged so he wouldn't lose his life in such a ridiculous situation. The scientist braced himself for battle, holding his wooden sword, and was ready for a duel. The pirates thought he was completely crazy because threatening them with a wooden sword is simply ridiculous. They wondered why he decided to order them anything at all, if he was nobody to them. They took it as superiority because he had an ordinary stick in his hands. The pirates better suggested that he disappear until they killed him, and then, unexpectedly, while they were still talking, the girl comes to the rescue and pierces one of the pirates, who feels incredible pain. The same fate befell the next pirate. Her fighting skills were impeccable. By this, she saved the young owner. She looked at him and smiled. She rejoiced at his courage, but at the same time hinted that one should not jump above one's own head. But he didn't have time to say anything as she quickly moved on. The young master understood what he was getting at, and perhaps she did not quite understand everything correctly. Soon the pirates suffered a crushing defeat and retreated. The Namgun family just watched as the pirates collected their wounded colleagues. They won, making the pirates feel the power of their swordsmanship. Now the pirates should not threaten them again, and after a while their ship departed. The scientist did not understand why the Namgun family was so proud of themselves, because there were many wounded. This is Murima's world. People who are so proud. The merchant ship did not arrive empty-handed in the harbor near Huya. They managed to take the prisoners with them, whom they tied and led on a rope. When asked what would happen to them, the answer was, most likely they will be handed over to the authorities and they will be severely punished for their crimes, but they were luckier than those who died and drowned in the river. It was a matter of luck or bad luck. A young lady intervened in the conversation and expressed her opinion. These pirates got what they deserved. She remembered that it was the same scientist she had seen earlier on the ship. He congratulated his savior because this woman had recently saved them. But the girl raised her head high and remembered that she had never once heard thanks from this scientist. He felt a little uncomfortable, but expressed great gratitude for her help. The young lady informed him that she was from the Tigerstone Trading Organization, and added that he should not worry, she was just joking. If that's the case, then she's not from the Namgun family. Although she has studied swordsmanship for several years, she is not yet a member of the family. She asked the scientist where he was going, to which he replied that he planned to stop by Dongtun Lake, even though his friends were here. Her words seemed a coincidence, because she was also going there and they would probably meet again. She left, leaving behind many questions. One of the men noted that the Chamber of Commerce had started at Dunton Lake, and that had sparked interest in its connection to the home. It was obvious that the young master knew nothing about the home head of the Tigerstone Company, one of the top 5. However, the daughter has a fiancé, so he does not advise the young master to even try to flirt with her. But the scientist had no intention of flirting, and the man decided to joke that they would buy him drinks to comfort his broken heart. It felt more like bullying than support. Next, we moved to Murong's residence. The young lady returned from the Dragon and Phoenix conference. The heads of the family greeted her joyfully, since the journey was far, and invited her to sit down. Her father asked her what her impression of the Murim Union was. The girl replied that she did not notice anything special, but this trip was wonderful. She gathered a lot of information about Murim and other schools. She had just finished her report and had it ready for discussion. The father opened the report and noticed that she had done well in the task, and asked if she had found a suitable groom. He wondered if anyone had caught her eye. The young lady began to go over in her head who could make a strong impression on her. However, Namgun's family, her relatives, seemed to her to be haughty and unpromising people. She remembered other people she had met. However, her father did not ask about any ordinary things. He heard that she liked one of the men. She was embarrassed by this phrase, and even blushed because in truth, she really liked someone. The girl felt uncomfortable with such words, but still dismissed any thoughts about candidates for her hand. Grandfather, stroking his beard and exhaling, said, "What a pity." However, suddenly one very interesting guy came to her mind. It was the owner Un, but why? Soon the grandfather announced that they had received good news. Jin has returned and is now heading towards them. This was great news, and the girl was happy about it. In fact, she was very happy to see him and thought that was the point. She congratulated her brother. Her brother explained that the responsibility had now shifted to her and he was ashamed of himself. From that moment, she decided to allocate him the Department of Foreign Affairs. However, he did not want any position. He was more interested in the art of swordsmanship. Therefore, he expressed a desire to be in charge of training. Soon someone entered the room and called out if the young miss had arrived yet. She ran into the room and started hugging her grandfather. Mrs. Sang behaved quite defiantly, but she became annoyed with her sister because she did not even come to see her after her return. It was because she wanted to give her a present. After understanding the situation, the girl was happy to receive any gift. Grandpa asked if she wondered why Jin had taken up the sword again. When her grandfather said that it was all because of that student, that man, she couldn't believe it. Although they weren't sure that it was him, but he got the sword technique through the explanation letter. When the little girl saw her brother, she could not say anything. It seemed to her that he was angry with her. Her brother often mentioned Mistress Un, but no one knew how they knew him. Grandfather also remembered how he left, and remembered who he was with at that moment. Everything changed very quickly, and when the man changed his appearance, it became obvious that they did not recognize him immediately. Even at first glance, they thought that he was just an ordinary scientist. Here the girl realized that no one in the room knew the real name of this man. The young lady guessed that his name was Unhen, and then the girl realized that it was about the person she met. She began to behave strangely, which even surprised the old man. The fact is that the girl met this Master Un at a conference. Her father started yelling that if she knew where he was, she needed to find him urgently. But after the conference, he could go to the South Sea School. Maybe Hampajin knows where this man went. Then one of them told grandfather to send someone to the South Sea School immediately to get information. But they did not know that they meant a completely different person. And the situation would have been different if that man had gone to the Murim Union. Everyone doubted this, because if a person wanted to enter Tianfu, why would he just hand over his martial arts and leave empty-handed? However, Murong believes that he could be forging connections and claims to be the unattainable wielder of the Azure Dragon Sword. In this case, it means that he is unattainable in heaven. It must be time for the Murong family to make a decision about their future. The girl suggested that it was time for the Murong family to think about their future. The wielder of the Azure Dragon Sword must first break out of isolation, as the fate of their family is decided in Tianhu, a place where gratitude and grudges prevail over all else. However, there was one very important but which they had to take into account. Everyone understood perfectly well what she was talking about. Many people willingly gather under the banner of the hostess. He can rally supporters whenever he wants, but when that moment comes, he will have to decide what to do now. But first of all, they have to become stronger. To achieve this, they have the right choice. They must stick together to move forward. The girl understood that he was indeed right. The strong can win, and this is Jiang Hu's iron rule. And yet, she thought about the boy her grandfather and brother had mentioned. It was the same naive young man she had met before. Soon after, the lady arranged a reception for one of the high-ranking officials from the Taoist school. He wanted to thank her and asked if she planned to visit their school. "We are just ascetics living a simple life," he explained. And they couldn't have given a better reception. She said not to worry. She was already grateful to him for visiting their land, and that was enough. However, her visit to the school had a purpose that remained unknown. Then she called her assistant, Snow Ice, and asked her to bring the box. There was a valuable item in the box, and when she opened it, everyone present was fascinated by the precious stones that lay inside. They cost huge sums and were rare. These goods were clearly not cheap. The head of the Taoist school did not understand why he was given this gift. But under the casket in a secret compartment was a blue emerald. The stone emitted an exquisite aroma and created a noticeable cooling effect emanating from this crystal. It was a real North Sea ice crystal. Even there, it can only be collected once every 100 years. The legendary ice essence of the North Sea is second only to the purple sky powder. But why does it give him such a valuable thing? She explained her act as a sign of greeting from the Ice Palace in honor of the heir to the Holy Sword. The head did not understand what was being said because he did not know who the heir was. He was sure that there was no such person among them, as far as he knew. The lady also did not understand what the matter was, as she assumed that the heir was a student of Udan school. But the head was confused because he did not know about the appearance of the holy sword and the heir. Although it could mean that someone talented broke the traditions of the school and took the student, the woman was sure that the heir the divine monk was talking about was a student of the Udan school. But she might have been wrong. The head could not understand what was being discussed and what exactly the monk was talking about the holy sword, because they were just talking about the heir who belongs to this school. She assumed that the person was studying at Wudan School, the best school in the world, but she seems to have jumped to such conclusions. She then apologized for her carelessness, but the head couldn't just ignore it. He remembered that one of the students had recently won first place in the Phoenix and Dragon tournament, and he began to wonder if he could be the heir. The head wanted to check this information and asked to wait a little to confirm it. However, the lady returned and said that the heir was too modest to tell the truth about himself. It sounded like a blow to the heart for the head of the school. However, if so, then the lady is no longer interested in this information. If he is not a student of the Dao school, then she will try her luck at the Hua school. The head of the school really wanted to get these precious things. Their main competitor was Mount Hua. Strike and Mount Hua are the two schools at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In the past, when the news broke that the Holy Sword was training at the Hua school, that school's pride rose incredibly. At the time, the Holy Sword had not been officially accepted into the school, but if his student was somehow connected to the mountain, it would put the Taoists in an even worse situation. However, this is not the only problem that has arisen. The divine monk specifically pointed out that the Holy Sword heir was a very important person who would influence the entire Tianhua, and the head of the school needed to discuss this matter with the head of the school immediately. The ship sailed along the sacred Tianhu River for a long time. They soon reached Dongtun Lake. The boy was looking forward to getting off the ship. He was already sick and didn't want to look at the lake. In terms of beauty, he could not compare this lake with the western one, because it was so big that it could be confused with the sea. The girl approached him, trying to impress him with the view from the top of the Yuan Tower. It was something incredible, and many poets praised her. When she heard that he would stop at Dongtung Mountain, she thought he was a local, but she was wrong. However, the young master was not against visiting this place, and the girl emphasized that he must visit the Yuan Tower. This place is named after a famous poet and has a special history. The young master raised his wooden sword behind his back. The girl started to laugh when she saw his position with the wooden sword because it looked quite funny. Wiping away her tears of laughter, she couldn't help but see this pitiful trick. However, she didn't say anything sinister and only said that she loved Yuan Tower and came there often. They were due to arrive at the venue soon and she needed to pack. The young master did not understand what was wrong with this woman, but his friend suggested that maybe she was just mocking him. Maybe it's all because he looks like a wimp. We are moving to a house on the outskirts of Yuzan. The scholar arrived at this house of Ilan. He was holding a medallion that his previous teacher had given him. After leaving the Forbidden City, he met many people, but none of them were as dignified and honest as Ilhan. The young owner had been putting off this meeting with his family for a long time, but today it finally happened. The servant opened the door for him. They said that the lady would come soon. The scientist did not arrive empty-handed. He hadn't seen any good men yet, and this house looked old and a little run down. The house did not look like the residence of a former military official of Korea, like the home of a first nobleman, and the question arose as to how the government could treat Il-hyun. The hostess came, saw that it was once connected with her late husband. It was obvious that she began to tremble at the mere mention of him. Tears began to drip onto the table from her eyes. The guy apologized for not coming for so long. The woman apologized for crying in front of him and asked what connected him to her husband. The young master admitted that he was unworthy to call her husband his mentor. The woman may have understood that he was Scholar Unheng, but how did she know him? A few years ago, a man came to her who was passionate about the same business as her husband and was fired from his position. He told her about him. The scientist apologized for delaying the trip for so long, but the woman asked him not to be so polite and just sit down. She really appreciated that he took this step and came here from the capital. But to be honest, she guessed that maybe he was having a hard time right now after he left the palace and resigned. The guy denied that everything was wrong, and her daughter burst into the room. She had long told her mother not to let any strangers into the house. It was clear that her daughter was quite rude to strangers. She didn't show off and sharply asked who he was, since only a woman has the right to be here, and demanded that he leave immediately. Her mother explained that this gentleman was calling himself her late husband's brother, making him her uncle, and asked her daughter to behave. After these words, the girl was embarrassed. She introduced herself, saying her name was Il-Ayan. The scientist also introduced himself and apologized, noting that he was very sorry for coming without warning. However, the woman told him not to be so polite and asked her daughter to sit down as well. The girl fell silent and sat down. Then the mother asked what her late husband had left behind. The guy replied that it didn't seem like anything special, but there was one thing he got from him. He began to pull it out of his pocket. After showing the woman, she was amazed by the thing. Even the young lady paid attention to it. She didn't want to show disbelief, but she was embarrassed to ask. But she asked him to give her back the ring. The young owner apologized. It's the only gift he has left from her father, and he values it so much that he can't return it. Still, he thanked them for letting him stay the night. The girls were left alone to discuss all this. Then the mother turned to her daughter. She asked if she wanted to talk about something, but the girl refused. She didn't understand who this man was and why he came here with his father's ring, because this ring was supposed to be given to the man who would become her fiancé. And she knew that too. And of all people, there should be this man. But she didn't understand why her mother understood how she felt, but wasn't she judging him too soon? Besides, he hasn't proposed to her yet. But the girl stood up and told her mother that when this man wanted to marry her, she would immediately give her to him. She went on to ask if her father really felt the same way, and how could they ever let someone who had avoided them all these years decide her fate? She strongly disagreed with that. Moreover, her father is dead, and she no longer has to follow his orders. However, her mother would not allow her to say so, insisting that her father truly loved them. She said that one should think before speaking, but the girl was in pain. Sensing the fate of this moment, the girl turned and ran away. The mother was embarrassed by her daughter's behavior, but could not stop her. She ran outside, not understanding what was happening. That stupid scholar looked like he'd failed an imperial exam. Even worse, he was completely shameless, because he seemed to her to be too impudent a man. She thought it was all because of her father if it wasn't for him. She hadn't said anything terrible to her mother at the time, but now, returning to her room, she approached the casket. Paying no attention to anything, she climbed onto the chair. Rising, she looked at the same object in the casket. She reached out to open it. Placing it on the table, she began to carefully examine the contents. When she saw the object, nostalgic memories came back to her. There was a scroll containing a very valuable object for her. She was deep in thought and remembered what kind of object it was. Her father knew how happy she would be to receive this ring from him. She thought he would find her a good groom. She was young and naive then, eagerly awaiting his return. She tried to forget him to start a new life, but he left this world, and all because of what happened between them. The next day, in the same place, Mother realized that maybe Master Un didn't know the purpose of this ring, and what would Lady Yeon do then? But she wasn't going to let this man decide her fate. She also asked her mother not to interfere in her personal life. She would figure it out herself. Mother only reacted silently to her statement. Soon the long-awaited host appeared. He apologized for being late and asked how they slept. Madame Yen immediately remarked to him that he was late and didn't even know the purpose of the ring. She asked if he was even ashamed to call himself a scholar if he couldn't even arrive on time. That was quite rude. He excused himself by saying that he overslept because he was very tired after the trip. He thought he would feel more energetic after his sword training. Then his mother invited him to sit down, which he was very grateful for. Soon they had dinner, and the young master went about his business. He pondered the whole situation as the lady followed him. She asked him if he was lost, as he looked like he couldn't find the kitchen as he looked around. The boy called her his niece, but the girl forbade him to call himself that. She did not believe that he was her uncle. The young master apologized, but thought that she might not be used to being called her niece by someone her own age. However, the girl started shouting at him again, not wanting him to call her even Nuna. But what should he call her now? The girl did not understand why he behaved so politely everywhere. Judging by his insistence, she was sure that he knew about the purpose of the ring. She turned away from him and simply asked to be called Miss, although it was better that he didn't speak to her at all, to which the scientist agreed. Everything that had to do with the scientist annoyed her, but she decided that she would last a few more days and asked where he was going. The young master just wanted to know if there was anything he could do to help them. The girl thought a little. She offered him to cut down the trees. It was a joke on her part, because she knew it was a pretty dirty job. She was sure that the scientist should not and could not do this. However, the young master, although he had never done this, was convinced that he would manage. The scientist promised to do his best and set out to do the work. The girl thought that the scientist was only capable of reading books, and he was unworthy of pruning trees and would not be able to do it, so she wanted to look at his suffering with pleasure. However, the scientist found her behavior cute and saw her as a younger sister. He changed clothes, took a sharp sword. An incredibly large garden opened before him, and it is not surprising that Miss Yen and her daughter-in-law did not cut trees. He started working. The first cut was easy. It looked like the job would be easier than expected, but the tip he cut off was quite dangerous, and he had to be careful with the protruding parts. Now he had to cut off part of the trunk. He swung with all his might to cut off the ends. Accidentally missing, he caught the gate with his sword and cut it in half. Looking at his sword, he realized that something was clearly wrong. However, as he held it in his hands, he realized that it was a real sword, and it couldn't just be waved around uncontrollably. The scholar focused all his strength on the sword, preparing for a serious blow. His aura activated, radiating incredible energy. With extreme precision and skill, he began to cut the branches, trying to control his strength. His movements were so fluid that it looked like a passing action, yet each strike was precise. But it was all too slow, and he had to concentrate on each cut, making the process take forever. Suddenly he heard laughter coming from somewhere in the bushes, and he realized that someone was watching him all this time. He did not look back, because he did not see anyone. It seemed to him that lately he had become much more sensitive to his surroundings. Then he turned his attention to the tree. Each branch was different from the others, and that meant he would have to cut them one at a time. However, just as there is an optimal way to drive a cart and distribute livestock, so there must be a way to prune trees. He needs to understand how to work not with one branch, but with all of them. Then he took up his sword again and began to work. He will have enough work now for a long time. The lady came to ask how the scientist was doing, and was shocked that he had been working from early morning until noon, and still had not had time to clean the garden. She ordered a servant to tell him to stop. In her thoughts, the girl believed that the scientist was a fool because even an experienced gardener would not take up this garden if he did not succeed in it. He should just give up. Why does he continue? If he gets injured, it will be very bad because he has never done hard work. Then it turns out that she will be guilty and will look like a thief. Soon the young master appeared on the horizon. The girl immediately expressed her complaints, saying that she asked him to come by noon, and he does not follow the time at all. He apologized to the missus, explaining that pruning trees turned out to be much more interesting than he thought, and the time flew by. But the boy looked exhausted, although the girl wasn't sure if he was really working or just sitting around. When she asked how much work was left, he said that maybe by lunchtime he would finish. He told her he thought he had another half-day of work left. But for some reason she got angry, because the boy spoke as if he had done nothing all this time. Soon the servant interrupted their conversation. He apologized for the delay, and the girl asked how much more time was needed to finish the work in the garden. Her advisor said that there was not much work left in the garden. Of course, it will still take a few days to remove all the cut branches, but the pruning of the trees was almost complete. The young miss decided to check out the garden for herself because she couldn't believe it. After seeing the results of the work, she could not imagine how much work had been invested, and he did all this in just a few hours. The branches were cut very neatly, and she couldn't believe that it was the work of a stupid scientist. She suggested that perhaps he was not an imperial scholar but a court gardener. Something was clearly fishy here, but they soon began their lunch. The young owner was so fascinated by tree trimming that he had no idea how interesting this activity had become for him. He felt as if he was using his white tiger sword art training skills. He also noticed a strange feeling as if he could feel the tiniest of differences when cutting the branches. His work reflected his emotional state, but that was not enough for him. Soon he was full and decided to leave. When asked by the young lady where he was going, he replied that, of course, to the garden, as there was still some work left. However, Mrs. Yi asked him to forget about the garden and offered to go for a walk with her. The young master did not object and agreed to go for a walk with her. They came out on a beautiful road and walked for a while in silence. The scientist felt that although the walk seemed peaceful, times had become dangerous, so he took a wooden sword with him. However, he tried to calm himself, thinking that he couldn't be so unlucky as to meet bandits on his way. Miss Yen looked very beautiful in her outfit, and there was something between them as if they were older brother and sister. He even began to feel that she was his real sister. He asked Miss Yen if she was tired, since they had been through quite a lot. He noted that they still had a long way to go and doubted that she wanted to soil her dress. He suggested that it would be better to go by carriage. She looked at him as if she saw a piece of meat in front of her. As expected, he lived in the palace and completely lost touch with the poorer sections of the population. "How can you spend money so thoughtlessly?" She did not shout at him, but simply moved forward. The scientist caught himself thinking that he was being too carefree, and realized that he should have thought about Miss Yen's financial situation. But even so, he wondered why the honest and faithful Heng family should go through hard times. Does justice exist? Stepping forward a little, she turned around and sarcastically asked why he was so slow. Maybe she could carry him in his arms. However, he replied that he would do just fine himself. They soon reached Yuan Tower. It was a beautiful and tall building. Its dimensions were impressive, and a wonderful view opened from the top to the deep Lake Dongtun, whose horizons were divided, as if heaven and earth. It was a beautiful place, but the girl noticed her acquaintance. He waved her hand and called her to him. The young scientist asked who it was. The young lady replied that it was her future husband. The scientist was simply shocked by these words. The girl understood that it was very cruel, but she thought that it was necessary to put an end to this matter, and she thought that now the scientist would be disappointed. But no, he approached the boy and said that he was very happy to meet him, because he would be his son-in-law. But the boy did not understand who he was. The young master explained to him that he was Unhen, the named brother of the girl's father, and was also glad to meet him. Yenun was surprised and asked the girl why she did not say that such an important guest would come. The girl felt that there was a misunderstanding between them, but the scientist did not seem to see anything strange in this, and was surprised that they had come such a long way to meet by him. Mrs. Yen was shocked at what was happening. She understood that the mother was right. This guy really does not know the purpose of the ring. Meanwhile, Yenun asked to be less polite because it was starting to make him nervous, but they quickly found a common language. The girl began to doubt why the scientist behaved like a brat, knowing the purpose of the ring. She decided to say that it was time for them to go, but her lover wanted to stay and drink with the scientist. The scholar quipped that Miss Yen must be a little confused. Her lover explained that the scientist says that because he doesn't know her well yet, she looks fragile. But in reality, she is a very energetic woman. He added that he loved her very much, after which she walked away, offended, leaving them to do whatever they wanted. Both boys looked fascinated at her pouting face. Her lover suggested the scientist go to a beautiful restaurant nearby. Meanwhile, the girl, walking with an offended expression on her face, could not understand why the scientist, not knowing the real purpose of the ring, still refused it. Perhaps he considers her lover to be an ordinary man who is no match for the one her father chose. This worried her greatly, and she could not understand the scientist's actions. Moonlit night soon came. The young scientist walked along the beautiful stairs. The thought did not leave him. Why does Miss Yen look so anxious and unsure around him? During their meeting with her lover, he revealed that the girl was very proud and his family was quite wealthy. He wanted to help her, but she would probably leave him if he offered to help her. In a certain sense, the scientist understood that she felt her mother was the only one who took care of her after marriage, and the girl could not accept help from her lover, despite the fact that he wanted to help. Now the girl helps her family herself. She is an outstanding person. The young master was happy when he accepted her proposal of hand and heart, but the problem was that her family could not afford the dowry, so she asked him to wait. Although her lover wanted to marry her right away, she asked him to wait until she had saved enough money for the dowry. He felt helpless because he could not do anything, and because of this he cried. The scientist wondered whether people can protect their loved ones if they have money and power. Is there any logic in this, if it makes people suffer so much? No matter how much he sighed, he could not get rid of the suffocating feeling. He approached the stairs and the tree. He could no longer restrain this sword. If he doesn't start swinging his sword, he will definitely explode with emotion. The daughter of one of the merchants came to the beautiful lake with her squad of guards. She had not seen such picturesque scenery with her guards for a long time. The whole serene atmosphere around the lake was just incredible, and she wished she could enjoy it a little more. After briefly enjoying the beauty of nature, the girl went back. Passing by the place where the path led down, the soldiers suddenly felt something. They heard the sound of a sword or something similar, which alarmed them. The warriors instantly took a fighting position, ready to protect the young lady. They didn't give a clear answer to her question about what they noticed. All they could say was that they saw a bright shock flash coming from the forest. The girl was a little embarrassed and realized that something was wrong here. She moved away from her guards and headed towards where the power was coming from, wanting to see it for herself. Although her warriors sensed danger, it did not mean that everything was so simple. If an enemy of this level wanted to kill them, they would all be dead by now. Despite this, the warriors continued to guard her, not allowing her to take such a risk. But she ordered them to shut their mouths, and she forbade them to follow her, declaring that this was not the kind of enemy they could deal with. The young master had been practicing with his sword. Now he was one with the weapon, as if he had merged with it. He couldn't remember how many times he had trained with this sword. Every time he swung his sword, he lost touch with reality. His worry and sadness faded away as he trained with the sword, giving him a sense of calm. The girl came to see it, and was amazed by the incredible power she saw. Every time the young master swung his sword, the ground beneath his feet seemed to disappear, giving way under the pressure of his power. He was the embodiment of a mythical beast that sought to devour this world, as if trying to extract all the sadness from it. He had no right to stay here, and she knew she had to go. If she is careless, his punches may accidentally land on her. Despite this, she decided to hide behind a tree and watch. She had never seen such powerful swordsmanship. Not even her Namgun family, famous for their sword techniques, could boast of such skills. The girl caught herself thinking that she had finally found the one. We are moving to the city of Changsha, Huan Province, the headquarters of the Tiger Stone Merchant Group. The girl enters Li Huam's office and addresses her father. As usual, he was busy and did not plan to spend his time on her, because he had many important things to do. But according to the girl, no decision could be more important than her. Her father asks her not to be so sure of herself, and asks what she wants from him and what happened. She replies that she blew a big pot. He congratulated her by asking how much she won, but she didn't know for sure as she was still young, but about as much as Liu Buwei won. Liu Buwei is a legendary merchant of the Warring States period, who in 235 BC helped a prince become king, and for this received the position of Chancellor of the Qin Kingdom. The girl hints that she has found a way to conquer the world, or is she sure of it? She replied that she was absolutely sure, although she had been deceived once, and now this idea was buried in someone else's garden. The father understands that if this thing is buried in someone else's garden, then you can simply buy this garden, or even the whole village where it is located. Thus, no one but them will be able to take possession of this prize. That's how investments work. The girl thanked her father for the wise advice, but she still did not reveal to him exactly what she meant. If her plan works and their company can dominate the market, the father even plans to buy an entire city to get hold of this trophy. Back to the scientist. He has about half of the money left over from his previous job in the Forbidden City. It is a large sum for him, but it probably won't be enough for Mrs. Yen's dowry. He thinks about pretending to be a fool and somehow sneaking into their coffers, because he doubts that the girl will accept the money. She won't even talk to him. Either way, he'll have to leave soon, and with her personality, she'll just reject any help. Maybe there's some way to get her to take that money. And suddenly the young master hears a knock on the door. He opens the door, but no one is there. He thought that someone was following him, but he did not notice anything suspicious. Then he heard some sounds from the side. Someone asked him to come closer. Perhaps it is some guest that he has not seen in this place before. Something incomprehensible is happening here. Ivan decided to approach those people who were calling him. Soon one of the men approaches the mother and says something about the savior. He wanted to know more and asked if she had read the letter from his master. This man was an important figure, as was his master, who was evidently quite an influential man. The woman opened the letter and read it for a long time. The letter said that her late husband had saved the life of that man's mistress, and this was the first time she had heard of it. But this young man is only a messenger. He does not know the details of his mistress. He just hopes that she will make the right decision. And everyone was interested in where exactly this Liu Xin lives. The servant replied that the master lived in the city of Changsha, at the headquarters of the trade organization Tiger Stone. If you just mention this organization, it turns out that this master is a relative of the head of Huam. He really wants to meet them, so they prepared a carriage for them. If they are ready, they can go. But the lady wondered why anyone would wait so long to pay their respects to her father. And what were the chances that this person was actually a relative? She decided not to let her mother go alone and go with her. The messenger paid attention to the scientist. It may seem rude to him, but he asked who he was. The lady explained that this is the named brother of her late husband. Hearing these words, the messenger apologized for not greeting him earlier, and also invited him to the master's residence. They got into the carriage and drove off together. Mistress thanked Un for going with them. She feels much calmer in his presence. The scientist did not answer, But in his mind, he understood that something was wrong here. The servant is behaving very strangely, and why did he not inquire if there were other guests in the house? He seemed to know that Un was the only guest. Un hoped that he was just screwing up, as he had often been nervous lately. Soon the horse's hooves clattered on the stone and the carriage arrived. The chariot stopped and they went out to meet them. An old man greeted them. The messenger said that he had brought the guests, as the host had requested. The lady asked what kind of invitation it was and what was going on, but the old man fell on his knees before them. The old man introduced himself as Uishin, said that he always wanted to thank his savior, but was still powerless. Now that he has met the family of his benefactor, he can die in peace. He was asked to stand up, but he refused, saying that if it weren't for his savior, he wouldn't even be able to kneel before them. The old man has just learned that there is a family of his savior, and he believes that he does not deserve their forgiveness. He prepared a sumptuous table full of various dishes. It looked regal, and nothing was spared for the guests. They were invited to sit down when a young man approached them. He introduced himself as Li Home from the Tigerstone Trading Organization and explained that he had invited them here today. The young master noticed a familiar girl among those present. He had seen her once. Her name was Lisoyan, and she was also glad to meet them. They had already met before, and the girl was glad to see the scientist again. She would never have thought that their paths would cross here. Young master felt awkward but also happy to meet, while Mistress Yen looked at him suspiciously. The old man began to tell how he once met his savior. Then he was an ordinary merchant who led a caravan, and they met in an inn, unaware of the danger. They were attacked by bandits in the middle of the night. The guard consisted of only a few armed men, and they could not fight back. They were all destroyed. The woman's husband turned out to be saved by everyone. The merchant owes him his life and well-being, because that product became the key to his success. However, he is still tormented by the fact that then he never learned the name of his savior, and every day he regretted it more and more. But the woman asks, "Why are you not sure that it was her husband who was the savior, since many people bear this name?" The mother was touched by the story, but will be upset if it turns out they thanked the wrong person. The scientist observes the woman's reaction and is surprised. Instead of taking advantage of the situation, she insists on the truth, the behavior he expected from his brother's wife. Then the old man takes out an envelope from his pocket. He puts it on the table and hands it to the woman. It was the only thing that man left him. The letter she opened was irrefutable proof that her husband was indeed a savior. The handwriting was exactly the same as her husband's, and the mother couldn't help the tears from her eyes. The signature and handwriting were unmistakable, and tears one by one began to fall on the letter. The old man fell to his knees, begging the savior, thanking him for giving him a new life. After everything became clear, the atmosphere in the room became much friendlier. Li Wuxin offered to give half of his estate and possessions to Madame Il, but she flatly refused to accept such a large thank you, and they agreed that he would only repair the Il family's house. After learning that Unheng was the named brother of Ilchun, the woman began to treat the young scholar with the same warmth as her brother. As a result, Il Ayin found herself in an advantageous position, and Li Haum offered her a job at the Tigerstone Trade Association. She immediately agreed, her eyes shining with enthusiasm and joy. The carriage started back home. The same delegation traveled in it, and they were all satisfied with the result. Madame Il's condition was improving, but the young master did not contribute to this in any way. He did nothing to thank his brother for his kindness. He thought more and more. But the longer he thought, the more he hesitated. The next day, restoration work began to prove the power of the Tigerstone. Many skilled workers appeared, and all the materials were delivered quickly. Just yesterday, this house looked neglected and old, but today it is full of energy. Ilayen just started work and sent a message to her mother that she needs to work hard, and from now on she will be a permanent employee. Hyung watched Il's family being happy. And while he was happy for them, he also felt useless because he was only an observer from start to finish. Soon, the old house was completely restored. It was an incredible job. The scientist was amazed. The setting and design did not change, but the building seemed to come alive. The hostess did not know how to thank the merchant. They all owe him their well-being. The scientist, being present next to the lady, asked how she was doing. He caught himself thinking that he had accidentally called her Nuna, which he hadn't intended. She, in turn, replied that everything was fine, and thanked him for his care and support. The young master noticed that she was no longer angry with him, and this brought him relief. Suddenly, the lunar yen appeared on the horizon, and the event became iconic. The The young master greeted her, addressing her as Mrs. She was upset that he called her Mrs. because she used to call him brother, and wanted him to call her by her first name. The young housewife who watched this scene was shocked by the unexpected turn of events, especially when she walked into the garden. She couldn't help but notice how wonderful the house looked now. But why are the old bushes still here? Everyone began to wonder what kind of fool had been put in charge of renovating the garden. Someone tried to explain that everyone needed to calm down, especially Noonie, but the situation was getting more and more tense. She couldn't let someone working for Tigerstone do such a sloppy job, but actually, the workers were going to renovate the garden. But Madame Ile stopped them, as she had many memories of the place. Due to this, the bushes remained intact, and the trees that the scientist cut down also remained in their places. Mrs. Yan, or Nuna, was amazed that the scientist himself trimmed the trees. The daughter stood aside and could not tell her mother how important this garden was to her, because of the memories of her father. This place had a special meaning. She did not want the scientist's efforts to be in vain, and hoped that her mother would change her mind after all. She believed that her mother would be able to change her mind, but still she hesitated. Yen noticed that the garden was pleasing to the eye and began to wonder where the scientist got such experience in gardening. The flowers looked simply incredibly beautiful, but she was most surprised by the fact that the scientist was so successful in trimming trees. The daughter decided to go back and was not even going to wait for Mrs. Yen. Mrs. Yen asked Yu Chornoy to come closer and look carefully at the garden. She asked if he really cut the trees himself. In Black confirmed that it was his work. The lady drew her attention to one important detail. She asked why one of the flowers on the tree had faded. Mr. Wu admitted that he made a mistake while trimming the branches, which caused the tree to suffer. When she asked about the nature of the mistake, he explained that trees should grow better after pruning, but he had cut one of the branches incorrectly. This was his first attempt, and he had not yet fully understood how to properly prune trees. At this moment, Moon-Yen made a strange face, as if trying to hide her emotions. He could see her expression, but he couldn't understand what she was feeling. The girl asked what he did with the cut branches, and he replied that he burned them. But it really upset her, and he couldn't understand why she reacted like that. She explained that it was no longer important and suggested that they go back. Soon, they returned to the house, where the mother was sitting among the guests. The merchant emphasized that her daughter was very talented, and the mother did not hide her joy from the praise. He also mentioned that he had heard that his daughter was getting married soon. After that, he asked who her fiancé was. The girl remained silent, looking into the eyes of the young master scientist, whose gaze was focused on her. Everyone understood that the scientist tried to help with the house from the bottom of his heart, but now he felt frustrated, although there was nothing he could do. Before she could say a word about her lover, Mistress Yen announced that it was young Master Li from the Yue Yang family. Everyone in the city already knew perfectly well about their love story. His reputation as a capable young man was widespread among the locals. Even the merchant was familiar with him. Therefore, he was sure that this young man would become a good husband and a wonderful son-in-law. The girl's mother did not react. They just sat in silence. The daughter did not yet dare to tell her mother about her relationship, and dragged it for a long time. And now it became known from someone else's mouth. Then the master merchant turned to Master Uno. He asked if Uno had any plans, and if not, he could ask him to help him with one thing. The young master, hearing this news, was stunned. Without waiting for the task, he decided to apologize. The merchant and his daughter exchanged glances. At this moment, Master Un announced that he was going to leave this house and go to Murim's court in Hangzhou. He asked if they were familiar with this association of Murim. They already offered him a job during his last visit, and he no longer wants to impose himself on Il's family. Although Madame explained that he does not interfere at all and they are pleased to see him. However, the scientist, although extremely grateful for the hospitality, was afraid that his presence would be misunderstood by others. Master Li reminded him that he came here to thank all the kindness and help the Il family had shown him over the years. It was because of this that he decided to come to Murim's union and accept their job offer. He felt that this way he would be able to pay tribute to all the years of support. Everyone understands his point of view, but the old man remarks, why doesn't he think again, since their organization also wants to hire him? However, the scientist made his decision after much thought. He will return here when he can earn enough and support himself independently. The merchant offers him an even higher wage, but if he doesn't want to be persuaded, they won't do it. Instead, he can go on a ship that will ensure his journey. The scientist was not against this proposal, but felt some discomfort. However, he knew that the merchant might be offended if he refused. Therefore, I decided that it would be better to accept this offer as a sign of gratitude. Soon the carriage was on its way, and the horses moved slowly forward. The old man, riding in the cart, noticed that not everything went as well as he expected. The girl expressed her fear that their investment might simply disappear and asked what they would do now. The merchant thoughtfully replied that they couldn't just let it go while they held it. He implied that the ship would never reach the Murim Union. Investments are like romance. They require a lot of patience and wise decisions. If we insist too much, the target will turn away from us. But on the other hand, endurance may prove stronger than iron chains. If they let Unheng go, they will no longer be able to hide from his gaze. They decided to let Hyung go from here, but to keep him under constant surveillance so that he wouldn't be out of sight. The best way to keep him is to establish family ties that will ensure their influence over him. The lady is not against this idea. She is ready to agree, moreover. She even dreams of having a child from him, which would be the ideal result for her. After these words, for even the father was amazed, realizing that Unheng is really an unusual person. Although he still has doubts if Unhyung is really special, he doesn't doubt his daughter's feelings, which she has been through a lot. The girl asked her father a counter-argument. What, in his opinion, is the real strength of the Namgun family? He doesn't know for sure, but most people believe that the heads of the four great families rank below the heads of the Duan and Hua mountain schools. However, they are actually equal in influence. In the end, one important question remained. What kind of power will they wield when their family becomes one of the four most powerful martial arts in the world? Within a decade, they would become a dominant war clan. And within 30 years, they would reach the level of one of the 3 largest trading companies in the world. After half a century, the Tiger Stone will be at the head of all war factions and trade organizations, conquering the peaks. The only question that remains is whether the girl is confident in Unhen's power. However, she had no doubts about it. But his father still did not believe that his sword and abilities had reached such a level. Then, the daughter started talking about the fact that something important will happen with the first snows. Her father should see how the flowers bloom in the garden of that house. And only then will they understand the true meaning of Unheng's living sword. 2 months later, a ship carrying an important person moored in Yun Harbor, the young master went on a journey to achieve his goal. A lady was following him, but her behavior was somehow strange, as if she was hiding something. The scientist approached the ship. Thinking that it was his ship, the girl asked if they had to get to Hangzhou, even though the route was across the Yangtze River. In addition, Ayan Nuna was also moving in the same direction, and he catches himself thinking that he unknowingly called her that again. The young lady understood that when Unhen told her mother about her departure, she cried, and the girl felt guilty for not fulfilling her promise to her father. She did not agree to an arranged marriage because her heart had already chosen young Mr. Li, and she did not regret it, although the situation was ambiguous. But why is she so sad when this person leaves them? When the scientist decided to board the ship, he was addressed as a brother. It was Anne, the daughter of a merchant who had already gone through more than one difficult life path. The young master was glad to see her but could not understand why she was chasing him. His mentor's daughter looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he was still behaving so stupidly. Anne remarked that he was in too much of a hurry, but the scientist was intrigued and asked what brought her here. The girl explained that they had received an important shipment to be sent to Hangzhou, and it was amazing that they happened to come here together and were now leaving together. The mistress also joined the trip, climbing aboard the ship. The girl watched the daughter of Mr. Likov for a long time, although she works for him and his company. But she did not know anything about his family and did not understand what was going on in the head of this girl. Then the young master asked Miss Ayan to extend her hand. He placed something in her hand that he thought she would really like. It was the same ring his mentor had once given him. The guy was convinced that he should have returned it a long time ago, and sincerely apologized for his selfishness, because he had caused her a lot of pain. It was the only thing Ilyun had left him, and he didn't want to give it away, forgetting that this ring for her mother was just a memory of sadness and loss. It seemed strange to the girl why he was doing this now. Maybe he wants to say that he has no intention of getting married, or he didn't know about it at first. And everything worked out for the good of the family, done only by his own will. The scientist handed her an envelope that didn't contain much, but he wanted to congratulate her on her wedding. The girl carefully took out the envelope and opened it. Inside, she saw a bank check. The guy explained that he doesn't want her to misunderstand him. He doesn't feel sorry for her, because he knows that she can earn more. It's just his gift. He wanted to express his sincerity without having any other intentions. However, he decided to say goodbye to Miss Ayan and move on. She stopped him suddenly and was silent for a moment, embarrassed. She was about to say something, but another woman interrupted her, asking Brother Un to hurry up. The ship was already preparing to sail, counting the last minutes at the pier. The boy asked Ayan to take care of herself and wished her the best, hoping that her marriage to young Mr. Li would be blessed. The girl just watched him silently, as if everything was happening too fast for her. The ship's sails were filled with wind, which drove it forward. The ship slowly sailed away from the shores where they said goodbye. The girl looked at the departing ship, but in her gaze remained misunderstanding and mixed feelings. The guy waved her hand, despite all the difficulties, saying goodbye forever. Ian clutched the ring he gave her, knowing that it was their last goodbye. She suddenly realized that he was now sailing away and they would never see each other again, so she began to scream. Pain shot through her and she cried out, "Uncle Un, come to us again!" She begged that nothing should stop him from returning to them, but the boy no longer heard her words, and her scream dissolved in the air. Tears welled up in her eyes and she felt foolish because she realized that he had always been so naive and sincere. He always acted without any ulterior motives. He just wanted to do something nice for her and her mother. She was wrongly suspicious of him, when in fact she wanted to accept him, as she should have done in the first place. Meanwhile, in the South Sea, the Ice Ghost reported that Unheng had left Yueyang. As to where he was headed, no one could answer for sure. But it was suspected that he had gone to the Murim Union, or had finished his research on life in Yueyang. The ghost replied that the scholar had made a contract with Li Hao, the head of the Tigerstone Trading Company. Li Hao's daughter, Lysijin, was a distant relative of Li Wuxin, but where they stayed remained a mystery. No one knew why they needed to cooperate with the Tigerstone merchants. Ms. Lady was disappointed with her Snow Shadow squad that lost Unhen. He decided to play it safe, since she had warned him, but it was extremely difficult to get reliable information. The lady wondered if he had spotted a spy at least once. The ghost replied that something must have made him suspicious twice. Something seemed suspicious to him, and he turned sharply, trying to see the danger. The lady smiled, because she thought he was a good man, because he felt threatened twice. However, what is the situation in the Murim Union? There was a meeting about the heir to the sword. Representatives from all over Murim gathered to discuss the matter, but could not come to any conclusions. The divine monk was also there, but he did not participate in the discussion. Perhaps only the heir to the sword will be able to change the course of events. It won't be long before chaos engulfs everything around. By the way, what was the pirate group doing on the Yangtze River? Most likely they were preparing for some actions. However, it sounded rather strange to the lady. Even if the pirates act together, they are still weaker than the Murim Union, especially surrounded by enemies on all sides. It became more and more interesting when the Yangtze Confederation fell. Could it even be the Murima Union itself? She couldn't wait to see what happened next. She asked about the Emperor of the Dark Heavens, and Ghost searched for him for a long time but could not find him. It is unclear why he suddenly disappeared. It was a rather strange situation, and the lady drank a cup of tea as she watched the events unfold. She expressed her opinion that even one tea leaf can change the taste of water forever, and the world became extremely unpredictable with the appearance of this guy. At Hangzhou harbor, they disembarked the ship, treading carefully on land after a long journey. The scientist and Nuna said goodbye, wishing each other to protect themselves on new paths. This was Un's first journey, and he wanted it to be over sooner than he had hoped. The fact that Nuna had treated him so well now made him feel guilty. Nuna was left with the question, was she necessary at all? Did the scientist find her attractive, or perhaps he simply ignored her? Why is it so hard to fall in love with someone? She knew that one day she would regret not having such skills, but she remembered the words of her father, who always said that a relationship is like an investment. It requires patience and wisdom. And following Un with a glance, it seemed to her that her father was right. At that time, the scientist went to the notice board and saw that the exam for the recruitment of secretaries would take place in 3 days. The secretary exam results were posted in front of the main gate of the Murima Union. He found his name in the list of successful candidates. An Sujai approached him and said that he did not see any other outcome. After all, it was the scientist who wrote a detailed report on the first question, and despite the lack of time for preparation, made every effort. Together with him came Pyo No Du and Jo Du Sik. A few days ago, he had taken the secretary exam for the Murima Union, and although the fighting tournament was being held at the same time, there were a lot of participants, and he felt that he had almost no chance of success. But at least he was glad that all the friends who came to him also passed this exam. Murima's Union, the pavilion of the stealth dragon, where events raged. The monk opened his book and said, "This young man again?" He suspected that Un was smart, but he did not expect that he would be able to pass the exam so easily. At that moment, the monk raised his head and looked at the birds sitting on the branches. He asked them, "What will you eat today?" and then decided that he would feed them himself. Throwing seeds at them, he called them impatient, adding that they do not respect elders at all. The birds descended to the ground, eagerly pecking at the food. He enjoyed the moment and thought he was happy when he did it. As nature's cycle dictated, the seeds they were now eating would one day grow into new plants, and these thoughts reassured him. But at that moment a noise was heard outside the gate. The gate opened and 3 figures entered. He invited them in and said he would feed them whatever they liked, and then he turned his head to the left, where the notebook was lying. After some time, all the important figures gathered in the main hall of the Murima Union. The Taoist Chongjing addressed the disciples from Manhua, asking them if they really knew nothing. One of them replied that they were the same as him, but assumed that the Shaolin Temple understood something. Chongjin then turned to Reverend Ho and asked if the divine monk had announced who would be the successor to the Holy Sword. Venerable Ho, a representative of the Shaolin Temple, replied that even a humble monk did not know anything about it. The divine monk had always been the central figure of the Murim Union, and his role in Shaolin was even more important. Yongjin said it, and the girl added that one thing was known for sure. It was Seol Ryongtan who said that a successor existed, and what's more, he probably belonged to their orthodox faction. At this point, Mook intervened, stating that it was outrageous to make such important decisions without informing others, and how could they exclude non-standard schools from the discussion? He was asked to calm down, explaining that they were all Murim members here. The problem has nothing to do with orthodox or non-orthodox factions. Ryong Jaegal, a representative of the Jaegal family, asked why a divine monk should hide the identity of his successor. At first, Mook did not understand what he was getting at, and questioned him. But the answer was simple. The monk wants to reveal the fact of the existence of the successor, but not his personality, so that he does not fall under pressure. It was further explained that this meant, with a high probability, that he was not yet a member of the Murim Union. Sol added that most likely they had made some sort of deal. Ren agreed with Sol and noted that she had put it well. They came to the conclusion that the divine right successor monk does exist, all because anyone who tries to use it or influence it will be severely punished, undermining the stability of the Union. "And what will be his role?" asked Sol. It became clear that they had no choice but to give him whatever he asked for. After all, he is the successor of the Holy Sword, and the Murima Union, as the dominant power of Jianghu, cannot ignore his power. One of the young men added that he might even want to join the board of directors. "This is absurd," Peel said, expressing his displeasure at the decision. But he was told that his clan was not capable of defeating the Holy Sword. However, Peel countered that the successor of the Holy Sword was not the Holy Sword itself, and they would have to fight to find out who was stronger. Others only saw him as a fool who uttered such words. After that, they decided that they should invite the Holy Sword to join the Murim Union. At that moment, a messenger appeared, attracting their attention. Ryan ordered to let him in, realizing that perhaps the divine monk had finally given his answer. When asked how things had gone, the messenger explained that he had visited the Stalking Dragon Pavilion this morning, as instructed by the honorable representative of the board of directors. And fortunately, Venerable Poole, the divine monk, had not immediately refused him. In his hands, the messenger held a book that seemed to contain important information. At the same moment, he was bombarded with questions. Who is this? What school is he from? And where is he now? He explained that this successor was Wang Hyun. Originally from Hangzhou, Un passed the imperial examination and worked as a scholar in the palace for 10 years. Currently, he left his job and stayed in Hangzhou. He recently took the secretarial exam, which was held right here, within their walls. And, of course, he passed it with flying colors, explained the messenger, reading what the monk had given him. However, the others rose from their seats, exclaiming that the messenger thought they were fools. Mook turned to the messenger and said that he needed to go to the Sneaking Dragon Pavilion immediately to clarify this ridiculous situation with the divine monk. But the messenger insisted that Poole had made it clear that the successor to the Holy Sword was this very man, Unhyun. He also explained that the divine monk had silently opened the report and pointed to this man, announcing to everyone that he was the one they were looking for. The messenger finished his speech, as if tossing this fodder to the noisy crows, who continued to rage. The report also noted that Un received high marks for most questions, but most importantly, a perfect score for the first question. This task required an understanding of martial arts. Obviously, Un detailed the basic training and significance of the 18 martial arts, leaving the examiners in complete shock. They were left with a question. How is it possible that a scientist is so well versed in martial arts? Chan Donson noted that their clan did not specialize in theory, but he doubted that many scholars knew that much about martial arts. He even stated that it was actually impossible. Sol was curious as to why the successor to the Holy Sword would hide his identity and thus infiltrate the Union. She suggested a good idea to meet him in person to find out the truth since there was no other option. Yan considered in his head that this was the easiest way to solve the problem, but no one was brave enough to volunteer to be called in. However, one scapegoat would be enough to throw the Murim Union, or even all of Murim, into chaos. Graduates who successfully passed the secretarial exam joined the Murima Union. Some didn't like that everyone had their own duties, but it was so messy around them. It was as if they couldn't find at least one warrior to tidy up. Pio explained that it was not wise to spend money on hiring a warrior just to clean up. Everyone knew that people from famous martial arts schools take everything they want by force. Listening to this conversation, Un admitted that Pio was right when he said that, but then he asked to look at it from the other side. The warriors will take on all the battles, while their job is only to clean up after themselves. Besides, if no one does this work, the day will soon come when the world they know will come to an end. He added that they exist to make this world a better and wiser place. As they say, everyone has something to learn. There are many people in the world who deserve attention. This guy's words really impressed Un, and he listened to them carefully. Zhang Gongju had remarkable insight, Brother Anna had a strong sense of honor, and Brother Zhu showed talent in resolving conflicts between people. Thinking about this, Un stopped at the thought, what am I good at? I don't even have a clear goal, strong convictions, or a reason to live this way. At this moment, Zhou turned to Un, putting his hand on his shoulder, and asked him not to fly in the clouds. A question was raised. Is Yunhyun here? The meeting hall of the Murima Union was filled with tension. There are many dangerous people in the Murima Union, but don't worry, they don't bite, the man said with a slight smile. He explained that, as part of the hospitality department, their job is to be a bridge between people. In other words, they are experts in the art of teaching. He added that they should not show their fear or excitement, because one mistake could be fatal. Behind them, in front of the door, a guest was already standing. He asked the interlocutor to simply observe how Kwang Ji-boon dealt with people like the Saint Sword's successor. He just nodded his head in agreement. So the scientist entered this door. He stood in front of Boon, giving him a nod in return. It felt like sparks were flying from Boon's gaze. Un immediately felt the tension in the air. But suddenly Bun suddenly changed, became hospitable, and said, "Long time no see." Un even asked not to speak to him so politely, since he is just an ordinary secretary. After that, there was an offer to drink a cup of tea, to which Un responded with a grateful thank you. Boon demonstrated a real master class in communication with the successor of the Holy Sword. The boy thought that if Boon was acting like this, no wonder he didn't have any worries. Because of this, they wanted to know if the Murima Union had approached you as the heir to the Holy Sword. Boon said it with due respect. He also added that he apologized for calling him here. "Thank you for your concern," the scientist replied, but noted that he was, in fact, an ordinary scientist and had never accepted the title of Holy Sword Heir. He added that in any case, you should not address him in any particular way. Un asked also not to call him Mr., but simply Secretary Un. Boon was afraid of this, thinking that who would dare to address the heir to the Holy Sword as an ordinary secretary? It seemed to him that the scientist was only complicating the situation, and told himself that this boy was as eccentric as the other great Murim experts. Boon, together with his student, unanimously called him Secretary Un. The disciple then turned to Un, trying to explain that when the Holy Sword appointed him as its heir, he also became the greatest swordsman of the next generation. He asked to stop insisting that he is only an ordinary scientist, because it should be remembered how dangerous and problematic it will be for the ordinary people if the one who will become one of Murim's pillars continues to call himself an ordinary scientist. After these words, Boon almost fell through the ground, thinking that they had come to an end because this fool had recklessly come out and started talking bad things. He kept in his mind that all martial arts masters were people with great pride, so the Holy Sword heir could not be an exception. Un calmly said that he understood their words. However, he added that he had no desire to interfere in Murim's affairs, Everyone thinks I'm stubborn and unreasonable, but this decision was made after much thought, he said. I will not allow my opinion to be arbitrarily ignored, added Un. Maybe the Holy Sword praised me, but only because he thinks I have potential, not because I'm strong. I know my place and I'm happy with it. Moreover, why should I live as others dictate? It's definitely not for me, he concluded. These words fully reflected his attitude to the situation. He added that he would only embarrass himself if he tried to take on too much responsibility. After a while, Boone and his student ran together, discussing the conversation and arguing. Boone scolded him. If you want to die, go and do it yourself. Why are you dragging me to the bottom with you? Soon Boone was standing and reporting the information. Of course, she surprised them a lot. It was said that Mr. Un said that he was satisfied with the position of ordinary secretary. Muck could not stand it, and decided that he was just joking with them. So he declared that he would find him himself. Saul said curiously, "And what do you plan to do next? Do you want to defeat him in a duel and banish Murim from the Union, or bring him here and invite him to join us?" she asked. Realizing that neither option was realistic, she explained to him that he should take control of his emotions and look at the situation more soberly. "And what's wrong with the current situation?" asked another. He explained that he had been offered any position and had chosen to be a secretary, so why not give him what he wanted? The Taoist asked, how can they allow the Holy Sword heir to be a mere secretary? Yan asked him another question. Isn't it bad to hire the best who passed the secretarial exam for this position? He reiterated that they had no choice but to give him what he asked for. Sol tried to understand more, asking, why is the Holy Sword heir satisfied with the position of secretary? Maybe he wants to create a noble image? Ryan noted that their original goal was to lure him into the Murim Union, and since that was successful, he could be allowed to do as he pleased by offering to watch over him. He added that they would not allow him to escape from them, no matter the circumstances. After that, he ordered the hospitality department to keep a close eye on him and keep an eye on him. After these words, the meeting ended and everyone left. Boone finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, "Phew, it's finally over." The more he thought about it, the more impressive Mr. Un seemed to him. With just one statement, he rendered a group of these dangerous people powerless. Boone also thought that he must have witnessed the birth of the world's most powerful scientist. Murima Union Canteen. The secretaries left full after the meal, but thought it was not as tasty without the wine. However, someone was secretly watching them. Un coughed, and attention was immediately drawn to him. When asked what happened, he said maybe something stuck in his throat, said he was going to get a drink of water, and asked them to go on without him. In fact, Un understood that he needed to be left alone. Someone was already waiting for him. "How are you feeling?" asked Unni. It was an appeal to the divine monk, who stood before him and answered, "In general, it's great. Why don't you become an elder?" It was actually sarcasm, as there was no place left in the monk's body that didn't hurt. The monk asked if Un liked being a secretary. He couldn't say that he felt better. But he was glad that he had recently met good people. He was glad that in this position he would be able to use his skills for the benefit of others. The monk laughed loudly and said that now he also wants to become a secretary. Then asked if this meant Un would no longer visit the Stalking Dragon pavilion. Un replied that he was satisfied with his life and that it was the path he chose for himself. However, the monk reminded him that if it weren't for him, Un would not be here at all, and would not be drawn into the affairs of the North Sea, added the monk. "Well, I survived, and now I'm fine," Un replied, noting that not only did the monk help him, but he learned an important lesson as a result. "But all this is in the past, and we must move on," Un calmly added. The monk raised his voice and asked, as a man who knows a woman's innermost secret, doesn't he think he should take responsibility? Immediately, the memory of the moment she fell on him flashed before Un's eyes. From Un's reaction, the monk realized that she had indeed told him her secret. And again the monk smiled slyly. He laughed as he said, "If you're so good with girls, you have a chance to marry the most beautiful woman in the North Sea. But if you fail, you'll probably be torn to pieces." Then the monk continued to joke, adding, "If you want to go to the North Sea, then just say." But Un was more interested in a place where he could train early in the morning. The monk offered him an arena. After that, Un thanked the monk for agreeing to look for even more secluded places. The monk was surprised that Un thanked him, as if the training ground had made him happier than the beauty of the North Sea. He then reminded Un that he was late and could be penalized. Un instantly turned and ran. From this conversation, the monk concluded that Un was now more inspired and seemed to be ahead of his life's path. This decision was a decisive step for integration into the new reality. However, not everything went according to plan. If he doesn't want to be absorbed by a monster called the Murim family, he should proceed with caution. Murim Union, majestic pavilion. Sol was sitting at the table, looking out of the window. Suddenly, the door to her room opened. John entered her, taking a few steps forward. She asked him what he wanted since it was the first time he had spoken to her. "What's so strange about a man admiring a beautiful snowflower from the Tang family?" he asked, turning on his charm. He then ordered himself the same tea that Miss Tang was drinking, and offered to pour her a cup. She wondered if he was just in a good mood or if something had happened. "A small change can cause big changes in the world," he said. She thought he was in love, and said it was good because it was a lot quieter now without him. "Love? Maybe you're right, but this time the object of my affection is a man," he replied, to which she replied that she should congratulate him even more. "Thanks to this, the poor women will now be able to sleep peacefully," she added with a smile. He laughed and said he didn't want to disappoint her, but that's okay. He still likes pretty girls. However, he still wanted to ask her something, but she was the first to ask the question, "Why aren't you interested in him?" Now he was waiting for her answer. She hinted that she was still interested. However, she couldn't help but hate this man. The conversation looked a little different to him now. Her perspective changed. She didn't care if he was an heir or an ordinary scholar, because the truth was that he was being sought after as the heir of a divine monk. "In other words, he is the future head of the Murim Union," she said. Their current consolation was that, if they thought about it, they were the true heirs of the Union, and not he. After all, the divine monk had been like a father to them, whom they had listened to and respected for a long time. But one day, he brought a stranger and declared him his heir. Even so, John thought she was going too far. However, the current Murim alliance is divided into two camps, one following the divine monk and the other opposing him. She was interested to know which side John was on, but he asked in response, "What about you?" "First, I need to make sure that this person has enough courage to take the place of both a holy sword and a divine monk," she replied. Because of this, she prepared the perfect man to test him. A thought crossed Jonah's mind as to who the man might be. At this point, she offered to end the conversation, as she got too deep into the atmosphere and said a lot of unnecessary things. She thanked him for deciding to open up, even if he didn't really like the person he was talking to. "Isn't it rude to order a drink and still not take a sip?" she asked. "Truthfully, I don't really like drinking it, especially what was prepared by the Tang family," he replied. "But it's a different matter if it was a poison prepared by you personally," Jan added with a smile. However, she said that would never happen. After that, she left him alone with his thoughts. He pondered her mention of the perfect candidate, as the only people capable of handling a holy sword and a divine monk were the other 5 respected. A month passes, the main hall of the Murim Union. Everyone took their place, and they discussed the plan they had developed. When there were no objections, it was decided to expand the Murim Union by building a new branch. Sol raised her hand with a suggestion of her own. She suggested banishing the heir to the Holy Sword. She even called him the illegitimate heir to the Holy Sword and suggested that he be expelled from the Murim Union. When everyone left, Sul remained in the hall. But she was not alone. John was also with her. They returned to the same conversation as before about the expulsion of the scientist Murim from the Union. John questioned whether her purpose was to provoke the divine monk. She asked him how he really felt about the idea. John replied that it was too early to do anything, and most of the other ambassadors agreed with him. But she noted that this time the divine monk would not sit idly by. Although it was not easy to shake, Sul was sure that this was the thing that could do it. She emphasized that this would help them neutralize the Holy Sword heir's power. They hoped that they could get rid of him with a light movement. They decided to wait, and Ion noticed that the heir would fall in love with anyone. If such a banality could bring him back, Jan couldn't wait for it to take effect, he thought. Sol assured him that she would not disappoint. Probably because one of her greatest joys in life was destroying other people's precious toys. Her words made him smile. Union of Murima, office of the Jaegel family. Ryan sat at the table, recalling Sol's words. She talked about avoiding an heir, and that there was no place for an illegitimate holy sword heir in the Murim Union. He thought that they should leave things as they were because creating problems was an unnecessary maneuver now. Be it Divine Monk Pul, who has supported the Murim alliance for decades, or the young heir Un, who has gained the approval of both the Divine Monk and the Holy Sword. But in any case, it won't be easy to cut them out of the big picture even if she succeeds. So what is the Tang family planning? Ryan stopped at the thought that if she just wanted to undermine his power, then it was nonsense. He reached for the book where all of Secretary Yunhyun's personal information was written. Ryan began to read about his past, which seemed unusual to him. After that, he found a transcript of his essay. The answers were good, and he obviously knows how to handle words. The best way to test his strength is to have him fight someone. But if they had a public duel, it would attract the attention of the entire Murim Union, Ryan understood. If one of the members lost, his reputation would be ruined. However, even so, Un's answers did not seem firm enough to him. Of course, with a master's skills and powerful strength, he can easily destroy most techniques with just the basics. It sounds good in words, but in reality there aren't that many basic moves. And no matter how well the Holy Sword heir combines basic moves, he has never fought with high-class techniques. This will certainly show his strength, but will not improve his technique. At that moment, Ryan remembered hearing the heir train every morning outside the Stalking Dragon Pavilion. Was he looking down on the Murim Union? There aren't many people around this place, but their numbers are not zero. The heir doesn't mind other schools watching his fighting skills. During these thoughts, a guard entered the room. Ryong asked him to call one of the servants to make another cup of tea, and then get Secretary Un's documents from the administration department. He emphasized that he wanted to see the original of the examination form, not a copy. The day is over, and here comes the next morning training session. The older brother was angry with the younger because he looked sleepless. Mook, a representative of the Mafia Society, pointed out to them that they were moving too slowly, and because of this they could not catch up with him, which made him even angrier. They tried to explain that it was he who woke them up. Later it became clear that he was going to sneak into the pavilion. Behind his back, they began to discuss whether there were any beauties living there, and why he wanted to go there. He turned and asked them to be quiet, and they replied that they would shut up if he explained why he was heading to the Stalking Dragon Pavilion. "To try our luck?" he replied, adding that they would understand everything when they got there. And he himself thought about whether those rascals from Orthodox schools were really busy with intrigues, considering themselves true masters of martial arts, while he believed in the power of his sword. He was convinced that true knowledge about someone can only be gained in a sword fight. At that moment, his younger brother asked him if he was going to fight anyone. He didn't know what to say, because if he said he wanted to fight one of the new secretaries, he would be considered crazy. Moreover, the fact that he was the heir Holy Sword kept secret, so he decided to remain silent. They noticed strange behavior on his part and did not understand why he suddenly stopped. After a while, they were already standing on the lawn behind the Prowling Dragon Pavilion. The younger brother was here for the first time, as he did not even suspect the existence of this place. An ordinary person like him would never come near this place, because this is the Stalking Dragon Pavilion. Even Mook admitted that he had never been here. At that moment, the younger brother told the older brother to wait, remembering the strange rumors that had recently reached him. It was rumored that the son of a divine monk had joined the Murim Union after becoming a monk. Some even said that he was the true son of the Saint Sword. The younger brother added that he had heard of a man who wandered here in the pre-dawn hours in hopes of meeting a divine monk. Mook noted that some of the information had leaked out, but the fact that this person had started behaving suspiciously in the Murim Union didn't seem like anything serious to Mook, and he decided to move on. He thought that if this man trained in a public place in the Union, he would respect him. But on the contrary, he was hiding, exposing his past through rumors, and so they came to the place where Un did his training. He didn't have a sword in his hands, but he executed the movements expertly. Surprised, the younger brother said to the older one, "Wow, there really is someone here?" The elder immediately ordered him to shut up. They stood watching Un, waiting. The elder believed that if it turned out that Un was not strong enough to become the heir to the Holy Sword, then he would ignore the advice and finish him off himself. "This is fencing," the younger brother immediately remarked. He watched this incredible skill, which fascinated him. They also noticed that Un doesn't apply force. His technique seems very soft. Mook asked the younger, "Do you understand what exactly you see?" "Isn't it obvious?" replied the younger. "Besides, it's slow and pretty simple." He assumed they were a newbie, but Mook explained to him that if you only focus on what you see, you'll never get better. If in a fight everything is determined by technique, and you do not understand its meaning, then no matter how good your sword is, the result will be completely different. You will not be able to penetrate through the technique and avoid blows, added Mook. However, if you grasp its meaning, you will be invincible. He advised both of them not to rely only on their eyes, because you can become a real master of martial arts only when you begin to understand gestures. Mook continued to watch and noticed that while Un's movements were soft, they were unyielding, silent and slow, but continuous, like a great river flow, the depth and weight of which cannot be reached in a day or two. Although Un still didn't like Mook, He now thought that he hadn't done anything wrong. Meanwhile, the original examination form was brought to Ryan. It seemed that he spent the whole night in the vault to find it, because the exam was held a month ago and the form was hidden deep among other documents. Ryan poured himself some tea to slowly study the form. First, he decided to check whether the original and the copy were identical. Although he couldn't be called a calligraphy master, Yoon's handwriting was on a decent level. Based on his years of experience reading books and writing texts, Ryan could confidently say that Yoon really deserved to get the top score in the secretarial exam. It was somewhat of a surprise for him. However, he could not understand why he was still haunted by a bad feeling. I decided to go out for some fresh air. He suggested that maybe it was because he had been overwhelmed with work lately. During the inspection, it was not confirmed that he was under pressure from the outside. But all the same, he constantly felt anxious, as if something important were slipping out of control. Ryan asked himself again and again why he couldn't quell the growing anxiety. It can't go on like this, he decided, and took the original form again. He sat down at the table and began to carefully read the text. He rotated the form in different positions, carefully examining it from all sides. But, as he assumed, he did not find anything suspicious there. Obviously, there was nothing strange in the form. However, the feeling of anxiety did not disappear. On the contrary, it even increased. This was exhausting him, so he reached for the cup of tea to take a few sips. Sip after sip, he tried to calm down. But suddenly he noticed something strange. He put the cup down so sharply that the tea almost spilled out of it. It dawned on him. "My God, it's a sword print," he said aloud. Meanwhile, the brothers continued to watch. They stood for a long time, while it was already dawning on the street. The younger brother couldn't understand why Mook had decided to come here and doubted that he had come just to watch this sword dance. He wondered when the elder was going to return. But at that moment, Mook's reaction began to surprise the younger brother. He began to tremble. "What happened, big brother?" he asked. He just gritted his teeth and stared angrily, angered by the fact that even though Un was not holding a sword, one could clearly feel the tension of his movements, and even predict the next move. However, he understood that if this imaginary sword was aimed at him, he would not be able to block it. The problem was not the content of the text on the first page. At first, the handwriting was even and neat, but the closer to the last page, it became less neat and more lively. Ryan was unable to find the imprint of the martial artist's sword in this handwriting. However, his hands were shaking as he looked at these records. It was just a mark left by a pen. Now it became clear why he felt anxious when reading this form. And why didn't the feeling of danger leave him? As if from an unreachable place, this man's sword was watching him and everyone from above. They gradually solved this mystery, although it stressed them a lot. The sun had already begun to appear outside, and the birds were waking up. At this moment, Un was just about to finish his training. Again, he didn't notice how quickly time passed. Closing his eyes, he asked himself, "What should I do?" Because during the training, he realized that Master Mook and the warriors of the Mafia Society were here. Now that the training was over, he didn't know how to behave. He was promised a place where no one goes, and there were as many as 3 people. At first, he thought they were animals, but then he realized that at least one person was watching him. In any case, all relations should begin with a polite greeting. So he turned and bowed to them. Mook immediately responded with a bow, which greatly surprised the younger brother. After that, Mook asked his brother to bow down as well, and so the 3 of them bowed before Un. Un had heard that the hot-tempered swordsman Mook was impatient and had a difficult character. But at that moment, he thought that he must be a good person. There was an awkward pause between them. Un didn't understand if he could just leave and why they had come at all. It didn't seem like a normal conversation. Un saw no point in being polite to people who didn't even have a basic understanding of politeness. He bowed to them once more. But this time it was a farewell bow.